Welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty detective pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you. A Point of Testimony by Carolyn Wells. Adventure Magazine, October 1911.
Bert Bayliss was the funniest detective you ever saw. He wasn't the least like Vidocq, Lecoq, or Sherlock, either in personality or mentality, and perhaps the chief difference lay in the fact that he possessed a sense of humor, and not merely an appreciative sense either. He had an original wit and a spontaneous repartee that made it well nigh impossible for him to be serious. Not quite, though, for he had his thinking moments. And when he did think, he did it so deeply yet rapidly that he accomplished wonders. And so he was a detective, partly because it pleased his sense of humor to pursue a calling so incongruous with his birth and station, and partly because he couldn't help it, having been born one. He was a private detective, but nonetheless a professional, and he accepted cases only when they seemed especially difficult or in some way unusual. As is often the case with those possessed of a strong sense of humor, Bayliss had no very intimate friends. A proneness to fun always seems to preclude close friendships, and fortunately precludes also the desire for them. But as every real detective needs a Dr. Watson as a sort of mind servant, Bert Bayliss invented one, and his Harris, he chose the name in sincere flattery of Sari Gamp, proved competent and satisfactory. To Harris, Bayliss propounded his questions and expounded his theories, and being merely a figment of Bayliss' brain, Harris was always able to give intelligent replies. Physically, too, young Bayliss was far from the regulation type of the prevalent detective of fiction. No aquiline nose was his, no sinister eyebrows, no expression of omniscience and inscrutability. Instead, he was a stalwart, large-framed young man with a merry, even debonair face and a genial, magnetic glance. He was a man who inspired confidence by his frankness and whose twinkling eyes seemed to see the funny side of everything. Though having no close friendships, Bayliss had a wide circle of acquaintances and was in frequent demand as a weekend visitor or a dinner guest. Wherefore, not being an early riser, the telephone at his bedside frequently buzzed many times before he was up of the morning. Every time the bell gave its rasping whir, Bayliss felt an involuntary hope that it might be a call to an interesting case of detective work, and he was distinctly disappointed if it proved to be a mere social message. One morning, just before 9 o'clock, the bell wakened him from a light doze, and taking the receiver, he heard the voice of his old friend Martin Hopkins talking to him. "I want you at once," the message came. "I hope nothing will prevent your coming immediately. I am in Clearbrook. If you can catch the 9:30 train from the city, I will meet you here at the station at 10 o'clock. There has been murder committed, and we want your help. Will you come?" "Yes," replied Bayliss. "I will take the 9:30. Who is the victim?" "Richard Hemingway, my lifelong friend. I am a guest at his house. The tragedy occurred last night, and I want you to get here before anything is touched. I'll be there. Goodbye." And hanging up the receiver, Bayliss proceeded to keep his word. "You see, Harris," he said silently to his impalpable friend, "Martin Hopkins is a gentleman of the old school, and a man whom I greatly admire. If he calls me to a case requiring detective investigation, you may be sure it's an interesting affair and quite worthy of our attention. Eh, Harris?" The imaginary companion having agreed to this, Bayliss went calmly and expectantly on his way. At the Clearbrook station he was met by Mr. Hopkins, who proposed that they walk to the house in order that he might tell Bayliss some of the circumstances. "Mr. Hemingway was my oldest and best friend," began Mr. Hopkins, "and with my wife and daughter I've been spending a few days at his home. He was a widower, and his household includes his ward, Miss Sheldon, his nephew, Everett Collins, a housekeeper, butler, and several underservants. This morning at 6 o'clock, the butler discovered the body of Mr. Hemingway in his library, where the poor man had been strangled to death. Clapham, that's the butler, raised an alarm at once, and ever since then the house has been full of doctors, detectives, and neighbours. We are almost there now, so I'll tell you frankly, Bayliss, that I sent for you to look after my own interests. You and I are good friends, and you are the best detective I know. The evidence seems, so far, to point to someone in the house, and among those addle-pated, cocksure detectives now on the case, it is not impossible that I may myself be suspected of the crime." "What?" cried Bert Bayliss in amazement. "Just that," went on the old man, almost smiling. "Hemingway and I have had large business transactions of late, and as a big bundle of securities has disappeared from his safe, it may look as if I had a hand in the matter. I can't quite take that seriously, Mr. Hopkins, but I'll be glad to look into the case, and perhaps I can give justice a boost in the right direction. You've no further hints to give me?" "No, the hints all point one way, and you'll discover that for yourself soon enough." They walked together up the short path that led to the house of the late Richard Hemingway. Claybrook was a small settlement of well-to-do society people who wished to live near, but not in, New York. The houses were rather pretentious, with well-kept grounds and picturesque flower beds, but Bert Bayliss paid little attention to the landscape as he hurried to the Hemingway mansion. Once in the drawing-room, Bayliss was presented by Mr. Hopkins to his wife and daughter, also to Miss Sheldon and Mr. Collins. It was surely a tribute to the young man that all these people, who were fully prepared to treat the detective with a supercilious hauteur, were won at once by his affable and easy demeanour, and involuntarily greeted him as a man of their own class and standing. Mrs. Esty, the housekeeper, was also in the room, and at the moment of Bayliss' arrival, Coroner Spearman was about to begin his preliminary queries of investigation. Quite content to gain his knowledge of the case in this way, Bayliss settled himself to listen. "Harris," he said silently to his faithful friend, "these are all refined and sensitive people, but, excepting Mr. Hopkins, not one shows a deep or abiding grief at the death of this gentleman. Therefore, I deduce that with most of them, the loss is fully covered by inheritance." "Marvellous, my dear Bayliss, marvellous," replied Harris correctly. At the command of the coroner, Clapham, the butler, was summoned to give his account of the discovery of the body. "I came downstairs at 20 to 6, sir," said the pompous but deferential Englishman, "and it would be about 6 when I reached the master's library. The door was closed, and when I opened it, I was surprised to find one of the lamps still burning. The one by the desk, sir. By its light, I could see the master still sitting in his chair. At first I thought he had come downstairs early to do some work. Then I thought he had been working there all night, and then I thought maybe something was wrong. These thoughts all flew through my mind in quick succession, sir, and even as I thought them, I was raising the blinds. The daylight poured in, and I saw at once my master was dead. Strangled." "Sir, how did you know he was strangled?" asked the coroner. "Because, sir, his head was thrown back and I could see black marks on his throat." "What did you do then?" "First, I called Mrs. Esty, who was already in the dining room, and then, at her advice, I went to Mr. Collins' door and knocked him awake. He hurried downstairs, sir, and he said, 'Never mind that. Mr. Collins will be questioned later.'" "Harris," said Bayliss silently to his friend, "that coroner is no fool." "No," said Harris. "If that is all the account of your finding of Mr. Hemingway's body," continued Mr. Spearman, "tell us now what you know of Mr. Hemingway's movements of last evening." "He was in his library all the evening," said Clapham. "He went there directly after dinner and gave me orders to admit 3 gentlemen that he expected to call. He told me, sir, that I need not wait up to let them out, as they would stay late, and he would see them to the door himself. The 3 gentlemen came, sir, between 9 and 10 o'clock. They came separately, and after I had shown the last one into Mr. Hemingway's library, I did not go to the room again until this morning. I went to bed, sir, at about 11 o'clock, and at that time they were still there, as I heard them talking when I left the dining room. Sir, good servant Harris, commented Bayliss. If this household is broken up, he'll have no trouble in finding a new situation, and yet, is he just a trifle too fluent? Perhaps, said Harris agreeably. Mrs. Esty simply corroborated Clapham's story, and was followed by Everett Collins, who had been the next to appear upon the scene of the tragedy. Bayliss looked at this young man with interest. He was not of an attractive personality, though handsome and well set up. He had the physical effects of an athlete, but his face was weak, and his glance was not straightforward. He impresses me as untrustworthy, Bayliss confided to Harris, and yet, confound the fellow, there is something about him I like. Yes, said Harris. Mr. Collins had little to say. He had been wakened by Clapham from a sound sleep, and had hastily run downstairs to find his uncle indeed dead, and evidently strangled. As to his own movements the night before, he had spent the evening out, had returned at about 11:30, had let himself in with his latchkey, and had gone to bed. He had noticed that the library door was closed, and he could not say whether anyone was in the room or not. Miss Ruth Sheldon testified to the effect that she had played bridge with Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins and Miss Ethel Hopkins until about 11, when they had all retired. The Hopkins family corroborated this, and all agreed that they had heard no sound of any sort downstairs after reaching their rooms. It was Mr. Hemingway's habit, volunteered Miss Sheldon, if he had late callers, to let them out himself, to close the front door quietly after them, and then to go up to his room with great care in order not to disturb any of us who might be asleep. He was most thoughtful of others. Comfort, always. The members of the household having been heard, Mr. Spearman turned his attention to some others who sat in a group at a small table. One of these was the lawyer, Mr. Dunbar. He simply stated that he had full charge of Mr. Hemingway's legal affairs and was prepared to make an accounting when required. But he added that his client's business with him was not extensive, as the late financier was accustomed personally to look after all such matters as did not require actual legal offices. Mr. Hemingway's private secretary, George Fisk, testified that he was in the habit of coming to Mr. Hemingway's home every day from 10 o'clock to 4. He had left as usual the day before at 4 o'clock, and knew of nothing unusual regarding his employer or his business matters at that time. Fisk had been sent for earlier than usual on this particular morning, but could throw no light on the affair. He knew the 3 men who called, and they were 3 of the richest and most influential citizens of Clearbrook, who were more or less associated with Mr. Hemingway in some large financial interests. As a confidential secretary, Mr. Fisk courteously but firmly declined to go into details of these matters at present. There seemed to be no reason to suspect anyone whose name had been mentioned so far, and the coroner next turned his attention to the possibility of an intruder from outside, who had forced an entrance after the 3 gentlemen had departed, and before Mr. Hemingway could have left his library. That investigation proved that the windows were all securely fastened, and that the front door shut with a spring lock, which could be opened only from the outside by a latchkey. No one, save those who were already accounted for, possessed a latchkey, and as no doors or windows had been forced, they began to look to the coroner as if the evidence pointed to someone inside the house as the criminal. The doctor declared that Mr. Hemingway had died between 12 and 1 o'clock, and the 3 men who had called, being asked over the telephone, asserted that they left the house about midnight. One of these, Mr. Carston, had tarried after the others and had talked a few moments with Mr. Hemingway at his door. But though this would seem to make Mr. Carston the last person known to have had speech with the dead man, nobody dreamed for a moment of suspecting him. Bayliss' eyes travelled over the assembled listeners. "Pshaw," he said silently to Harris. There are too many suspects. Granting the criminal was in the house, it might have been any of the servants, any of the guests, the ward, or the nephew. Every one of them had opportunity, for apparently after midnight the callers were gone, and everyone in the house was sound asleep except the victim and the criminal. But the fact of strangulation lets out Mrs. and Miss Hopkins, who were too slender and delicate for such a deed. That big, athletic Miss Sheldon might have done it, had she been inclined. That gaunt, muscular housekeeper could have accomplished it. And as to the men, young Collins, old Mr. Hopkins, and that complacent butler, are all capable of the deed physically. So, Harris, as we've heard the facts of the case, will now hunt for clues and theories. Marvelous, Bayliss, marvelous, breathed Harris with deep admiration. Reaching the library, Bayliss found the precinct inspector busily going through the papers in Mr. Hemingway's desk. Inspector Garson had heard of the clever Bert Bayliss and was glad to meet him, though a little embarrassed lest the city detective should look upon his own methods as crude. With the coroner's permission, the body of the dead man had been removed, but otherwise no changes had been made in the room. Bayliss glanced interestedly about. There were no signs of a struggle. The position of several chairs showed the presence of callers who had evidently sat around in conversation with their host. The desk, though not especially tidy, showed only the usual paraphernalia of a man of business. By themselves in an open box had been laid the articles taken from the dead man's pockets. Bayliss looked at, without touching, the watch, the bunch of keys, the knife, the pencil, the pile of small coins and the handkerchiefs, which, together with a few papers, comprised the contents of the box. Then Bayliss looked swiftly but minutely at the desk. The fittings of handsome bronze were of uniform design and rather numerous. Every convenience was there. From pen rack to paste pot, there were a great variety of pens, pencils, and paper cutters, while many racks and files held a profusion of stationery, cards, and letters. Yet everything was methodical. The plainly labeled packets of letters, the carefully sorted bills, and the neat memoranda here and there, all betokened a systematic mind and a sense of orderly classification. The motive was, of course, robbery, said the inspector, as several others followed Bayliss into the library. For though everything else seems intact, a large bundle of securities which Mr. Dunbar knows were in Mr. Hemingway's safe last Friday are now gone. "Oh, those," said George Fisk. "I didn't know you looked on those as missing. I have them at my own rooms." "You have?" said the surprised inspector. "Why did you not state that fact when interviewed by Mr. Spearman?" "Because," said the young man frankly, "I didn't consider that the time or place to discuss Mr. Hemingway's finances. I was his confidential secretary, and though required to render an account at any time, I am careful not to do so prematurely. The bones in question are at my home because Mr. Hemingway gave them to me last Saturday to keep for him temporarily. Here's a list of them." Fisk took a card of figures from his pocketbook and handed it to the inspector, who glanced at it with satisfaction and approval. "You did quite right, Mr. Fisk," he said, "and I am glad the securities are safe. But then, what in your opinion could have been the motive for the deed of last night?" Fisk made no reply, but the expression on his face seemed to imply, against his will, that he could say something pertinent, if he chose. "Might it not be Harris," whispered Bayliss, "that young man overestimates the confidentialness of his secretaryship at this crisis?" Said Harris. Meanwhile, the inspector was rapidly looking over a sheaf of opened letters, each of which bore at its top the rubber-stamped date of receipt. "Sure," he whistled as he read one of these documents. He then looked furtively at George Fisk, who was occupied with some clerical work which had to be done at once. Without a word, Inspector Garson handed the letter to Bert Bayliss, signifying by a gesture that he was to read it. After a glance at signature and date, Bayliss read the whole letter. "My dear Mr. Hemingway, after our talk of yesterday morning, I feel that I must express more fully my appreciation of your declaration of confidence in me, and my gratitude therefor. I was too surprised when you asked me to act as executor of your will that I fear I was awkward and disappointing in my response. But, believe me, dear sir, I am deeply grateful for your trust in me, and I want to assure you that I will perform all the duties of which you told me to the very best of my ability, though I hope and pray the day is far off when such need shall arise. I am not a fluent talker, and so take this means of telling you that a chord of my nature was deeply touched when you asked me to assume such a grave responsibility. I am, of course, at your service for further discussion of these matters, but I felt I must formally assure you of my gratitude for your kindness and of my loyalty to your interests. As to the revelation you made to me, it was so sudden and such a surprise, I cannot bear to think your suspicions are founded on the truth. But as you requested, I will observe all I can without seeming intrusive or curious. I have in safe keeping the papers you entrusted to my care, and I hope our present relations may continue for many happy years. With his usual quick eye for details, Bayliss noted that the letter was dated 2 days before, that is, the day before the murder, which occurred Monday night. It was postmarked at the Clearbrook post office Sunday evening, and had, therefore, been delivered to Mr. Hemingway by the first post Monday morning. This was corroborated by the rubber-stamped line at the top of the first page, which read, "Received, September 10. The letter was among a lot labelled, "To be answered," and it seemed to Bayliss a very important document. "I think," he said aloud to the inspector, "that we would be glad to have Mr. Fisk tell us the circumstances that led to the writing of this manly and straightforward letter." George Fisk looked up at the sound of his name. "Has that come to light?" he said, blushing a little at being thus suddenly brought into prominence. "I supposed it would, but somehow I didn't want to refer to it until someone else discovered it." "Tell us all about it," said Bayliss in his pleasant, chummy way, and at once Fisk began. "Last Saturday morning," he said, "Mr. Hemingway had a long talk with me. He expressed his satisfaction with my work as his secretary, and kindly avowed his complete trust and confidence in my integrity. He then asked me if I would be willing to act as executor of his estate, when the time should come that such a service was necessary. He said it was his intention to bring the whole matter before his lawyer in a few days, but first he wished to be assured of my willingness to act as executor. He told me, too, that he would add a codicil to his will, leaving me a moderate sum of money. All of this was on Saturday morning, and when I left at noon, as I always do on Saturdays, he gave me a large bundle of securities, and also his will, asking me to keep them for him for a few days. "You have his will, then?" asked Inspector Garson quickly. "I have, and also the bonds of which I have given you a memorandum. They are all at your disposal at any time." "Then Mr. Hemingway died without adding the codicil to his will in your favor," observed Bayliss. "Yes," replied Fisk, "but that is a minor matter in the face of the present tragedy." Bayliss felt slightly rebuked, but he couldn't help admiring the manly way in which Fisk had spoken. "And this conversation occurred on Saturday," went on Mr. Garson. "You took occasion to write to Mr. Hemingway on Sunday?" "I did," agreed Fisk. "I was so surprised at the whole thing that I was unable to express myself at our interview. I'm always tongue-tied under stress of great surprise or excitement. So I sat down Sunday afternoon and wrote to Mr. Hemingway. I mailed the letter Sunday evening, and he had already received it when I reached here on Monday morning at 10 o'clock, as usual." "Did he refer to your letter?" asked Bayliss. "Yes. He said he was glad I wrote it, and that he would answer it on paper, that I might also have his sentiments in black and white. Then he said we would discuss the matter more fully after a day or two, and we then turned our attention to other matters." "And this revelation he made to you?" queried Inspector Garson, running his eyes over the letter. Mr. Fisk hesitated and looked not only embarrassed, but genuinely disturbed. "That, Mr. Garson, I want to be excused from telling. Why, man, it may help to elucidate the mystery of Mr. Hemingway's death." "Oh, I hope not," I hope not," said Fisk, so earnestly that both Bayliss and the inspector looked at him in surprise. "You do know something," said Mr. Garson quickly. "That may have a bearing on the mystery, and I must insist that you tell it." "It is because it may seem to have a bearing that I hesitate," said Mr. Fisk gravely. "But to put it boldly, as I told you, I am not fluent under stress of excitement. In a word, then, Mr. Hemingway implied to me that he had a half-defined fear that sometime his life might end suddenly." "In the way it did?" "Yes, in that way. He feared that someone desired his death. And that was the reason he asked me to care for his will and his valuable securities for a few days." "Why were these things not in the safety deposit vault?" asked Bert Bayliss. "They have been, but a few days ago Mr. Hemingway had them brought home to make some records and changes, and as it was Saturday, he could not send them back then, so he gave them to me. I have a small safe at home, and of course I was willing to keep them for him. Then Mr. Hemingway feared both robbery and murder," said Bayliss, and Mr. Fisk shuddered at this cold-blooded way of putting it. "Yes, he did," said the secretary frankly. "And whom did he suspect as his enemy? That I hope you will allow me not to answer." "I am sorry, Mr. Fisk," broke in the inspector, "but you have knowledge possessed by no one else. You must therefore, in the interests of justice, tell us the name of the man whom Mr. Hemingway feared." "The man," said George Fisk slowly, "is the one who inherits the bulk of Mr. Hemingway's fortune. Everett Collins, his nephew, his wife's nephew," corrected George Fisk. "Yes, since I am forced to tell it, Mr. Hemingway feared that Mr. Collins was in haste to come into his inheritance, and... "You have done your duty, Mr. Fisk," said Inspector Garson, "and I thank you. I quite appreciate your hesitancy, but a crime like this must be punished, if possible, and you need not appear further in the matter. After your evidence, the law can take the whole affair into its own hands, and justice will be swift and certain." The law took its course. Although circumstantial evidence was lacking, the statement of George Fisk and the undoubted opportunity and evident motive combined caused the arrest of Everett Collins. The will, when produced, left nearly all the estate to him, and as he was known to be a thriftless, improvident young man, the majority of those interested felt convinced that he was indeed the villain. The property of the late Mr. Hemingway, however, was of far less amount than was generally supposed, and also the large fortune which he had in trust for his ward, Miss Sheldon, had dwindled surprisingly. But this, of course, was in no way the fault of the nephew, and it was thought that Mr. Hemingway had perhaps been unfortunate in his investments. George Fisk became executor as desired by the late millionaire, but probate of the will was deferred until after Everett Collins should have been tried of the bar of justice. Collins himself was stubbornly quiet. He seemed rather dazed at the position in which he found himself, but had nothing to say except a simple assertion of his innocence. "And he's innocent, Harris," declared Bert Bayliss soundlessly. "No villain ever possessed that simple, straightforward gaze. Villains are complex. That man may be a spendthrift and a ne'er-do-well, but I'll swear he's no murderer, and I'll prove it." "Marvelous, Bayliss, marvelous," said Harris. Bayliss had come to Clearbrook on Tuesday, and on Wednesday Collins was arrested. On Wednesday afternoon, Bayliss shut himself up alone in the library to clue hunt, as he called it, acting on his conviction that Collins was innocent. He eagerly sought for evidence in some other direction. Seating himself at Mr. Hemingway's desk, he jotted down a few notes, using for the purpose a pencil from the pen tray in front of him. He looked at the pencil abstractedly, and then he suddenly stared at it intently. "A clue," he said mentally to Harris. "Hush, don't speak." Though Harris hadn't. "I sure have a clue, but such a dinky one." He looked at the pencil as at a valuable curio. He glanced about the desk for others, and found several. In a drawer, he found many more. They were all of the same make and same number, and, While those on the desk were all more or less well sharpened, those in the drawer had never yet been cut. "Oh," said Bayliss, and putting carefully into his pocket the pencil he had used in making his notes, he began scrutinizing the wastebasket. There were not many torn papers in it, but the top ones were letters, envelopes, or circulars, each torn once across. On top of these were some chips of pencil cedar and a trifle of black dust, as if collecting precious treasure. Bayliss, with extreme care, lifted out the top layer of torn envelopes and, without disarranging the tiny wooden chips and black lead scrapings, laid all in a box, which he then put in a small cupboard and, locking its door, put the key in his pocket. Then he returned to the desk and picked up the packet of letters which had been received on Monday and from which Mr. Fisk's letter had been taken. There were about a dozen of them, and he looked with interest at each one. Everyone was cut open the same way, not by a letter opener, but with shears, a quick, clean cut, which took off a tiny edge along the right-hand end. Each was stamped to the top with the rubber received stamp in red ink. "Clever, clever villain," mused Bayliss. "I say, Harris, he's the slickest ever." "And nobody could have found him but yours truly, marvelous," murmured Harris. Then, straight to Inspector Garson Bayliss marched, and asked to see the letter that Mr. Fisk wrote to Mr. Hemingway. Receiving it, he stared at it steadily for a moment, then, going to the window, scrutinized it through a lens. Moved by an excitement which he strove not to show, he returned it to Mr. Garson, saying, "You've no doubt, I suppose, as to the genuineness of that letter and all that it means and implies." "No, I haven't," said Mr. Garson, looking straight at the young man. "I have wondered whether there could be anything wrong about Fisk, but that letter is incontrovertible evidence of his veracity." "Why couldn't it be faked?" persisted Bayliss. "I've thought of that," said Mr. Garson patiently, "but it's too real. Whether it was written Sunday or not, it was positively posted Sunday evening, and it was positively delivered to Mr. Hemingway Monday morning. The postmark proves that. Then Mr. Hemingway opened it, for it is cut open precisely the way he cuts open all his letters, and he dated it with his own dating stamp and put it with his lot to be answered. Can anything be more convincing of Fisk's good faith? And yet, said Bert Bayliss, it is a faked letter, and George Fisk's the murderer of Richard Hemingway. My dear sir, what do you mean? Just what I say. Richard Hemingway never saw this letter. Can you prove that? I can. Look at the envelope closely with this lens in a strong light. What do you see between the letters of Mr. Hemingway's name? I see. The inspector peered closer. I see faint pencil marks. Can you make out what they spell? No, yes. G-E-O. Is it George Fisk? It is, though not all the letters are discernible. Fisk wrote this letter on Sunday and mailed it on Sunday, but he addressed it to himself, not to his employer. Why? Exclaimed Mr. Garson in amazement. Listen. He addressed it with a very soft pencil to himself, and traced the address very lightly. It reached his boarding house Monday morning, of course, and then he erased the pencil marks and boldly wrote Mr. Hemingway's name in ink. Then he cut off the end in precisely the way Mr. Hemingway opens his letters, and put the whole thing in his pocket. All day he carried it in his pocket. I am reconstructing this affair as it must have happened. And at 4 o'clock he went home with the missive still there. Late Monday night he returned after the 3 visitors had left. He strangled Mr. Hemingway. You know he's an athlete, and his employer was a frail old man. And then he used the rubber stamp on his own letter and tucked it into the bunch of to be answered. Then he rifled the safe with Mr. Hemingway's own keys, turned off all the lights but one, and swiftly and silently went home to bed. The rest you know, Mr. Bayliss. I can scarcely believe this, said Inspector Garson, fairly gasping for breath. "What? You can't believe it when the villain has written his own name as damning evidence against himself?" "It must be," said the inspector, again scrutinizing the faint trace of pencil marks. "But why did he do it?" "Because he wanted to be executor and thus be able to convert into cash the securities he has stolen. He returned those, only a few. Oh, it was a clever and deep-laid scheme. Fisk has quantities of bonds and other valuable papers entirely unaccounted for, and which, as sole executor, he can cash at his leisure, all unknown to anyone." "How did you discover this?" "By the simplest clue. I chanced to notice on Mr. Hemingway's desk a pencil, freshly sharpened, but sharpened in a totally different way from those sharpened by the man himself. I looked at all the other pencils on his desk, at the one taken from his pocket, and at one in his bedroom. They're all sharpened in exactly the same way, with numerous long, careful shaves, producing a whittled pyramid. The pencil I spoke of, here it is sharpened by only 5 strong, clean cuts, making a short exposure of cut wood, quite different from the long point of wood in the others. Then I looked in the wastebasket, which at your orders had not been touched since the discovery of the crime, and on top I found the chips and lead dust of this very pencil. They were on top of some torn envelopes whose postmarks prove they had come in Monday evening's mail, which reaches the Hemingway house about 6:30. Hence, whoever sharpened that pencil did it after 6:30 o'clock Monday night, and before the discovery of Mr. Hemingway's dead body. Mr. Garson listened breathlessly. "And then?" he said. "And then," went on Bayliss, "I looked around for some pencils sharpened like that, and found several on and in Fisk's desk in the library. The pencil might have been borrowed from Fisk's desk, but it was sharpened right there at Mr. Hemingway's desk after 6:30 o'clock. Fisk, as you know, testified that he left at 4 and did not return until Tuesday morning." Bayliss' deductions were true. Confronted suddenly with the story and with the traced envelope, Fisk broke down completely and confessed all. He had been planning it for weeks and had the decoy letter ready to use when Mr. Hemingway should have a large amount of bonds in his own home safe. The whole story of the Saturday morning interview was a figment of Fisk's fertile brain, and of course Mr. Hemingway had no suspicions of his nephew. Fisk had known of the expected callers, had watched outside the house until the last one went away, and then, running up the steps, had stopped Mr. Hemingway just as he was closing the door and requested a short interview. Innocently enough, Mr. Hemingway took his secretary into the library, and, while waiting for his fell opportunity, Fisk talked over some business matters. While making a memorandum, Mr. Hemingway broke his pencil point, and unthinkingly, Fisk obligingly sharpened it. "And to think," murmured Bayliss to Harris, "that little act of ordinary courtesy proved his undoing."
"Marvelous, Bayliss, marvelous," said Harris. End of a point of testimony by Carolyn Wells. Back Home by J. Frank Davis. New York, Street and Smith Corporation, 1923.
Captain James Carmichael of the Texas Rangers, homebound after a week in Mexico City on official secret business for the governor, let his gaze rove idly through the window of his Pullman as the train paused in the late afternoon at an unimportant Mexican hill village. He saw a dingy station around which stood and squatted expressionless, stolid, serape-draped Indian men. Behind it, 2 or 3 square, flat adobe buildings, each a mean rabbit warren whose many doors were now crowded with staring women and babies. Beyond, in a disorder that made no reckoning of streets or avenues, 50 low shakals, barely higher than dog kennels, before which Indian women tended toy cooking fires or ground corn for tortillas. On a hill, a church. Far back beyond the hill's shoulder, a glimpse of the handsome hacienda, whose master was feudal lord of this narrow corner of the Republic, or had been, before the revolutions. The village children of ages from 5 to a dozen, a swarm of them, were not with the men whose backs rested against the station walls, or the women in their doorways or about the fires, but were strung along the track for the length of the train, trotting beside the Pullmans as they slowed. One could see them if he pressed his face to the screen and looked down. One could hear them whether he looked or not. They were all softly whining, their eyes upcast to the car windows, their high-pitched voices almost a chorus in unison. Santa Vita. Santa Vita. Por gracias Dios. Santa Vita. Captain Carmichael was not thinking of the things his eyes saw or his ears heard. They were not unique. At least the half-dozen times since noon the train had stopped where the passengers' eyes rested upon a dingy station, many-doored adobe rabbit warrens. Chacals with women tending toy fires before them, lounging men and swarming children, who trotted beside the cars and begged, in the name of God, a little penny. The ranger had noted the name of the station on its sign, and it had brought his mind back to the errand that had taken him to the Mexican capital, and the report that he should make to the governor at Austin. For it was not many miles back of this hill village that the Tarbox Exploration and Mining Company had one of its greatest concessions. And what the ranger captain would have to say to the governor would of necessity contain many a mention of the Tarbox Exploration and Mining Company. And then suddenly, as the car brakes jammed tight and the train came to its full stop, he saw a white man standing beside the track, a traveling bag on the ground by his feet. Plainly an American or an Englishman, and the first the captain had seen at any station that afternoon. He wondered if perchance this man was one of the Tarbox outfit. It was not necessarily so, for there were other mining outfits in these hills, but it was possible. A moment later, the porter came bustling into Carmichael's car, bearing the white man's bag, which he put in a section almost opposite the captain, and the white man followed him. Presently, when the train was again in motion and the conductors came through, the ranger overheard sufficient of their conversation to learn that the new passenger was bound for San Antonio. The man was at least as old as Carmichael, who was 53, and he looked rather more like an American than an Englishman. But the big bag that contained his belongings had never been made anywhere but in the British Isles. His dress was rough and worn, as would be expected of any Anglo-Saxon coming aboard there in the mountains. But Captain Carmichael's experience was a section where one gauges a man by everything but his clothes. And there was something in this stranger's bearing that gave an impression of success and prosperity. He was tall and at first glance seemed thin, but his movements indicated a lean wiriness that bespoke an active life in the open, as did the sun-browned skin of his face and hands. His hair, short, trimmed by a barber not more than 3 weeks since, was wholly white, and his face, smooth-shaven, might have been sternly handsome but for a scar, old and faded but deep and puckering, that crossed his upper lip almost from corner to corner, and drew the lip upward into an expression of perpetual disdain. Carmichael's first thought, as he observed the scar, was that if it were on his face, he would conceal it with a mustache. His second, that hair, in all probability, would not grow on that lip. The man settled into his seat and stared out of the window, and it seemed to Captain Carmichael that there was something vaguely familiar about his profile. More than 25 years in the ranger service had cultivated his memory for faces, yet if he had ever seen the man before, the recollection of when and where evaded him. He felt positive he had never seen that unusual scar, and it obviously was an ancient one, which would mean that if he had ever seen the man, it must have been long ago. Until dusk fell, the stranger sat quietly in his seat, seldom moving, his eyes on the passing landscape, his face stern and brooding. Carmichael might have tried to open a conversation with him, but another passenger who did so was politely but firmly discouraged. and after having got a good full-face study of him in the dining car, Captain Carmichael became convinced that he did not know the man, that his impression of having met him somewhere was due merely to the stranger's slight resemblance to somebody else. The correctness of this judgment was borne out at the Rio Grande. When the train stopped in the middle of the International Bridge the next morning, and he heard the conversation between the stranger and the American Customs and Immigration officers. The man's papers were in perfect order, and he bore in his big British bag or on his person nothing dutiable and no firearms. His name was Andrew Miller, and he was a citizen of Argentina, of English birth. This was his first visit to the United States. He had had business in Mexico and wished to see a portion of the big Northern Republic. He expected to return to South America within a month or two. The train rolled on to San Antonio, where the scar-lipped Argentinian left it. Captain Carmichael continued on to Austin. There, the governor gave him an hour of earnest conference the following forenoon, as an outcome of which it was decided his next investigations had best be made in San Antonio. He took an afternoon train and that evening found him registered at the Hotel Bonham, in whose wide lobby and its overlooking mezzanine, if he but waits long enough, one may see practically every refugee, revolutionary, and plotter against the peace of Mexico that visits the Texas metropolis. And there in the Bonham lobby, after dinner, he again saw Andrew Miller. The man was in different clothing, new clothing of a smoother weave and more fashionable cut than he had worn on the train, and he sat in an armchair that gave him a view of the desk and the passing crowds. The ranger thought he might be waiting for some acquaintance, but when an hour had passed and Carmichael had finished his evening paper, always with his eyes over the top of it for a sight of the Mexicans he had come there to watch. If they should drop in, Miller still sat idle, unspeaking and unspoken to. And then, at a moment when the ranger's gaze chanced to be upon him, he saw something, or someone, near the main entrance, that so affected his emotions that he could not wholly conceal them. He did not start. He did not move so much as a finger, but his features stiffened ever so slightly, and into his eyes came an expression such as comes into the eyes of the hunter when, after stealthily stalking, he comes into view of his quarry. Carmichael looked quickly in the direction in which Miller was staring. He saw a score of men and half as many women entering and leaving the hotel. Discarding those who were going out as unlikely to have attracted Miller's attention, since he had had opportunity to see them before, the ranger swiftly appraised the new arrivals. One or two were traveling men, just alighted from a depot streetcar, hustling with their bags toward the desk. The remainder were women in filmy dresses and their well-groomed escorts, who passed, laughing and chattering, toward the corridor that led to the big ballroom, from which a crash of drums and saxophones some time since had signaled the opening of a dance. It was quite evidently to be a big dance, for 100 or more festively dressed couples had already passed into it, and more were constantly arriving. Miller's eyes followed a group of these newly arrived dance patrons. He might be observing any one of the 20 or more. Captain Carmichael studied the group. They were, for the most part, young people, and Carmichael recognized several as sons and daughters of well-to-do businessmen of the city. 2 of them were already successful in their own right: Morton Perry, the real estate operator, and Wallace Locke, the oil man. Each of these had inherited money and skillfully increased it, although there the comparison ended, because Perry's initial stake had been not more than $50,000, while Locke's father, an old cattleman, had left him close to $500,000. Each of them, although barely past 30, had at least doubled his original capital. A pretty girl moved beside each as he passed on into the ballroom. Perry's companion was his wife, a slight, bobbed-haired bunch of vivacity. With Locke was Edith Aylesbury, a merry girl of 23 with a creamy complexion and flaming hair, whom Captain Carmichael had known slightly all her life, being an acquaintance of her aunt, who had reared her since she was orphaned in infancy. He recalled that he had heard she was engaged to Locke, that they were to be married in a month or two. the captain's eyes as the group disappeared, and others coming from the entrance took their places, returned to the chair where the Argentinian had sat to find it vacant. Miller now stood at the desk talking to a clerk. Presently, nodding as though in thanks for some information, he left the desk and went to a chair, not the one he had vacated with its full view of the entrance, but another in a far corner. Seated in it, he paid no more attention to the throng, but fell into deep thought. Captain Carmichael frowned as he studied the situation that had suddenly developed. Certain facts which aligned themselves in his mind seemed to have a bearing on one another, and on the very assignment from the governor on which he was engaged. Texas, as the next-door neighbor to Mexico, has many business relationships with the Southern Republic, and Texans believe they understand Mexico and Mexicans better than do the residents of most other states. There was a period, during the early revolutions, the insane plan of San Diego, which set the border aflame, and the aftermaths of the Columbus raid, when the administration at Washington did not satisfy Texans because it watched and waited. Following the establishment of relative order below the Rio Grande, certain of the Texas business citizenry became dissatisfied because watchfulness and waiting still continued, and the Mexican government was not officially recognized. With whether these were right or wrong, Captain Carmichael was not concerned. His duty was to the state administration, and that administration was doing what it might to bring about more perfect peace and understanding between the two countries. And it was convinced that more perfect peace and understanding was being hindered by certain American corporations which had financial interests below the Rio Grande. Such a corporation was the Tarbox Exploration and Mining Company, whose biggest concession was there in the mountains back of where Miller had boarded the train. Fighting the political ambitions and desires of the combination of which the Tarbox outfit was a member was another combination. Wallace Locke was a member of it, notwithstanding his youth, because of connections with the governor and other strong men of Texas. He was powerful. Miller was an Argentinian. He might not have come from the Tarbox camp, but, on the other hand, Carmichael lounged to the hotel desk and asked the clerk, who knew him well, "What did that old feller with the scar, Miller, ask you a few minutes ago?" Who the young man was with the young lady in white with the red hair, the clerk told him promptly. With Miss Aylesbury, although he didn't know her name. You told him, of course. Yes, he said he had thought Locke's face looked familiar, but must have been mistaken. Anything the matter with Miller, Captain? No, the ranger smiled. I was just curious. So Miller, who might be with the Tarbox crowd, was seeking to identify the Tarbox's strongest enemy in Texas. It came to the ranger that there had been attempts to buy Locke off which had failed, and that there had been courteous words that were veiled threats. Miller looked like a resolute man, a hard man. In all the hours the ranger had observed him, he had not once smiled. Captain Carmichael went and stood not far from the newsstand facing the lobby, and absently rearranged his necktie, after which he left the hotel by the side entrance. A young man who had been within sight all the evening but had not spoken to him rose from his seat, drifted out aimlessly through the other door, and went around the corner to where his captain stood in a shadowed doorway. There is an old fellow sitting not far from the manager's office, Carmichael said without preliminary. White-haired, smooth face, new clothes, bad scar on his upper lip. I saw him. Notice the scar. His name is Andrew Miller, born an Englishman. Now says he lives in Buenos Aires, and I reckon he does. He has the papers to prove it. Tourist. First trip to the States, he says. Came in on the train with me yesterday. We didn't get acquainted, but after seeing me there on the train, he'd be bound to notice me, of course, if I stuck too close to him. I want him followed tonight and tomorrow. Get McCampbell to help you and split up the work so he won't see too much of either one of you. I want to know what he does, who he sees, What he talks about? Yes, sir. That's all? The young man turned away. Oh, Burnham, you know that crowd I am watching. If he gets in touch with any of them, get me word as soon as you can, and try to fix it so you and McCampbell can split up and keep tabs on both him and the people he sees. All right, Cap'n. Ranger Burnham returned to the hotel. So, after a little, did Captain Carmichael, who observed as he entered that Andrew Miller was still sitting quietly in the same place, still deep in thought and unsmiling, and that Burnham was seemingly engrossed in a magazine at the other side of the lobby. The captain did not take further notice of the Argentinian. Indeed, there presently developed something else for him to do, when two well-dressed, Spanish-featured men, typical Mexican refugees of the wealthy class, entered together and met, apparently by accident, and to the mutual surprise of all the trio, a big, gray-mustached man who looked like a retired cattleman, was a lawyer of sorts, and really made the bulk of his excellent income as a lobbyist. These were some of the people, none of them directly connected with the tar box company, but all interested for various reasons in keeping alive friction between Mexico and the United States, on whom he had hoped to get his eyes this evening, and he was too busy observing them until they separated for the night to think again more than casually of the man with the disdainful scar. Nor did he see Miller during all the following day. At 6 o'clock, while he was washing up for dinner in his hotel room, Ranger Burnham knocked at his door and came in briskly. "Wallace Locke," he exclaimed the moment he had closed the door behind him. "If there is anything about Locke that this Miller hasn't found out, I don't know what it could be. He's asked questions about him from the cradle to this good day." "And didn't you tell me he's a stranger? Never been in the States before?" "That's what he claims," Carmichael said. "Bonk!" ejaculated Burnham. "This isn't the easiest city in the world for a stranger to find his way about in, and Miller got around it like it was his own dooryard. Without asking. Usually, when he did ask, it was about some part of the town that has changed the last few years. If he never was in San Antonio before, I never saw a tarantulan. And he wanted information regarding Locke, eh?" "What sort?" "And where did he go for it? Did he see any of the gang we are watching?" "Ranger," Burnham answered the last question first. "No, not one. His inquiries were made in exactly the places you would expect them to be made. If he is exactly who he says he is, a businessman, a stranger, who has a proposition that he is half thinking of putting up to Locke if the replies to his inquiries are satisfactory. He has been to banks, to the Chamber of Commerce, to a big businessman or two. He has good business credentials, from Buenos Aires." The questions he asked, however, had very little to do with Locke's business standing. They were mostly personal. In what way? As to his character and habits. What sort of a man is he? Does he drink? Does he gamble? Does he run around nights? If so, where? Grunted Carmichael. "Wants to know where to find him after dark, eh? It looks that way. And right in that connection comes a thing that could be mighty significant. Less than half an hour ago he got him a gun, a .45, and a box of cartridges. Where?" Burnham named the store. "Tucked it down into his pants. He's handled a .45 before, I'd say, from the way he did it, and then came here to the hotel. He has just gone up to his room." Captain Carmichael considered briefly. "If he's come here on some errand with Locke for that tar box outfit, and those questions look like he wants to know when and where to find him at bed hours," he said, "he isn't likely to lose any time. And with a gun hung on him." The captain crossed to where his own holstered pistol had been laid on the bed while he made his toilet, strapped it on and reached for his coat. "I reckon the time has come to ask Mr. Miller what his game is," he said. "Him toting a pistol that away without any permit to do so gives me a good excuse. I'll make him a little unannounced call. Go get your supper. I'll see you downstairs afterward. He already knew the location of Miller's room. 3 minutes later, he tapped on the door. A deep voice called, "Come," and Carmichael entered. The Argentinian stood facing him from near the bathroom entrance, not a dozen feet away, and instantly, without a word, when he saw the ranger, he went after his gun. It was not a fight. It was too one-sided and over too quickly to be called at. Miller's right hand went back to the weapon high on his hip with what might have seemed fair speed to the eyes of some Easterner unversed in the technique of pistol drawing, but a fatal slowness by the standards of the Southwest. Captain Carmichael covered the distance between them in 2 flying steps, and his own pistol leaped into his hand while he was taking the first of them. He easily could have killed the Argentinian where he stood, but he did not find it necessary. Miller had not got the new gun clear of his waistband when the ranger came within arm's reach. It was just coming free when the barrel of Carmichael's .45 crashed against the side of his head. He went down limp, his hands slipping from the half-drawn weapon. The captain had it safely out of reach, and had satisfied himself that Miller bore no other arms when the man opened his eyes, groaned, touched his head gently with his fingers, and made a dizzy effort to sit up. "Steady, hombre," Carmichael warned him gruffly. "I've got your gun. Take it easy. When your brain gets cleared a little, we'll talk." Miller did not groan again, although his head must have ached terribly. Once he had gained full control of his faculties, he did not even wince, and Carmichael noted this with approval. He admired men who could take what punishment came to them without whining. 2 or 3 minutes elapsed before Miller asked, "Do you mind if I sit in the chair, Cap'n?" Carmichael succeeded in concealing his surprise that Miller knew him. "Go to it," he said. He, too, took a seat, his pistol resting on his knee. "You won't be fool enough to start anything more," he said, moving it significantly. "If you do, you won't get away with it all right. Suppose you tell me." Miller interrupted him. He was staring at his own wrists as though puzzled. "I thought there'd be handcuffs on them," he said. "Much obliged. I'd hate to go out through that lobby handcuffed." "What did you go to pull a gun on me for that-a-way?" the ranger demanded. "You are a pretty darn lucky feller not to be dead this minute." "You would be if I couldn't see first look that you hadn't any speed." "It's been 22 years since I pulled a gun, or even wore one," Miller said. "But I wasn't pulling it on you." "Of course not. No, I wasn't really. It was for myself." He leaned forward and looked into the ranger's eyes earnestly. "See here, Carmichael. Couldn't the thing be fixed that way? I'll give you my word of honor, I don't want to hurt anybody else. Couldn't you let me have that pistol of mine back and go out of the room for a minute? That would make the least trouble for all concerned. Couldn't it be fixed?" He seemed to think instantly of an amendment to this, and added, "And you could let it stand that I am a stranger named Andrew Miller. My papers prove it." "Couldn't that be done too, so that the old business never came out at all? Couldn't it?" There was sincerity in the man's eyes. He meant what he said, and he was not Andrew Miller, but somebody else who he obviously thought the ranger knew. Until he himself gave some clue to his identity, the thing must be handled with tact. "Why?" Carmichael asked. "Why?" the man repeated. "Why?" Great heavens, after all these years, to have it come out right now. "You got a family yourself, haven't you? You used to have. Anyway, if you were in my place, what did you buy that gun for?" "I saw the game was up. You were closing in. When I saw you there in that Pullman, I wondered if you'd recognize me, and I thought sure you didn't. I've changed more than you have. My hair, last time you saw me, was thick and its natural color. And this," he touched the long, ragged scar on his upper lip, You never saw that nobody in Texas did. Nobody in Texas ever saw me without a mustache. I had it all raised when I came here. Not a living soul in the state knew I had this mark under it, except my wife, and she never saw it. I got it falling off a shed onto a harrow back there in Kentucky when I wasn't 12 years old. Just as soon as I was able to raise hair over it, I hid it. Then I raised whiskers too. I was 20 when I came to Texas, you know. So you thought I didn't recognize you there on the train? If I believed you did, I'd have left at the other side of the border. But when it seemed I'd got by you, I thought I could get by anybody, so I came on. Then there you were in the lobby last night, but you didn't seem to notice me much. So, I still thought I was all right until your man followed me today. How did you know him? I didn't, of course. He doesn't date back to my time. But I ran into him 3 or 4 times this afternoon, and finally I asked a man while he was in sight who he was. And the man didn't remember his name, but said he was a ranger. The man spread his hands. So then I knew it was all up, he said, and that I'd been a fool to come back into this country. And there was no getting away, so I decided to take the only way out. I got the gun. If you hadn't come in here about when you did, who was the man? Even with a mustache and beard imagined on his face, Carmichael could not reconstruct a face he knew, he said, groping for a clue. 22 years. Time goes, doesn't it? 22 years. And in all that time I have never asked a question about Texas that would show any knowledge of it. Never admitted I ever was in Texas. Never more than 3 or 4 times seen a Texas paper. I went to England on a cattle boat right after my escape, with the whiskers and mustache shaved off, of course, so they never spotted me. And then, after a while, to the Argentine. I've been there ever since. Prospered some, I take it. Yes, I've prospered. I am worth a good deal of money. It was one of my interests brought me to Mexico. I own more than half of the Buenaventura mine, there in the hills back of where you saw me get on the train. I had to come up to look it over. And when I thought that I was only a few 100 miles from San Antonio, well, the thing pulled me. I just had to come. Why, I didn't even know whether my girl was alive or dead. And I wanted to know for one thing. If she was living, I wanted to fix it so she'd get my property when I pass out. And I couldn't write to anybody. Of course, not without making talk. Been going straight all this time, eh? Carmichael was still groping. I never was anything else, the man protested. You never heard anything against me outside of that last killing, did you? And you never heard the truth of that? Nobody did. I don't remember all the details, the ranger said. It's a long time. I was railroaded, the man declared earnestly. You may not believe it. Convicts always say they were railroaded, but I was. The evidence was all against me. I didn't have a chance. But as true as there is a God in heaven, I never killed a man that wasn't trying to kill me. Not one of them. Everybody had to admit that until the last one. They got me that time without a friendly witness. Of course, anything I say isn't going to have any weight after all this time. The records of the court show for themselves. But it's a relief somehow to talk about it. The biggest thing in a man's life, and I've had to be dumb for 22 years. 22 years without a word from home. Although, after a while it stopped seeming like home. Buenos Aires is my home now. People down there don't think badly of me at all. If it wasn't for the girl. And yet, until I got into Mexico there, so close to Texas, I never really intended to look her up in person. You see, I didn't even know whether or not she'd lived. So you said, tell me about that killing, the straight of it. The man had quite recovered from the effects of his blow, except that an ugly lump was raising itself above his ear, which from time to time he patted softly. That feud between John Gator and me, he said, dated back a long time. He was the boss of Hiawatha County in those days, of course, and I was a sort of leader of the faction that was trying to pull him off his throne and get halfway decent government. Sheriff Aristo Coyne was his man, and all Coyne's deputies. And he was in with the Saran gang, a fine bunch of desperados and horse thieves, Carmichael murmured. And Dick Saran, the head of them, was a dirty killer, but nobody could do anything to him because Gator stood behind him, and Gator was above all the law there was in Hiawatha County. He was a powerful boss, and I fought him like a young fool. I was about 25. I am only 49 now. This white hair. Larry Beeson was governor, and Gator was his man. And that meant that he had the state backing for anything he chose to do, murder included, provided he delivered the votes of the county. The first killing was on an election day, when Buck Hamilton, one of Saran's gang, tried to vote a bunch of Mexicans solid that he brought across the river only that morning. He and I had words, and he went after his gun. I was some fast in those days, and I killed him. They couldn't do a thing to me. It was self-defense, and there were a lot of witnesses. But they had it in for me from that minute. I was a fool not to leave the county, but I was too stuffy. It took more than stuffiness to stay in Hiawatha County after John Gator and Dick Saran wanted a man out of it, the ranger said, sympathetically. So they laid for me, and inside of a year I had to kill 2 more of them. Even the thought of it brought a harassed, haunted look into the man's eyes. I slept those days with a gun, not under my pillow, but actually in bed with me, under my hand sometimes. Looking back on it, it seems as though I didn't really sleep during that whole year. It was along in the early part of that time that the baby was born, and my wife died when it was 4 days old, and it seemed to me I didn't much care whether they killed me or not. My wife's sister here in San Antonio took the baby. Then that gubernatorial campaign came along where Jeff Rich was running against Larry Beeson. And you remember there never was bloodier politics in Texas. I was for Jeff Rice to the limit, and when he was licked, after a close election, it looked as if word went out that it was an open season on the fellows that had fought Beeson the hardest. Anyway, a lot of them got killed pretty soon. One way and another while I wouldn't leave the county, and my turn came. That man Bristow of Saran's gang had a good reputation compared to most of the rest of them. He hadn't never killed a man, at least it never had been proved that he had, and maybe Gator and Saran had that in their minds when they set him to get me. I suppose the scheme had been all worked out for some time, waiting for the cards to fall just right. Anyway, he and I met one evening along about dusk near the post office, and there wasn't one single man in sight that didn't belong body and soul to Gator. And Bristow said fighting words to me and went after his pistol, and I beat him to it. Seems funny that I could beat fast gunmen to the draw in those days. When you think how slow I went after that pistol of mine just now, doesn't it? But after 22 years without practice. If another man that they couldn't manage hadn't come into sight just as I shot him, they'd probably have finished me right then and there, although perhaps I could have taken 2 or 3 of them along with me. But there was a preacher. One of these circuit riders came around the corner, just as Bristow fell. They didn't know, I suppose, whether he saw Bristow go after his gun first or not, although it turned out at the trial that he didn't. So they didn't keep the fight going, but one of them sneaked Bristow's pistol from where it lay beside him before the parson could get near enough to see what he was doing, and everybody swore I deliberately killed an unarmed man that had always had a reputation of being peaceable. For 3 seconds, the speaker stared gloomily before him, his eyes on that tragic past. Then, "That's all," he said simply. "Gator had the jury, and why they didn't hang me, I don't know." Perhaps he thought it would be a bigger punishment to send me to the pen. The sentence was life, and Deputy Sheriff Dominguez started with me for Huntsville, and you jumped off the train handcuffed while he was asleep. I jumped off the train, but he wasn't asleep, and I had the handcuffs loose in my hand when I jumped because they'd just been unlocked, and there was $1,000 in Miguel Dominguez's pocket the next day that hadn't been there before. It was pretty nearly all the money I had in the world, and Dominguez was willing to double-cross his own gang if the temptation was strong enough. He knew I'd never come back, and if I did and told it, I'd be just an escaped lifer trying to make trouble for an officer. "I've been trying to think of your first name, Alsbury," said Carmichael. "It is Martin, isn't it? You were always called Red." "Martin Alsbury," the other agreed. "Red Alsbury to everybody. In those days, the color's been gone out of my hair a good many years. The girls got it. That exact shade. She's a fine-looking young woman, Carmichael. Just to think that until day before yesterday I didn't even know whether she had lived or died. A man doesn't have much affection for a little bit of a baby, less than a year old, especially if its mother died when it came. I never thought much about Edith till lately, but as a man gets older." Suddenly the grim stoicism with which he had been speaking departed. His face distorted, and his voice broke as he implored, "Carmichael! Can't I have that gun and settle it the easiest way? Is it necessary she should ever know? She's going to marry that young Locke, and all day I've been checking him up. And he's a regular man. Just the kind I'd want her to marry. But if he and she knew that her father, she's never dreamed that I was alive. Is there any need for her to know? If you won't give me a gun, can't you slip me into Huntsville for the rest of my sentence without any of it ever getting into the papers? Cap'n, for those young folks' sakes." And now there was huskiness in the ranger's throat, too, as he cried harshly to conceal his own emotion. "Why, you darned old fool, you'll be at the wedding to give her away." Jeff Rich ran again for governor and was elected. 2 years after you escaped, they never could get track of you to let you know. And finally, when it was in all the papers and you didn't show up, everybody naturally supposed you were dead. One of the first things Jeff Rich did as governor was to sign your unconditional pardon. End of Back Home by J. Frank Davis.
Cenci by Alexandre Dumas. Should you ever go to Rome and visit the Villa Pamphili? No doubt, after having sought, under its tall pines and along its canals, the shade and freshness so rare in the capital of the Christian world, you will descend towards the Janiculum Hill by a charming road, in the middle of which you will find the Pauline Fountain. Having passed this monument, and having lingered a moment on the terrace of the Church of St. Peter Montorio, which commands the whole of Rome, you will visit the cloister of Bramante, in the middle of which, sunk a few feet below the level, is built on the identical place where St. Peter was crucified, a little temple, half Greek, half Christian. You will thence ascend by a side door into the church itself. There, the attentive cicerone will show you in the first chapel to the right, the Christ scourged by Sebastian del Piombo, and in the third chapel to the left, an entombment by Fiammingo. Having examined these two masterpieces at leisure, he will take you to each end of the transverse cross and will show you on one side a picture by Salviati on slate, and on the other a work by Vasari. Then, pointing out in melancholy tones a copy of Guido's Martyrdom of St. Peter on the high altar, he will relate to you how for 3 centuries the divine Raphael's Transfiguration was worshipped in that spot, how it was carried away by the French in 1809 and restored to the Pope by the Allies in 1814. As you have already in all probability admired this masterpiece in the Vatican, allow him to expatiate and search at the foot of the altar for a mortuary slab, which you will identify by a cross and the single word, Orate, Under this gravestone is buried Beatrice Cenci, whose tragical story cannot but impress you profoundly. She was the daughter of Francesco Cenci. Whether or not it be true that men are born in harmony with their epoch, and that some embody its good qualities and others its bad ones, it may nevertheless interest our readers to cast a rapid glance over the period which had just passed when the events which we are about to relate took place. Francesco Cenci will then appear to them as the diabolical incarnation of his time on the 11th of August 1492, after the lingering death agony of Innocent VIII, during which 220 murders were committed in the streets of Rome. Alexander VI ascended the pontifical throne. Son of a sister of Pope Calixtus III, Rodrigo Lenzuoli Borgia, before being created cardinal, had 5 children by Rosa Venosa, whom he afterwards caused to be married to a rich Roman. These children were Francis, Duke of Glandia; Caesar, bishop and cardinal, afterwards Duke of Valentinois; Lucrezia, who was married 4 times. Her first husband was Giovanni Sforza, Lord of Pesaro, whom she left owing to his impotence. The second, Alfonso, Duke of Bisigla, whom her brother Caesar caused to be assassinated. The third, Alfonso Dei, Duke of Ferrara, from whom a second divorce separated her. Finally, the fourth, Alfonso of Aragon, who was stabbed to death on the steps of the Basilica of St. Peter, and afterwards, 3 weeks later, strangled because he did not die soon enough from his wounds, which nevertheless were mortal, Geoffrey, Count of Squillace, of whom little is known, and, finally, a youngest son, of whom nothing at all is known. The most famous of these 3 brothers was Caesar Borgia. He had made every arrangement a plotter could make to be king of Italy at the death of his father the Pope, and his measures were so carefully taken as to leave no doubt in his own mind as to the success of this vast project. Every chance was provided against, except one, but Satan himself could hardly have foreseen this particular one. The reader will judge for himself. The Pope had invited Cardinal Adrian to supper in his vineyard on the Belvedere. Cardinal Adrian was very rich, and the Pope wished to inherit his wealth, as he already had acquired that of the Cardinals of Sant'Angelo, Capua, and Modena. To effect this, Caesar Borgia sent 2 bottles of poisoned wine to his father's cupbearer, without taking him into his confidence. He only instructed him not to serve this wine till he himself gave orders to do so. Unfortunately, during supper, the cupbearer left his post for a moment, and in this interval a careless butler served the poisoned wine to the Pope, to Caesar Borgia, and to Cardinal Corneto. Alexander VI died some hours afterwards. Caesar Borgia was confined to bed, and sloughed off his skin, while Cardinal Corneto lost his sight and his senses, and was brought to death's door. Pius III succeeded Alexander VI, and reigned 25 days. On the 26th, he was poisoned also. Caesar Borgia had under his control 18 Spanish cardinals, who owed to him their places in the Sacred College. These cardinals were entirely his creatures, and he could command them absolutely. As he was in a moribund condition and could make no use of them for himself, he sold them to Giuliano della Rovere, and Giuliano della Rovere was elected pope under the name of Julius II. To the Rome of Nero succeeded the Athens of Pericles. Leo X succeeded Julius II, and under his pontificate Christianity assumed a pagan character, which, passing from art into manners, gives to this epoch a strange complexion. Crimes for the moment disappeared, to give place to vices. But to charming vices, vices in good taste, such as those indulged in by Alcibiades and sung by Catullus. Leo X died after having assembled under his reign, which lasted 8 years, 8 months, and 19 days. Michelangelo, Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, Correggio, Titian, Andrea del Sarto, Fra Bartolomeo, Giulio Romano, Ariosto, Guicciardini, and Machiavelli. Giulio de' Medici and Pompeo Colonna had equal claims to succeed him, as both were skillful politicians, experienced courtiers, and moreover of real and almost equal merit. Neither of them could obtain a majority, and the conclave was prolonged almost indefinitely to the great fatigue of the cardinals. So it happened one day that a cardinal, more tired than the rest, proposed to elect, instead of either Medici or Colonna, the son, some say, of a weaver, others of a brewer of Utrecht, of whom no one had ever thought till then, and who was for the moment acting head of affairs in Spain, in the absence of Charles V. The jest prospered in the ears of those who heard it. All the cardinals approved their colleague's proposal, and Adrian became pope by a mere accident. He was a perfect specimen of the Flemish type, a regular Dutchman, and could not speak a word of Italian. When he arrived in Rome and saw the Greek masterpieces of sculpture collected at vast cost by Leo X, he wished to break them to pieces, exclaiming, "Sued idola antiquorum." His first act was to dispatch a papal nuncio, Francesco Cherigato, to the Diet of Nuremberg, convened to discuss the reforms of Luther with instructions which give a vivid notion of the manners of the time. "Candidly confess," said he, "that God has permitted this schism and this persecution on account of the sins of man, and especially those of priests and prelates of the Church, for we know that many abominable things have taken place in the Holy See." Adrian wished to bring the Romans back to the simple and austere manners of the early Church, and with this object pushed reform to the minutest details. For instance, of the 100 grooms maintained by Leo X, he retained only a dozen, in order, he said, to have 2 more than the cardinals. A pope like this could not reign long. He died after a year's pontificate. The morning after his death, his physician's door was found decorated with garlands of flowers, bearing this inscription: "To the liberator of his country." Giulio de' Medici and Pompeo Colonna were again rival candidates. Intrigues recommenced, and the conclave was once more so divided that at one time the cardinals thought they could only escape the difficulty in which they were placed by doing what they had done before, and electing a third competitor. They were even talking about Cardinal Orsini when Giulio de' Medici, one of the rival candidates, hit upon a very ingenious expedient. He wanted only 5 votes. 5 of his partisans each offered to bet 5 of Colonna's 100,000 ducats to 10,000 against the election of Giulio de' Medici. At the very first ballot after the wager, Giulio de' Medici got the 5 votes he wanted. No objection could be made. The cardinals had not been bribed. They had made a bet. That was all. Thus it happened. On the 18th of November, 1523, Giulio de' Medici was proclaimed pope under the name of Clement VII. The same day he generously paid the 500,000 ducats which his 5 partisans had lost. It was under this pontificate and during the 7 months in which Rome, conquered by the Lutheran soldiers of the Constable of Bourbon, saw holy things subjected to the most frightful profanations, that Francesco Cenci was born. He was the son of Monsignor Niccolò Cenci, afterwards apostolic treasurer during the pontificate of Pius V. Under this venerable prelate, who occupied himself much more with the spiritual than the temporal administration of his kingdom, Niccolò Cenci took advantage of his spiritual head's abstraction of worldly matters to amass a net revenue of 160,000 piastres, about F32,000 of our money. Francesco Cenci, who was his only son, inherited this fortune. His youth was spent under popes so occupied with the schism of Luther that they had no time to think of anything else. The result was that Francesco Cenci, inheriting vicious instincts and master of an immense fortune which enabled him to purchase immunity, abandoned himself to all the evil passions of his fiery and passionate temperament. 5 times during his profligate career imprisoned for abominable crimes, he only succeeded in procuring his liberation by the payment of 200,000 piastres, or about 1,000,000 francs. It should be explained that popes at this time were in great need of money. The lawless profligacy of Francesco Cenci first began seriously to attract public attention under the pontificate of Gregory XIII. This reign offered marvelous facilities for the development of a reputation such as that which this reckless Italian Don Juan seemed bent on acquiring. Under the Bolognese Boncompagno, a free hand was given to those able to pay both assassins and judges. Rape and murder were so common that public justice scarcely troubled itself with these trifling things. If nobody appeared to prosecute the guilty parties, the good Gregory had his reward for his easygoing indulgence. He was spared to rejoice over the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Francesco Cenci was, at the time of which we are speaking, a man of 44 or 45 years of age, about 5 feet 4 inches in height, symmetrically proportioned and very strong, although rather thin. His hair was streaked with gray, his eyes were large and expressive, although the upper eyelids drooped somewhat. His nose was long, his lips were thin, and wore habitually a pleasant smile, except when his eye perceived an enemy. At this moment his features assumed a terrible expression. On such occasions, and whenever moved or even slightly irritated, he was seized with a fit of nervous trembling, which lasted long after the cause which provoked it had passed. An adept in all manly exercises, and especially in horsemanship, he sometimes used to ride without stopping from Rome to Naples, a distance of 41 leagues. Passing through the forest of San Germano and the Pontine marshes, heedless of brigands, although he might be alone and unarmed, save for his sword and dagger. When his horse fell from fatigue, he bought another. Were the owner unwilling to sell, he took it by force. If resistance were made, he struck, and always with the point, never the hilt. In most cases, being well known throughout the Papal States as a free-handed person, nobody tried to thwart him, some yielding through fear, others from motives of interest. Impious, sacrilegious, and atheistical, he never entered a church except to profane its sanctity. It was said of him that he had a morbid appetite for novelties in crime, and that there was no outrage he would not commit if he hoped by so doing to enjoy a new sensation. At the age of about 45, he had married a very rich woman, whose name is not mentioned by any chronicler. She died, leaving him 7 children, 5 boys and 2 girls. He then married Lucrezia Petroni, a perfect beauty of the Roman type, except for the ivory pallor of her complexion. By this second marriage he had no children. As if Francesco Cenci were void of all natural affection, he hated his children and was at no pains to conceal his feelings towards them. On one occasion, when he was building in the courtyard of his magnificent palace near the Tiber, a chapel dedicated to St. Thomas, he remarked to the architect, when instructing him to design a family vault, "That is where I hope to bury them all." The architect often subsequently admitted that he was so terrified by the fiendish laugh which accompanied these words, that had not Francesco Cenci's work been extremely profitable, he would have refused to go on with it. As soon as his 3 eldest boys, Giacomo, Cristoforo, and Rocco, were out of their tutor's hands in order to get rid of them, he sent them to the University of Salamanca, where, out of sight, they were out of mind, for he thought no more about them, and did not even send them the means of subsistence. In these straits, after struggling for some months against their wretched plight, the lads were obliged to leave Salamanca and beg their way home, tramping barefoot through France and Italy till they made their way back to Rome, where they found their father harsher and more unkind than ever. This happened in the early part of the reign of Clement VIII, famed for his justice. The 3 youths resolved to apply to him to grant them an allowance out of their father's immense income. They consequently repaired to Frascati, where the Pope was building the beautiful Aldobrandini villa, and stated their case. The Pope admitted the justice of their claims and ordered Francesco to allow each of them 2,000 crowns a year. He endeavored by every possible means to evade this decree, but the Pope's orders were too stringent to be disobeyed. About this period he was for the 3rd time imprisoned for infamous crimes. His 3 sons then again petitioned the Pope, alleging that their father dishonored the family name, and praying that the extreme rigor of the law, a capital sentence, should be enforced in his case. The Pope pronounced this conduct unnatural and odious, and drove them with ignominy from his presence. As for Francesco, he escaped, as on the 2 previous occasions, by the payment of a large sum of money. It will be readily understood that his sons' conduct on this occasion did not improve their father's disposition towards them. But as their independent pensions enabled them to keep out of his way, his rage fell with all the greater intensity on his 2 unhappy daughters. Their situation soon became so intolerable that the elder, contriving to elude the close supervision under which she was kept, forwarded to the Pope a petition, relating the cruel treatment to which she was subjected, and praying His Holiness either to give her in marriage or place her in a convent. Clement VIII took pity on her, compelled Francesco Cenci to give her a dowry of 60,000 crowns, and married her to Carlo Gabrielli, of a noble family of Gubbio. Francesco, driven nearly frantic with rage when he saw this victim released from his clutches, balbued, the same time, death relieved him from 2 other encumbrances. His sons Rocco and Cristoforo were killed within a year of each other, the latter by a bungling medical practitioner whose name is unknown, the former by Paolo Corso di Massa, in the streets of Rome. This came as a relief to Francesco, whose avarice pursued his sons even after their death. Far he intimated to the priest that he would not spend a farthing on funeral services. They were accordingly borne to the paupers' graves, which he had caused to be prepared for them, and when he saw them both interred, he cried out that he was well rid of such good-for-nothing children, but that he should be perfectly happy only when the remaining 5 were buried with the first 2, and that when he had got rid of the last, he himself would burn down his palace as a bonfire to celebrate the event. But Francesco took every precaution against his second daughter, Beatrice Cenci, following the example of her elder sister. She was then a child of 12 or 13 years of age, beautiful and innocent as an angel. Her long, fair hair, a beauty seen so rarely in Italy, that Raphael, believing it divine, has appropriated it to all his Madonnas, curtained a lovely forehead, and fell in flowing locks over her shoulders. Her azure eyes bore a heavenly expression. She was of middle height, exquisitely proportioned, and during the rare moments when a gleam of happiness allowed her natural character to display itself, she was lively, joyous, and sympathetic, but at the same time evinced a firm and decided disposition. To make sure of her custody, Francesco kept her shut up in a remote apartment of his palace, the key of which he kept in his own possession. There her unnatural and inflexible jailer daily brought her some food. Up to the age of 13, which she had now reached, he had behaved to her with the most extreme harshness and severity. But now, to poor Beatrice's great astonishment, he all at once became gentle and even tender. Beatrice was a child no longer. Her beauty expanded like a flower, and Francesco, a stranger to no crime, however heinous, had marked her for his own. Brought up as she had been, uneducated, deprived of all society, even that of her stepmother, Beatrice knew not good from evil. Her ruin was comparatively easy to compass, yet Francesco, to accomplish his diabolical purpose, employed all the means at his command. Every night she was awakened by a concert of music which seemed to come from paradise. When she mentioned this to her father, he left her in this belief, adding that if she proved gentle and obedient, she would be rewarded by heavenly sights as well as heavenly sounds. One night it came to pass that as the young girl was reposing, her head supported on her elbow, and listening to a delightful harmony, the chamber door suddenly opened, and from the darkness of her own room she beheld a suite of apartments brilliantly illuminated and sensuous with perfumes. Beautiful youths and girls, half-clad, such as she had seen in the pictures of Guido and Raphael, moved to and fro in these apartments, seeming full of joy and happiness. These were the ministers to the pleasures of Francesco, who, rich as a king, every night reveled in the orgies of Alexandre, the wedding revels of Lucretia, and the excesses of Tiberius at Capri. After an hour the door closed, and the seductive vision vanished, leaving Beatrice full of trouble and amazement. The night following, the same apparition again presented itself. Only on this occasion, Francesco Cenci, undressed, entered his daughter's room and invited her to join the fete. Hardly knowing what she did, Beatrice yet perceived the impropriety of yielding to her father's wishes. She replied that, not seeing her stepmother, Lucrezia Petroni, among all these women, she dared not leave her bed to mix with persons who were unknown to her. Francesco threatened and prayed, but threats and prayers were of no avail. Beatrice wrapped herself up in the bedclothes and obstinately refused to obey. The next night she threw herself on her bed without undressing. At the accustomed hour the door opened and the nocturnal spectacle reappeared. This time, Lucrezia Petroni was among the women who passed before Beatrice's door. Violence had compelled her to undergo this humiliation. Beatrice was too far off to see her blushes and her tears. Francesco pointed out her stepmother, whom she had lacked for in vain the previous evening. And as she could no longer make any opposition, he led her, covered with blushes and confusion, into the middle of this orgy. Beatrice there saw incredible and infamous things. Nevertheless, she resisted a long time. An inward voice told her that this was horrible, but Francesco had the slaw persistence of a demon. To these sights, calculated to stimulate her passions, he added heresies designed to warp her mind. He told her that the greatest saints, venerated by the Church, were the issue of fathers and daughters, and in the end Beatrice committed a crime without even knowing it to be a sin. His brutality then knew no bounds. He forced Lucrezia and Beatrice to share the same bed, threatening his wife to kill her if she disclosed to his daughter by a single word that there was anything odious in such an intercourse. So matters went on for about 3 years. At this time Francesco was obliged to make a journey and leave the women alone and free. The first thing Lucrezia did was to enlighten Beatrice and the infamy of the life they were leading. They then together prepared a memorial to the Pope, in which they laid before him a statement of all the blows and outrages they had suffered. But, before leaving, Francesco Cenci had taken precautions. Every person about the Pope was in his pay, or hoped to be. The petition never reached His Holiness, and the 2 poor women, remembering that Clement VIII had on a former occasion driven Giacomo Cristoforo and Rocco from his presence, thought they were included in the same proscription, and looked upon themselves as abandoned to their fate. When matters were in this state, Giacomo, taking advantage of his father's absence, came to pay them a visit with a friend of his, an abbé named Guerra. He was a young man of 25 or 26, belonging to one of the most noble families in Rome, of a bold, resolute, and courageous character, and idolized by all the Roman ladies for his beauty. To classical features he added blue eyes swimming in poetic sentiment. His hair was long and fair, with chestnut beard and eyebrows. Add to these attractions a highly educated mind. Natural eloquence, expressed by a musical and penetrating voice, and the reader may form some idea of Monsignor the Abbé Guerra. No sooner had he seen Beatrice than he fell in love with her. On her side, she was not slow to return the sympathy of the young priest. The Council of Trent had not been held at that time. Consequently, ecclesiastics were not precluded from marriage. It was therefore decided that on the return of Francesco, the Abbé Guerra should demand the hand of Beatrice from her father, and the women, happy in the absence of their master, continued to live on, hoping for better things to come. After 3 or 4 months, during which no one knew where he was, Francesco returned the very first night. He wished to resume his intercourse with Beatrice. But she was no longer the same person. The timid and submissive child had become a girl of decided will. Strong in her love for the abbé, she resisted alike prayers, threats, and blows. The wrath of Francesco fell upon his wife, whom he accused of betraying him. He gave her a violent thrashing. Lucrezia Petroni was a veritable Roman she. Wolf, passionate alike in love and vengeance, she endured all, but pardoned nothing. Some days after this, the Abbé Guerra arrived at the Cenci palace to carry out what had been arranged. Rich, young, noble and handsome. Everything would seem to promise him success. Yet he was rudely dismissed by Francesco. The first refusal did not daunt him. He returned to the charge a second time, and yet a third, insisting upon the suitableness of such a union. At length, Francesco, losing patience, told this obstinate lover that a reason existed why Beatrice could be neither his wife nor any other man's. Guerra demanded what this reason was. Francesco replied, "Because she is my mistress." Monsignor Guerra turned pale at this answer, although at first he did not believe a word of it. But when he saw the smile with which Francesco Cenci accompanied his words, he was compelled to believe that, terrible though it was, the truth had been spoken. For 3 days he sought an interview with Beatrice in vain. At length he succeeded in finding her. His last hope was her denial of this horrible story. Beatrice confessed all. Henceforth there was no human hope for the two lovers. An impassable gulf separated them. They parted bathed in tears, promising to love one another always. Upping to that time, the two women had not formed any criminal resolution, and possibly the tragical incident might never have happened. Had not Francis one night returned into his daughter's room and violently forced her into the commission of fresh crime. Henceforth the doom of Francesco was irrevocably pronounced. As we have said, the mind of Beatrice was susceptible to the best and the worst influences. It could attain excellence and descend to guilt. She went and told her mother of the fresh outrage she had undergone. This roused in the heart of the other woman the sting of her own wrongs, and, stimulating each other's desire for revenge, they decided upon the murder of Francesco. Guerra was called in to this council of death. His heart was a prey to hatred and revenge. He undertook to communicate with Giacomo Cenci, without whose concurrence the women would not act, as he was the head of the family, when his father was left out of account. Giacomo entered readily into the conspiracy. It will be remembered what he had formerly suffered from his father. Since that time he had married, and the close-fisted old man had left him, with his wife and children, to languish in poverty. Guerra's house was selected to meet in and concert matters. Giacomo hired a sbirro named Marcio, and Guerra a second named Olimpio. Both these men had private reasons for committing the crime, one being actuated by love, the other by hatred. Marcio, who was in the service of Giacomo, had often seen Beatrice, and loved her, but with that silent and hopeless love which devours the soul. When he conceived that the proposed crime would draw him nearer to Beatrice, he accepted his part in it without any demur. As for Olimpio, he hated Francesco because the latter had caused him to lose the post of castellan of Rocco Petrella, a fortified stronghold in the kingdom of Naples belonging to Prince Colonna. Almost every year Francesco Cenci spent some months at Rocco Petrella with his family, for Prince Colonna, a noble and magnificent but needy prince, had much esteem for Francesco, whose purse he found extremely useful. It had so happened that Francesco, being dissatisfied with Olimpio, complained about him to Prince Colonna, and he was dismissed. After several consultations between the Cenci family, the Abbé, and the Sbirri, the following plan of action was decided upon. The period when Francesco Cenci was accustomed to go to Rocco Petrella was approaching. It was arranged that Olimpio, conversant with the district and its inhabitants, should collect a party of 12 Neapolitan bandits and conceal them in a forest through which the travelers would have to pass. Upon a given signal, the whole family were to be seized and carried off. A heavy ransom was to be demanded, and the sons were to be sent back to Rome to raise the sum. But under pretext of inability to do so, they were to allow the time fixed by the bandits to lapse, when Francesco was to be put to death. Thus all suspicions of a plot would be avoided, and the real assassins would escape justice. This well-devised scheme was nevertheless unsuccessful. When Francesco left Rome, the scouts sent in advance by the conspirators could not find the bandits. The latter, not being warned beforehand, failed to come down before the passage of the travelers, who arrived safe and sound at Rocco Petrella. The bandits, after having patrolled the road in vain, came to the conclusion that their prey had escaped, and unwilling to stay any longer in a place where they had already spent a week, went off in quest of better luck elsewhere. Francesco had in the meantime settled down in the fortress, and to be more free to tyrannize over Lucrezia and Beatrice, sent back to Rome Giacomo and his 2 other sons. He then recommenced his infamous attempts upon Beatrice, and with such persistence that she resolved herself to accomplish the deed which at first she desired to entrust to other hands. Olimpio and Marzio, who had nothing to fear from justice, remained lurking about the castle. One day Beatrice saw them from a window and made signs that she had something to communicate to them. The same night Olimpio, who, having been castellan, knew all the approaches to the fortress, made his way there with his companion. Beatrice awaited them at a window which looked on to a secluded courtyard. She gave them letters which she had written to her brother and to Monsignor Guerra. The former was to approve, as he had done before, the murder of their father, for she would do nothing without his sanction. As for Monsignor Guerra, he was to pay Olimpio 1,000 piastres, half the stipulated sum. Marzio acting out of pure love for Beatrice, whom he worshipped as a Madonna, which, observing, the girl gave him a handsome scarlet mantle trimmed with gold lace, telling him to wear it for love of her. As for the remaining moiety, it was to be paid when the death of the old man had placed his wife and daughter in possession of his fortune. The 2 sbirri departed, and the imprisoned conspirators anxiously awaited their return. On the day fixed, they were seen again. Monsignor Guerra had paid the 1,000 piastres, and Giacomo had given his consent. Nothing now stood in the way of the execution of this terrible deed, which was fixed for the 8th of September, the day of the Nativity of the Virgin. But Signora Lucrezia, a very devout person, having noticed this circumstance, would not be a party to the committal of a double sin. The matter was therefore deferred till the next day, the 9th. That evening, the 9th of September, 1598, the 2 women, supping with the old man, mixed some narcotic with his wine so adroitly that, suspicious though he was, he never detected it, and, having swallowed the potion, soon fell into a deep sleep. The evening previous, Marzio and Olimpio had been admitted into the castle, where they had lain concealed all night and all day, for, as will be remembered, the assassination would have been effected the day before, had it not been for the religious scruples of Signora Lucrezia Petroni. Towards midnight, Beatrice fetched them out of their hiding-place and took them to her father's chamber, the door of which she herself opened. The assassins entered, and the 2 women awaited the issue in the room adjoining. After a moment, seeing the sbirri reappear pale and nerveless, shaking their heads without speaking, they at once inferred that nothing had been done. "What is the matter?" cried Beatrice, "and what hinders you?" "It is a cowardly act," replied the assassins, "to kill a poor old man in his sleep." At the thought of his age we were struck with pity. Then Beatrice disdainfully raised her head, and in a deep, firm voice thus reproached them. "Is it possible that you, who pretend to be brave and strong, have not courage enough to kill a sleeping old man? How would it be if you were awake, and thus you steal our money? Very well. Since your cowardice compels me to do so, I will kill my father myself, but you will not long survive him." Hearing these words, the sbirri felt ashamed of their irresolution, and, indicating by signs that they would fulfill their compact, they entered the room accompanied by the 2 women. As they had said, a ray of moonlight shone through the open window, and brought into prominence the tranquil face of the old man, the sight of whose white hair had so affected them. This time they showed no mercy. One of them carried 2 great nails, such as those portrayed in pictures of the crucifixion. The other bore a mallet. The first placed a nail upright over one of the old man's eyes. The other struck it with the hammer and drove it into his head. The throat was pierced in the same way with the second nail, and thus the guilty soul, stained throughout its career with crimes of violence, was in its turn violently torn from the body, which lay writhing on the floor where it had rolled. The young girl then, faithful to her word, handed the sbirri a large purse containing the rest of the sum agreed upon, and they left. When they found themselves alone, the women drew the nails out of the wounds, wrapped the corpse in a sheet, and dragged it through the rooms towards a small rampart, intending to throw it down into a garden, which had been allowed to run to waste. They hoped that the old man's death would be attributed to his having accidentally fallen off the terrace on his way in the dark to a closet at the end of the gallery. But their strength failed them when they reached the door of the last room, and while resting there, Lucrezia perceived the two sbirri sharing the money before making their escape. At her call they came to her, carried the corpse to the rampart, and, from a spot pointed out by the women where the terrace was unfenced by any parapet, they threw it into an elder tree below whose branches retained it suspended. When the body was found the following morning hanging in the branches of the elder tree, everybody supposed, as Beatrice and her stepmother had foreseen, that Francesco, stepping over the edge of the 386 terrace in the dark, had thus met his end. The body was so scratched and disfigured that no one noticed the wounds made by the two nails. The ladies, as soon as the news was imparted to them, came out from their rooms, weeping and lamenting in so natural a manner as to disarm any suspicions. The only person who formed any was the laundress to whom Beatrice entrusted the sheet in which her father's body had been wrapped, accounting for its bloody condition by a lame explanation, which the laundress accepted without question, or pretended to do so. And immediately after the funeral, the mourners returned to Rome, hoping at length to enjoy quietude and peace. For some time indeed they did enjoy tranquillity, perhaps poisoned by remorse, but ere long retribution pursued them. The court of Naples, hearing of the sudden and unexpected death of Francesco Cenci, and conceiving some suspicions of violence, dispatched a royal commissioner to Petrella to exhume the body and make minute inquiries if there appeared to be adequate grounds for doing so. On his arrival, all the domestics in the castle were placed under arrest and sent in chains to Naples. No incriminating proofs, however, were found, except in the evidence of the laundress, who deposed that Beatrice had given her a blood-stained sheet to wash. This clue led to terrible consequences. For further question, she declared that she could not believe the explanation given to account for its condition. The evidence was sent to the Roman court, but at that period it did not appear strong enough to warrant the arrest of the Cenci family, who remained undisturbed for many months, during which time the youngest boy died. Of the 5 brothers there only remained Giacomo, the eldest, and Bernardo, the youngest but one. Nothing prevented them from escaping to Venice or Florence, but they remained quietly in Rome. Meantime, Monsignor Guerra received private information that, shortly before the death of Francesco, Marzio and Olimpio had been seen prowling round the castle, and that the Neapolitan police had received orders to arrest them. The Monsignor was a most wary man, and very difficult to catch napping when warned in time. He immediately hired 2 other sbirri to assassinate Marzio and Olimpio. The one commissioned to put Olimpio out of the way came across him at Terni, and conscientiously did his work with a poniard, but Marzio's man unfortunately arrived at Naples too late, and found his bird already in the hands of the police. He was put to the torture, and confessed everything. His deposition was sent to Rome, whither he shortly afterwards followed it, to be confronted with the accused. Warrants were immediately issued for the arrest of Giacomo, Bernardo, Lucrezia, and Beatrice. They were at first confined in the Cenci palace under a strong guard. But the proofs against them becoming stronger and stronger, they were removed to the castle of Corte Savella, where they were confronted with Marzio. But they obstinately denied both any complicity in the crime and any knowledge of the assassin. Beatrice, above all, displayed the greatest assurance, demanding to be the first to be confronted with Marzio, whose mendacity she affirmed with such calm dignity that he, more than ever smitten by her beauty, determined, since he could not live for her, to save her by his death. Consequently, he declared all his statements to be false, and asked forgiveness from God and from Beatrice. Neither threats nor tortures could make him recant, and he died firm in his denial, under frightful tortures. The Cenci then thought themselves safe. God's justice, however, still pursued them. The sparrow who had killed Olympio happened to be arrested for another crime, and, making a clean breast, confessed that he had been employed by Monsignor Guerra to put out of the way a fellow assassin named Olympio, who knew too many of the Monsignor's secrets. Luckily for himself, Monsignor Guerra heard of this opportunely. A man of infinite resource, he lost not a moment in timid or irresolute plans. But as it happened that, at the very moment when he was warned, the charcoal dealer who supplied his house with fuel was at hand, he sent for him, purchased his silence with a handsome bribe, and then, buying for almost their weight in gold the dirty old clothes which he wore, he assumed these, cut off all his beautiful, cherished fair hair, stained his beard, smudged his face, bought 2 asses laden with charcoal, and limped up and down the streets of Rome crying, "Charcoal! Charcoal!" Then, whilst all the detectives were hunting high and low for him, he got out of the city, met a company of merchants under escort, joined them, and reached Naples, where he embarked. What ultimately became of him was never known. It has been asserted, but without confirmation, that he succeeded in reaching France, and enlisted in a Swiss regiment in the pay of Henry IV. The confession of the sparrow and the disappearance of Monsignor Guerra left no moral doubt of the guilt of the Cenci. They were consequently sent from the castle to the prison. The 2 brothers, when put to the torture, broke down and confessed their guilt. Lucrezia Petroni's full habit of body rendered her unable to bear the torture of the rope, and, on being suspended in the air, begged to be lowered, when she confessed all she knew. As for Beatrice, she continued unmoved. Neither promises, threats, nor torture had any effect upon her. She bore everything unflinchingly, and the judge, Ulysses Moscati himself, famous though he was in such matters, failed to draw from her a single incriminating word. Unwilling to take any further responsibility, he referred the case to Clement VIII, and the Pope, conjecturing that the judge had been too lenient in applying the torture to a young and beautiful Roman lady, took it out of his hands and entrusted it to another judge, whose severity and insensibility to emotion were undisputed. This latter reopened the whole interrogatory, and as Beatrice up to that time had only been subjected to the ordinary torture, he gave instructions to apply both the ordinary and extraordinary. This was the rope and pulley, one of the most terrible inventions ever devised by the most ingenious of tormentors. To make the nature of this horrid torture plain to our readers, we give a detailed description of it, adding an extract of the presiding judge's report of the case taken from the Vatican manuscripts. Of the various forms of torture then used in Rome, the most common were the whistle, the fire, the sleepless, and the rope. The mildest, the torture of the whistle, was used only in the case of children and old persons. It consisted in thrusting between the nails in the flesh reeds cut in the shape of whistles. The fire, frequently employed before the invention of the sleepless torture, was simply roasting the soles of the feet before a hot fire. The sleepless torture, invented by Marsilius, was worked by forcing the accused into an angular frame of wood about 5 feet high, the sufferer being stripped and his arms tied behind his back to the frame. 2 men relieved every 5 hours sat beside him and roused him the moment he closed his eyes. Marsilius says he has never found a man proof against this torture, but here he claims more than he is justly entitled to. Farinacci states that, out of 100 accused persons subjected to it, 5 only refused to confess, a very satisfactory result for the inventor. Lastly comes the torture of the rope and pulley, the most in vogue of all, and known in other Latin countries as the strappato. It was divided into 3 degrees of intensity: the slight, the severe, and the very severe. The first or slight torture, which consisted mainly in the apprehensions it caused, comprised the threat of severe torture, introduction into the torture chamber, stripping, and the tying of the rope in readiness for its appliance. To increase the terror these preliminaries excited, a pang of physical pain was added by tightening a cord round the wrists. This often sufficed to extract a confession from women or men of highly strung nerves. The second degree, or severe torture, consisted in fastening the sufferer, stripped naked, and his hands tied behind his back by the wrists to one end of a rope passed round a pulley bolted into the vaulted ceiling, the other end being attached to a windlass, by turning which he could be hoisted into the air and dropped again, either slowly or with a jerk, as ordered by the judge. The suspension generally lasted during the recital of a Pater Noster, an Ave Maria, or a Miserere. If the accused persisted in his denial, it was doubled. This second degree, the last of the ordinary torture, was put in practice when the crime appeared reasonably probable, but was not absolutely proved. The third, or very severe, the first of the extraordinary forms of torture, was so called when the sufferer, having hung suspended by the wrists for sometimes a whole hour, was swung about by the executioner, either like the pendulum of a clock, or by elevating him with the windlass and dropping him to within a foot or two of the ground. If he stood this torture, a thing almost unheard of, seeing that it cut the flesh of the wrist to the bone and dislocated the limbs, weights were attached to the feet, thus doubling the torture. This last form of torture was only applied when an atrocious crime had been proved to have been committed upon a sacred person, such as a priest, a cardinal, a prince, or an eminent and learned man. Having seen that Beatrice was sentenced to the torture ordinary and extraordinary, and having explained the nature of these tortures, we proceed to quote the official report. And, as in reply to every question she would confess nothing, we caused her to be taken by 2 officers and led from the prison to the torture chamber, where the torturer was in attendance. There, after cutting off her hair, he made her sit on a small stool, undressed her, pulled off her shoes, tied her hands behind her back, fastened them to a rope, passed over a pulley, bolted into the ceiling of the aforesaid chamber, and wound up at the other end by a 4-lever windlass worked by 2 men, before hoisting her from the ground. We again interrogated her touching the aforesaid parricide, but notwithstanding the confessions of her brother and her stepmother, which were again produced bearing their signatures, she persisted in denying everything, saying, "Haul me about and do what you like with me. I have spoken the truth and will tell you nothing else, even if I were torn to pieces." Upon this we had her hoisted in the air by the wrists to the height of about 2 feet from the ground, while we recited a paternoster, and then again questioned her as to the facts and circumstances of the aforesaid parricide. But she would make no further answer, only saying, "You are killing me, you are killing me." We then raised her to the elevation of 4 feet and began an Ave Maria. But before our prayer was half finished, she fainted away, or pretended to do so. We caused a bucket full of water to be thrown over her head. Feeling its coolness, she recovered consciousness and cried, "My God! I am dead! You are killing me, my God!" But this was all she would say. We then raised her higher still and recited a Miserere, during which, instead of joining in the prayer, she shook convulsively and cried several times, "My God! My God!" Again questioned as to the aforesaid parricide, she would confess nothing, saying only that she was innocent, and then again fainted away. We caused more water to be thrown over her, then she recovered her senses, opened her eyes, and cried, "Oh, cursed executioners! You are killing me, you are killing me." But nothing more would she say. Seeing which, and that she persisted in her denial, we ordered the torturer to proceed to the torture by jerks. He accordingly hoisted her 10 feet from the ground, and when there we enjoined her to tell the truth, but whether she would not or could not speak, she answered only by a motion of the head, indicating that she could say nothing. Seeing which, we made a sign to the executioner to let go the rope, and she fell with all her weight from the height of 10 feet to that of 2 feet. Her arms, from the shock, were dislocated from their sockets. She uttered a loud cry and swooned away. We again caused water to be dashed in her face. She returned to herself and again cried out, "Infamous assassins, you are killing me. But were you to tear out my arms, I would tell you nothing else." Upon this, we ordered a weight of 50 pounds to be fastened to her feet. But at this moment the door opened and many voices cried, "Enough! Enough! Do not torture her any more." These voices were those of Giacomo, Bernardo, and Lucrezia Petroni. The judges, perceiving the obstinacy of Beatrice, had ordered that the accused, who had been separated for 5 months, should be confronted. They advanced into the torture chamber, and seeing Beatrice hanging by the wrists, her arms disjointed and covered with blood, Giacomo cried out, "The sin is committed. Nothing further remains but to save our souls by repentance, undergo death courageously, and not suffer you to be thus tortured." "Then," said Beatrice, shaking her head as if to cast off grief, "do you then wish to die? Since you wish it, be it so." Then turning to the officers, "Untie me," said she. "Read the examination to me, and what I have to confess, I will confess. What I have to deny, I will deny." Beatrice was then lowered and untied. A barber reduced the dislocation of her arms in the usual manner. The examination was read over to her, and as she had promised, she made a full confession. After this confession, at the request of the 2 brothers, they were all confined in the same prison. But the next day Giacomo and Bernardo were taken to the cells of Tordinona. As for the women, they remained where they were. The Pope was so horrified on reading the particulars of the crime contained in the confessions that he ordered the culprits to be dragged by wild horses through the streets of Rome. But so barbarous a sentence shocked the public mind. So much so that many persons of princely rank petitioned the Holy Father on their knees, imploring him to reconsider his decree, or at least allow the accused to be heard in their defense. "Tell me," replied Clement VIII, "did they give their unhappy father time to be heard in his own defense when they slew him in so merciless and degrading a fashion?" At length, overcome by so many entreaties, he respited them for 3 days. The most eloquent and skillful advocates in Rome immediately busied themselves in preparing pleadings for so emotional a case, and on the day fixed for hearing appeared before His Holiness. The first pleader was Niccolo degli Angeli, who spoke with such force and eloquence that the Pope, alarmed at the effect he was producing among the audience, passionately interrupted him. "Are there then to be found," he indignantly cried, "among the Roman nobility children capable of killing their parents, and among Roman lawyers men capable of speaking in their defense? This is a thing we should never have believed, nor even for a moment supposed it possible." All were silent upon this terrible rebuke, except Farinacci, who, nerving himself with a strong sense of duty, replied respectfully but firmly, "Most Holy Father, we are not here to defend criminals, but to save the innocent. For if we succeeded in proving that any of the accused acted in self-defense, I hope that they will be exonerated in the eyes of your Holiness. For just as the law provides for cases in which the father may legally kill the child, so this holds good in the converse. We will therefore continue our pleadings on receiving leave from your Holiness to do so." Clement VIII then showed himself as patient as he had previously been hasty, and heard the argument of Farinacci, who pleaded that Francesco Cenci had lost all the rights of a father from the day that he violated his daughter. In support of his contention, he wished to put in the memorial sent by Beatrice to His Holiness, petitioning him, as her sister had done, to remove her from the paternal roof and place her in a convent. Unfortunately, this petition had disappeared, and notwithstanding the minutest search among the papal documents, no trace of it could be found. The Pope had all the pleadings collected, and dismissed the advocates, who then retired, excepting D'Altieri, who knelt before him, saying, "Most Holy Father, I humbly ask pardon for appearing before you in this case, but I had no choice in the matter, being the advocate of the poor. The Pope kindly raised him, saying, "Go, we are not surprised at your conduct, but at that of others who protect and defend criminals." As the Pope took a great interest in this case, he sat up all night over it, studying it with Cardinal di San Marcello, a man of much acumen and great experience in criminal cases. Then, having summed it up, he sent a draft of his opinion to the advocates, who read it with great satisfaction, and entertained hopes that the lives of the convicted persons would be spared. For the evidence all went to prove that even if the children had taken their father's life, all the provocation came from him, and that Beatrice in particular had been dragged into the part she had taken in this crime by the tyranny, wickedness, and brutality of her father. Under the influence of these considerations, the Pope mitigated the severity of their prison life, and even allowed the prisoners to hope that their lives would not be forfeited. Amidst the general feeling of relief afforded to the public by these favors, another tragical event changed the papal mind and frustrated all his humane intentions. This was the atrocious murder of the Marchese di Santa Croce, a man 70 years of age, by his son Paolo, who stabbed him with a dagger in 15 or 20 places because the father would not promise to make Paolo his sole heir. The murderer fled and escaped. Clement VIII was horror-stricken at the increasing frequency of this crime of parricide. For the moment, however, he was unable to take action, having to go to Montecavallo to consecrate a cardinal titular bishop in the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli. But the day following, on Friday, the 10th of September, 1599, at 8 o'clock in the morning, he summoned Monsignor Taverna, governor of Rome, and said to him, "Monsignor, we place in your hands the Cenci case, that you may carry out the sentence as speedily as possible." On his return to his palace, after leaving His Holiness, the governor convened a meeting of all the criminal judges in the city, the result of the council being that all the Cenci were condemned to death. The final sentence was immediately known, and as this unhappy family inspired a constantly increasing interest, many cardinals spent the whole of the night either on horseback or in their carriages, making interest that, at least so far as the women were concerned, they should be put to death privately and in the prison, and that a free pardon should be granted to Bernardo, a poor lad, only 15 years of age, who, guiltless of any participation in the crime, yet found himself involved in its consequences. The one who interested himself most in the case was Cardinal Sforza, who nevertheless failed to elicit a single gleam of hope, so obdurate was His Holiness. At length, Farinacci, working on the papal conscience, succeeded, after long and urgent entreaties, and only at the last moment, that the life of Bernardo should be spared. From Friday evening, the members of the Brotherhood of the Confrateria had gathered at the two prisons of Cortesavella and Tordinona. The preparations for the closing scene of the tragedy had occupied workmen on the bridge of Sant'Angelo all night, and it was not till 5 o'clock in the morning that the registrar entered the cell of Lucrezia and Beatrice to read their sentences to them. Both were sleeping, calm in the belief of a reprieve. The registrar woke them and told them that, judged by man, they must now prepare to appear before God. Beatrice was at first thunderstruck. She seemed paralyzed and speechless. Then she rose from bed and, staggering as if intoxicated, recovered her speech, uttering despairing cries. Lucrezia heard the tidings with more firmness and proceeded to dress herself to go to the chapel, exhorting Beatrice to resignation, but she, raving, wrung her hands and struck her head against the wall, shrieking, "To die! To die! Am I to die unprepared on a scaffold, on a gibbet? My God! My God!" This fit led to a terrible paroxysm, after which the exhaustion of her body enabled her mind to recover its balance, and from that moment she became an angel of humility and an example of resignation. Her first request was for a notary to make her will. This was immediately complied with, and on his arrival she dictated its provisions with much calmness and precision. Its last clause desired her interment in the church of San Pietro in Montorio, for which she always had a strong attachment, as it commanded a view of her father's palace. She bequeathed 500 crowns to the nuns of the Order of the Stigmata, and ordered that her dowry, amounting to 15,000 crowns, should be distributed in marriage portions to 50 poor girls. She selected the foot of the high altar as the place where she wished to be buried, over which hung the beautiful picture of the Transfiguration, so often admired by her during her life. Following her example, Lucrezia, in her turn, disposed of her property. She desired to be buried in the church of San Giorgio di Vellobre, and left 32,000 crowns to charities, with other pious legacies. Having settled their earthly affairs, they joined in prayer, reciting psalms, litanies, and prayers for the dying. At 8 o'clock they confessed, heard Mass, and received the sacraments, after which Beatrice, observing to her stepmother that the rich dresses they wore were out of place on a scaffold, ordered 2 to be made in nun's fashion, that is to say, gathered at the neck with long wide sleeves. That for Lucrezia was made of black cotton stuff, Beatrice's of taffetas. In addition, she had a small black turban made to place on her head. These dresses, with cords for girdles, were brought them. They were placed on a chair, while the women continued to pray. The time appointed being near at hand, they were informed that their last moment was approaching. Then Beatrice, who was still on her knees, rose with a tranquil and almost joyful countenance. "Mother," said she, "the moment of our suffering is impending. I think we had better dress in these clothes and help one another at our toilet for the last time." They then put on the dresses provided, girt themselves with the cords. Beatrice placed her turban on her head, and they awaited the last summons. In the meantime, Giacomo and Bernardo, whose sentences had been read to them, awaited also the moment of their death. About 10 o'clock the members of the Confraternity of Mercy, a Florentine order, arrived at the prison of Tordinona and halted on the threshold with the crucifix, awaiting the appearance of the unhappy youths. Here a serious accident had nearly happened. As many persons were at the prison windows to see the prisoners come out, someone accidentally threw down a large flower pot full of earth, which fell into the street and narrowly missed one of the confraternity, who was amongst the torch-bearers just before the crucifix. It passed so close to the torch as to extinguish the flame in its descent. At this moment the gates opened and Giacomo appeared first on the threshold. He fell on his knees adoring the holy crucifix with great devotion. He was completely covered with a large mourning cloak, under which his bare breast was prepared to be torn by the red-hot pincers of the executioner, which were lying ready in a chafing dish fixed to the cart. Having ascended the vehicle in which the executioner placed him so as more readily to perform this office, Bernardo came out and was thus addressed on his appearance by the fiscal of Rome. "Signor Bernardo Cenci, in the name of our blessed Redeemer, our Holy Father the Pope spares your life, with the sole condition that you accompany your relatives to the scaffold and to their death, and never forget to pray for those with whom you were condemned to die." At this unexpected intelligence a loud murmur of joy spread among the crowd, and the members of the confraternity immediately untied the small mask which covered the youth's eyes, for, owing to his tender age, it had been thought proper to conceal the scaffold from his sight. Then the executioner, having disposed of Giacomo, came down from the cart to take Bernardo, whose pardon being formally communicated to him, he took off his handcuffs and placed him alongside his brother, covering him up with a magnificent cloak embroidered with gold, for the neck and shoulders of the poor lad had been already bared as a preliminary to his decapitation. People were surprised to see such a rich cloak in the possession of the executioner, but were told that it was the one given by Beatrice to Marzio to pledge him to the murder of her father, which fell to the executioner as a perquisite after the execution of the assassin. The sight of the great assemblage of people produced such an effect upon the boy that he fainted. The procession then proceeded to the prison of Corte-Savella, marching to the sound of funeral chants. At its gates the sacred crucifix halted for the women to join. They soon appeared, fell on their knees, and worshipped the holy symbol as the others had done. The march to the scaffold was then resumed. The two female prisoners followed the last row of penitents in single file, veiled to the waist, with the distinction that Lucrezia, as a widow, wore a black veil and high-heeled slippers of the same hue with bows of ribbon as was the fashion, whilst Beatrice, as a young unmarried girl, wore a silk flat cap to match her corsage with a plush hood, which fell over her shoulders and covered her violet frock, white slippers with high heels ornamented with gold rosettes and cherry-colored fringe. The arms of both were untrammeled except for a thin slack cord which left their hands free to carry a crucifix and a handkerchief. During the night a lofty scaffold had been erected on the bridge of Sant'Angelo, and the plank and block were placed thereon. Above the block was hung from a large crossbeam a ponderous axe, which, guided by two grooves, fell with its whole weight at the touch of a spring. In this formation the procession wended its way towards the bridge of Sant'Angelo. Lucrezia, the more broken down of the two, wept bitterly, but Beatrice was firm and unmoved. On arriving at the open space before the bridge, the women were led into a chapel, where they were shortly joined by Giacomo and Bernardo. They remained together for a few moments, when the brothers were led away to the scaffold, although one was to be executed last, and the other was pardoned. But when they had mounted the platform, Bernardo fainted a second time, and as the executioner was approaching to his assistance, some of the crowd, supposing that his object was to decapitate him, cried loudly, "He is pardoned!" The executioner reassured them by seating Bernardo near the block, Giacomo kneeling on the other side. Then the executioner descended, entered the chapel, and reappeared leading Lucrezia, who was the first to suffer. At the foot of the scaffold he tied her hands behind her back, tore open the top of her corsage so as to uncover her shoulders, gave her the crucifix to kiss, and led her to the step-ladder, which she ascended with great difficulty on account of her extreme stoutness. Then, on her reaching the platform, he removed the veil which covered her head. On this exposure of her features to the immense crowd, Lucrezia shuddered from head to foot. Then, her eyes full of tears, she cried with a loud voice, "O my God, have mercy upon me, and do you, brethren, pray for my soul." Having uttered these words, not knowing what was required of her, she turned to Alessandro, the chief executioner, and asked what she was to do. He told her to bestride the plank and lie prone upon it, which she did with great trouble and timidity. But as she was unable, on account of the fullness of her bust, to lay her neck upon the block, this had to be raised by placing a billet of wood underneath it. All this time the poor woman, suffering even more from shame than from fear, was kept in suspense. At length, when she was properly adjusted, the executioner touched the spring. The knife fell, and the decapitated head, falling on the platform of the scaffold, bounded 2 or 3 times in the air to the general horror. The executioner then seized it, showed it to the multitude, and wrapping it in black taffetas, placed it with the body on a bier at the foot of the scaffold. Whilst arrangements were being made for the decapitation of Beatrice, several stands, full of spectators, broke down. Some people were killed by this accident, and still more lamed and injured. The machine being now rearranged and washed, the executioner returned to the chapel to take charge of Beatrice, who, on seeing the sacred crucifix, said some prayers for her soul, and on her hands being tied, cried out, "God grant that you be binding this body unto corruption, and loosing this soul unto life eternal." She then arose, proceeded to the platform, where she devoutly kissed the stigmata. Then, leaving her slippers at the foot of the scaffold, she nimbly ascended the ladder, and, instructed beforehand, promptly lay down on the plank, without exposing her naked shoulders. But her precautions to shorten the bitterness of death were of no avail, for the Pope, knowing her impetuous disposition, and fearing lest she might be led into the commission of some sin between absolution and death, had given orders that the moment Beatrice was extended on the scaffold a signal gun should be fired from the castle of Sant'Angelo, which was done to the great astonishment of everybody, including Beatrice herself, who, not expecting this explosion, raised herself almost upright. The Pope, meanwhile, who was praying at Montecavallo, gave her absolution, in articulo mortis. About 5 minutes thus passed, during which the sufferer waited, with her head replaced on the block. At length, when the executioner judged that the absolution had been given, he released the spring, and the axe fell. A gruesome sight was then afforded. Whilst the head bounced away on one side of the block, on the other the body rose erect, as if about to step backwards. The executioner exhibited the head, and disposed of it and the body as before. He wished to place Beatrice's body with that of her stepmother, but the Brotherhood of Mercy took it out of his hands, and, as one of them was attempting to lay it on the bier, it slipped from him and fell from the scaffold to the ground below. The dress being partially torn from the body, which was so besmeared with dust and blood that much time was occupied in washing it. Poor Bernardo was so overcome by this horrible scene that he swooned away for the 3rd time, and it was necessary to revive him with stimulants to witness the fate of his elder brother. The turn of Giacomo at length arrived. He had witnessed the death of his stepmother and his sister, and his clothes were covered with their blood. The executioner approached him and tore off his cloak, exposing his bare breast covered with the wounds caused by the grip of red-hot pincers. In this state, and half naked, he rose to his feet, and turning to his brother, said, "Bernardo, if in my examination I have compromised and accused you, I have done so falsely, and although I have already disavowed this declaration, I repeat, at the moment of appearing before God, that you are innocent, and that it is a cruel abuse of justice to compel you to witness this frightful spectacle." The executioner then made him kneel down, bound his legs to one of the beams erected on the scaffold, and having bandaged his eyes, shattered his head with a blow of his mallet. Then, in the sight of all, he hacked his body into 4 quarters. The official party then left, taking with them Bernardo, who, being in a state of high fever, was bled and put to bed. The corpses of the 2 ladies were laid out, each on its bier, under the statue of St. Paul at the foot of the bridge, with 4 torches of white wax, which burned till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, along with the remains of Giacomo, they were taken to the church of San Giovanni de Calato. Finally, about 9 in the evening, the body of Beatrice, covered with flowers and attired in the dress worn at her execution, was carried to the church of San Pietro in Montorio, with 50 lighted torches, and followed by the brethren of the Order of the Stigmata and all the Franciscan monks in Rome. There, agreeably to her wish, it was buried at the foot of the high altar. The same evening, Signora Lucrezia was interred, as she had desired to be, in the church of San Giorgio di Vellobre. All Rome may be said to have been present at this tragedy, carriages, horses, foot, people, and cars, crowding, as it were, upon one another. The day was unfortunately so hot, and the sun so scorching, that many persons fainted. Others returned home stricken with fever, and some even died during the night, owing to sunstroke from exposure during the 3 hours occupied by the execution. The Tuesday following, the 14th of September, being the feast of the Holy Cross, the Brotherhood of San Marcello, by special license of the Pope, set at liberty the unhappy Bernardo Cenci, with the condition of paying within the year 2,500 Roman crowns, to the Brotherhood of the Most Holy Trinity of Pope Sixtus, as may be found today recorded in their archives. Having now seen the tomb, if you desire to form a more vivid impression of the principal actors in this tragedy than can be derived from a narrative, pay a visit to the Barberini Gallery, where you will see with 5 other masterpieces, by Guido, the portrait of Beatrice taken, some say the night before her execution, others during her progress to the scaffold. It is the head of a lovely girl, wearing a headdress composed of a turban with a lappet. The hair is of a rich, fair chestnut hue. The dark eyes are moistened with recent tears. A perfectly farmed nose surmounts an infantile mouth. Unfortunately, the loss of tone in the picture since it was painted has destroyed the original fair complexion. The age of the subject may be 20, or perhaps 22 years. Near. This portrait is that of Lucrezia Petrani. The small head indicates a person below the middle height. The attributes are those of a Roman matron in her pride. Her high complexion, graceful contour, straight nose, black eyebrows, and expression at the same time imperious and voluptuous indicate this character to the life. A smile still seems to linger, and the charming dimpled cheeks and perfect mouth mentioned by the chronicler, and her face is exquisitely framed by luxuriant curls falling from her forehead in graceful profusion. As for Giacomo and Bernardo, as no portraits of them are in existence, we are obliged to gather an idea of their appearance from the manuscript which has enabled us to compile this sanguinary history. They are thus described by the eyewitness of the closing scene. Giacomo was short, well-made and strong, with black hair and beard. He appeared to be about 26 years of age. Poor Bernardo was the image of his sister, so nearly resembling her that when he mounted the scaffold, his long hair and girlish face led people to suppose him to be Beatrice herself. He might be 14 or 15 years of age, the peace of God be with them. End of Cenci by Alexandre Dumas.
Welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. Join us on a journey through the pages of old, dusty detective pulp magazines. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from, and what time of day it is for you.
Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog by Granice, 1875. I write this narrative while confined in the Modesto jail awaiting my trial for the shooting of the defamer of my mother's name on the 7th of December, 1874. It will be seen by reading the following statement that I gave myself up to the sheriff to be held to await the decision of the law. I will here explain why it was necessary for me to be taken to the Modesto jail. There was no safe jail at Merced, and it had been the custom for several months to take Merced prisoners to Modesto, a town in the adjoining county, and a distance of about 40 miles. The cars passed through Merced about noon on the day of the shooting, 5 hours after the affair happened, and direct to Modesto. Why did not the sheriff improve this opportunity of taking me to a place of safety? Failing in that, a good span of horses could have conveyed us to Modesto during the afternoon. He knew the jail was not safe, and instead of doing what every sensible man would conceive to be a sheriff's duty, he chose rather to send me out handcuffed, with 2 men, on a public highway, to a lone wayside inn 7 miles from Merced, and 10 from Snelling's. It seems from my brother's and several other gentlemen's statement that every horse was engaged at the livery stable in Merced before 8 o'clock on that night. There is another question which will naturally arise in the thinking mind. Where did the sheriff go? And what was he doing that night while the mob was getting ready? The mystery may be solved someday. I wish to show in this simple statement that I did not flee coward-like from justice, but that I was making my escape from a drunken, infuriated mob, after being duly liberated by the deputy sheriff. I understand that the mob, or a portion of the mob that night, returned and destroyed my stepfather's printing office, although the sheriff was in town. H. Granice Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog. Oh, why this fog, so thick and dark for 5 long days and nights? It seems as though kind Providence has veiled the heavenly lights, that he who seeks his life to save shall live the tale to tell of drunken mobs and demon cries, like legions just from hell. On Monday morning, at about 15 minutes to 8 o'clock, December 7th, 1874, immediately after the shooting, or as soon thereafter, as I could collect my scattered senses, which was in about 3 minutes, I inquired for the sheriff for the purpose of giving myself up, but he nor any of his deputies were on the spot. After waiting a few minutes longer, I began to grow impatient at the delay of the officers, and not wishing to move from the scene of shooting, for fear the movement would be misconstrued and I be accused of trying to effect an escape. I sent a messenger in quest of Sheriff Meany. I forget now who the messenger was. In a short time thereafter, Sheriff Meany arrived on the spot, and perceiving him, I addressed him thus. Sheriff Meany, I am your prisoner. He grabbed me in rather a rough manner by the lapel of my coat, took me to the lock, up thence to the El Capitan Hotel, and after remaining at the latter place for half an hour, for what reason I know not, he conducted me back to the lockup, thrust me in, and turned the key on me. In a short time thereafter, my breakfast was brought to me, without knife or fork to eat with. The victuals were not fit for a dog to eat. I so expressed myself to Meany and asked him to give me a decent breakfast. He answered me thus, "That has got to answer. Can't treat you different from other prisoners." With the exception of the coffee, I set the breakfast aside. In the meantime, quite a crowd had collected outside the jail, and Meany was inciting them to mob violence by his vindictive expressions against me. I kept perfectly quiet and said nothing to Meany nor his deputies. Suspecting the duplicity of Meany, I dispatched a courier from my brother George, who was living some 15 miles north of Merced. My brother arrived in town about noon and immediately came to me. He was searched by Meany and then admitted into the lockup. He had hardly shaken hands with me when he heard Meany say something, and turning to me remarked, "I hear Meany talking, and I think it unsafe to be in here, as I am in their power while shut up in here." He immediately asked to be let out, and his request was acceded to. In the course of the day, a fellow named Packard, a shoulder hitter of Meany's, came skulking around the jail and, picking up a gun, attempted to get an opportunity to shoot me through the bars of the lockup. I perceived his intention in time to hub the wall directly under the bars, thereby preventing him from assassinating me. The deputy sheriff told him to put the gun down, that he had no right to pick it up. After loitering around a few minutes longer, Meany came up, and then this Packard commenced to annoy me with insulting remarks. And although Meany was there and heard him, he said nothing to him. He left shortly after, indulging in the remarks mentioned above, and I afterwards learned that he returned and tried to shoot me through the bars of the jail with a pistol. I knew that my danger was great, and my only hope was in my friends protecting me, not the sheriff, for he had expressed himself in such a free manner in my hearing, although he did not know that I was listening, that I knew there was no protection to hope for from that source. Knowing this, I did not beseech him to save me. I merely asked him, when I gave myself into his custody, to take me before a justice of the peace. I would waive an examination and go to Modesto. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when I delivered myself up to Meany. The cars would leave for Modesto at 1 p.m. There were, therefore, 5 hours in which to allow me to do that which would take but 10 minutes, to wit, take me before a justice of the peace and allow me to waive an examination. I told him it was dangerous for me to remain in Merced, and I wanted to waive and go to Modesto for safety. My attorney, P.D. Wigginton, mentioned the matter to many in my presence, about 9 o'clock in the morning. 1 hour passed, 2 hours, 3, 4. It was 1 o'clock, and still Meany had done nothing, although repeatedly urged by my friends to do something. Well, when 1 o'clock arrived and I still remained in the lockup, I knew what I could expect from Meany. I then made up my mind to say nothing to him, but let matters take their course and await development. He, no doubt, was surprised that I did not beg him to take me to some place of safety, but I knew it was useless to ask him to save my life. I had asked him to take me to Modesto in order to prevent violence, and 1 o'clock arriving, I knew what his action meant on account of his expressions used in my hearing while I was lying in the lockup. It was plain to me that he was in sympathy with the mob, which I knew was rising. I said nothing but kept my own counsel. A heavy fog came up about 5 p.m., and it was near dark at that hour. Meanie opened the door and ordered me in a quick, sharp, rough voice to put on my coat, which I had taken off in order the more easily to slip through the hands of the mob in case they broke in the lock up to take me out. Said Meanie, "Be quick, put your coat on. Got to take you out of this right now, as they will be down here in less than an hour and hang you." I merely said to him, "Why didn't you take me to Modesto when you could have done so with safety?" That question was a poser to him, and he made some inarticulate reply. I put on my coat, and accompanied by Meanie and Deputy Sheriff Breen, one carrying a double-barreled shotgun, the other a repeating rifle, started towards the new courthouse, which lies just at the edge of town. Upon reaching the southwest corner of the enclosure surrounding the building, I perceived a thoroughbrace awaiting us. John Hathaway had the lines, and I was handcuffed and put in the carriage with Deputy Breen, and Meanie told Breen to go as far as the halfway house, and there stop. After giving this order, he started back to town. I then saw through the whole arrangement. He had put me into the hands of a deputy, and as he confidently expected the mob would hang me, he would be free from blame, and could say, "Granice was not in my hands, but in the hands of a deputy." During all this time I said nothing, although I thought a great deal. Hathaway drove, according to Meanie's orders, toward the halfway house. It struck me, as well as the deputy sheriff, and also Hathaway, as I afterwards learned from their conversation, that the mob was lying in wait at the bridge at the crossing of Bear Creek. I kept a sharp lookout ahead, and in a few minutes the Bear Creek bridge loomed up through the fog about 100 yards ahead. I kept a steady eye on the structure as we drew near, expecting every second to see the forms of the devils. At last the bridge was reached and crossed, and that which I most dreaded and feared, the crossing of Bear Creek Bridge, was passed in safety. While crossing the bridge, I looked behind and perceived 8 men about 100 yards behind on foot, approaching the bridge. The program was not laid down quite right. They were about 1 minute behind time, thanks to John Hathaway's rapid driving, who, of course, together with the deputy sheriff, knew nothing of the little arrangement to get me on the road. But they strongly suspected, as I learned from a word that I caught from their whispered conversation. After crossing the bridge, Hathaway whipped up his horses, and we started off at a rapid pace for the halfway house. I heard Deputy Sheriff Breen remark to Hathaway, "John, it's strange Meanie didn't tell us to keep right on to Modesto instead of stopping so near town, but I've got to follow instruction. If the mob comes, I'll turn Harry loose. D. If I don't, if there is no other recourse." I then spoke up and said, "Well, Mr. Breen, if you do and I am alive, you will find me in the Modesto jail inside of a week." He then remarked, "Oh, they may not come." The above remark was the only one I passed from the time of leaving the lockup till I arrived at the halfway house. As I was deeply engaged in thought, trying to arrive at some plan to outwit the mob, whom I felt certain would be on my tracks ere long, if they were not so already. It was 7:30 or 8 when we arrived at the halfway house, 6 miles north of Merced. I was led into the house, securely handcuffed. The horses were taken out of their traces, then supper was ordered. We sat down to the table and ate our supper. After finishing my repast, I was conducted to a room and put to bed with the handcuffs on. I had no sooner laid down when I was agreeably surprised to see my brother George step into the room, a young man about 20 years of age, and brave as a lion. Like a sleuth hound, he had scented me out. It was then between 8 and 9 o'clock. In presence of Hathaway, Breen and the host, we held a hurried conversation. George was armed and on horseback, but his horse was completely fagged out. He said, "I will ride to town, and if met by the mob on the road, I will put spurs to my horse and give the officer an alarm. I tried to dissuade him from running any risk, but he would not listen to me. He said, "I will ride towards town. If I reach there without encountering the mob, I will get a fresh horse and stand guard at the bridge." He then left. I afterward learned that he reached town with his horse completely broken down and applied to all their livery stables for another, but was told that they were all engaged, doubtless to the mob. After my brother's departure, the deputy sheriff removed one of the handcuffs from my wrist, fastened it on his own, and got in bed with me, Hathaway and Powell, the proprietors of the house, standing guard. Shortly after Breen retired, I dropped off asleep. I'd slept for some time when I heard Hathaway call to Breen in an undertone, "Wake up, Nick, they are coming." I immediately awoke my sleeping bedfellow, who, jumping up, listened for a moment. Breen stopped to listen again when Hathaway exclaimed, "For God's sake, Nick, hurry up, they are right here." Hathaway was white as a sheet and held a double-barreled shotgun in his hands in a determined manner. While Breen hastily picked up his pants from the floor, took out the key of the handcuffs, and taking me by my extended wrist, loosened it. It seemed an age while he was feeling in his pocket for the key. At this instant I heard the fiends for the first time. They were then about 100 yards from the house. I hurriedly put on my pants, shoes, and vest, and catching up my coat, I made a hasty exit out of the back door. As I did so, a terrible shout went up from the throats of the mob, which sounded like the yells of devils from the lower regions, and I thought they had discovered me as I passed out of the door. As soon as I reached the open air, I got down on my hands and knees and crawled very softly about 50 yards from the house, when I stopped and put my ear to the ground to see if they were yet on my track. The fog was very thick. One could not see 3 yards ahead. I listened for a second, then, taking off my shoes to prevent making a noise, and putting on my coat, I crawled about 1,000 yards. I then stopped to think what was best for me to do to outwit those seeking my life. I argued to myself that it was best to tack back toward Merced, as the mob would be apt to pursue me northward and eastward that night. They would imagine, so I thought, that I would flee before them and strike for the Merced River, so I concluded to go where they would least expect to find me. I would return and strike Bear Creek, which has very high banks and a narrow channel, but which at that time contained no water. If I could reach the creek, which was some 7 miles off, before daybreak, I knew I would be safe for 1 day at least, provided I was very cautious. With this resolution formed, I listened for a few seconds, and, hearing nothing, I started to make a semicircle of the halfway house in order to get on the other side of it. By a bright light, which the fog magnified to at least 10 times its size, which kept moving to and fro in and around the halfway house, which was either a torch or a lantern, I knew that the bloodthirsty crew were searching under the porch and in the outhouses for me. I had not proceeded a quarter of a mile after taking my resolve to get between the mob and Merced, when I came to the road leading from the above houses to Cox's Ferry. I stopped and listened for a second, and peered through the fog, which was growing denser and more dense as the night advanced, but could discern nothing but the bright light before mentioned, which I was utilizing as a guide to travel by. I then crossed the road. I had no sooner done so than I discovered 2 horsemen going towards Snelling. I fell flat on my face, scarcely daring to breathe, and they passed on without discovering me. While lying down, I watched them attentively to see if they suspected their close proximity to me, as they were riding at that moment very slow, and were apparently on the alert for any sound which might possibly reach their ears. I saw several more horsemen, but luckily they did not see me before I had accomplished the semicircle around the halfway house. But after accomplishing that maneuver, I saw no one again that night, as I kept away from the roads, and was not under the necessity of crossing any more. When about 4 miles from Merced, I altered my course slightly with the intention of striking Bear Creek, about 1 or 2 miles below town, but losing my reckoning, I reached the creek about 500 yards from the bridge. It was now near daylight, and the fog was impenetrable to the eye, or at least all objects moving in it, at a greater distance than 50 yards. Having reached the creek and put on my shoes, having walked all the way from the halfway house in my stocking feet, I proceeded up. By daylight, I was opposite the county hospital farm, situated northeast of town. I cautiously passed beyond it, and as there was a road running on each side of the creek at this point, I scrambled up its banks and struck out toward the foothills, knowing that I would not be apt to encounter the mob off from a road, within a circle of 5 miles from Merced. I commenced to walk around a section of land which was marked by a furrow, and which I think belonged to Upton. I had to keep walking to keep from freezing. I was now about 2 miles from the hospital grounds, the hour about 9 o'clock a.m. And up to this time I had only halted once, then for only a second to put on my shoes. I was sick, tired, thirsty, and commenced to feel hungry. I sat down for a while to rest. I was very weak and emaciated from a severe attack of bloody flux from which I had suffered several days prior to the shooting, and which continued during the first 2 days of my wandering. My mouth was dry and parched. There was no water to be seen. I looked at the grass. The fog had made it damp. I will try to suck the dampness, I thought, as I was preparing to do so. To my horror, I discovered that my jaws were locked. I had doubtless clasped them firmly the night before, determined to escape, and in my eagerness had not opened my mouth, and that, together with the cold and thirst, had fastened them vice-like. I rubbed and worked nervously for several minutes. Then I bethought me of my printer rule, which was luckily in my vest pocket. With this I succeeded in prying my jaws apart, and with a few crumbs of tobacco which I found in my pants pocket, I found relief. I then resumed my walk, would walk around the section and return to my starting point, alternately walking a mile and resting for a half hour. Thus I passed some 3 hours. About noon, the fog exhibited indications of clearing off, and I thought it best to hunt the shelter of some friendly creek for the double purpose of screening myself from view and quenching my thirst, which was becoming almost unbearable. Sick and hungry, I started in quest of Bear Creek, and after traveling about an hour, I realized the fact that I had become lost in the fog. Previous to this discovery, I had passed within sight of several houses, but not knowing all the inhuman wretches who were hunting me down, I durst not apply within for food, and shelter from the cold, chilling fog, for fear of encountering someone in sympathy with the mob, if not one of the actual participants. Upon finding that I was lost, I began to blame myself for not going boldly into one of the several farmhouses, making myself known, requesting food and a conveyance to Fresno or Modesto. To deliver myself up to a sheriff who was not an actual participant in the mob, much less in sympathy with the same. But I kept up my courage and tried to discover my bearings. I thought I must be somewhere near Mariposa Creek, so trudging along for about 2 hours longer, I found that I had guessed rightly, and I struck the above-mentioned creek about a mile or 2 north of the railroad crossing, and knew my whereabouts to a certainty. I clambered down its steep banks on one side and up on the other, when I espied a man about 100 yards distant, armed with a rifle. Although the fog still continued to hang over the valley, I was fearful lest he had seen me. Immediately upon sighting him, I couched down in the tall grass, which grew quite rank on the banks of the creek at this particular spot, and cautiously raised my head to see if I had been discovered. As I did so, I perceived he had seen me. He was about 60 or 80 yards off, was standing with his face toward me, and had just made a movement to approach my hiding place, when, with a sudden impulse, I seized the long shovel handle, which I had picked up early in the morning, for use as a walking stick, and lying flat on my stomach, brought it to bear on the man. My ruse was successful. He evidently took the harmless weapon for a rifle, and immediately disappeared in the fog, going up the creek. This man, whoever he was, no doubt, thinks to this day that someone took him for Granice, and that he ran a narrow risk of being shot with a shovel handle. As I said before, he took up the creek, and I proceeded down. At about 4 o'clock, I struck the railroad crossing, 7 or 8 miles from Merced. Still keeping on the north side of the track, I proceeded toward that town, being careful to keep away from the roads. After proceeding 2 or 3 miles, I concluded to get on the other side of the track, and with that object in view, tried to catch a view of the telegraph poles in order to find the track. In a few minutes I discovered them. In order to change my position to the other side of the track, I would have to cross 2 roads, one on each side, which was a dangerous undertaking so near Merced in the daytime. But the fog gave me courage, and I started. I had just crossed over the track, meantime keeping my eyes on all sides of me, when I discovered a man riding along toward Merced. I immediately dropped flat, and he rode past, all unconscious of my near presence. This fellow, I should judge from his paraphernalia, consisting of 6-shooter Bowie knife and gun, was one of the brave crowd whom I encountered the preceding night at the halfway house. The horse was completely fagged out, and his rider was evidently returning to Merced for a fresh movement. "I know you, sir. I saw you, but you did not me." After the outlines of horse and rider faded away in the foggy mist, I hurriedly walked about a half-mile from the railroad, intending to lay in one of the many little hollows thereabouts and await the coming of dark. It was now about 4:30. Up to this time I had not had a drop of water, although I had hunted for it in creeks and hog wallows. The cravings of appetite did not bother me much. My thirst was too keen. Arriving at the point just mentioned, I discovered a pool of muddy water, and getting on my hands and knees, I proceeded to slake my thirst. I took one swallow, and it burnt my throat like molten lead. It was alkali water, and the strongest I ever tasted. It was a bitter disappointment, but it was near night. I was but a few miles from town, and under the cover of darkness, I could get water, and maybe something to eat. Night at last arrived, and under its sable folds I reached the railroad bed, and proceeded on my way, my place of destination, Merced. About 7 o'clock I reached the outskirts of the town, and proceeding cautiously to 14th Street through Chinatown, crossed the railroad track below the El Capitan Hotel. Just as I stepped on the track, 2 men passed on their way to town, evidently men from one of the farms beyond Merced. I was then about 500 yards from my home, and I determined at any risk to find out the fate of my would-be brother and poor dear mother, whom I expected home on Monday night. Crawling on my hands and knees to within 100 yards of the house, which was the last one at the west end of 17th Street, I watched for about 5 minutes to see if the place was under the surveillance of the mob. Discovering no indication of anyone on the outside, I crept along, reached the back door, and cautiously tried to get a view into the interior, but could see nothing, as the windows were covered with heavy curtains. I shuddered at the gloomy appearance of everything about the house. I wondered if any of the family were dead within. I then opened the back door, and looking in discovered the children and a neighbor lady. When I opened the door, the children ran off frightened, as they did not know who I was. I hastily asked Mrs. Keel where the family was. She replied, "All gone." "Are they all alive?" She answered, "Yes." Just then I heard a noise at the front door, and beat a hasty retreat out the back door. I dare not venture back where there were so many children, so I went to another part of town, where I knew almost to a certainty those who were thirsting for my blood. I ventured to look into the house of two persons whom I did not know. I saw them through the windows of their house, and knew that if they were not friends, they were not enemies. Going to the door, I rapped. The door was opened, and standing in the dark, I requested a drink of water, which was handed to me. It was the first water I had tasted since leaving the halfway house. I then stepped boldly into the room and said, "I suppose you know who I am?" "I am Granice." They remarked, "Yes." "Well," said I, "give me something to eat. I am almost starved." Something told me there was nothing to fear from these people. Telling them to put down the curtains and lock the door, I sat down to the table and commenced to partake of a lunch which they set before me. I feared to eat too heartily, as I had not tasted food for 24 hours. After eating and drinking and resting for about a half hour, I asked for a hat, as mine had been left at the halfway house the night before. One was given me, and also a blanket, and some victuals, which I strapped up in the blanket, and throwing the whole over my shoulder, I signified my intention of departing, and left them, with the injunction to say nothing to anyone about seeing me. They gave me their promise, which they faithfully kept. I then took up my weary march again. It had been walk, walk, since the preceding night. After leaving my newly made acquaintances, I struck off into the chilling fog, hardly knowing which way to turn. I had learned from these people that my brother and stepfather were being hunted down by Meany and his mob, and I knew I must get away from the hotbed of their rendezvous, Merced, as soon as possible before daylight the next morning. I proceeded toward Modesto on the railroad track and kept up my weary tramp, scarcely able to drag one foot after the other, until near morning. At about 4 o'clock, I reached a point about 4 miles from the Merced River, and 1 or 2 from the railroad, and could proceed no farther. Spreading my blanket, a single one, on the fog-damp earth, I laid down and slept for about an hour, the first rest and sleep for more than 58 hours, unless it be the short stop I made while at Merced. But the sleep did me more harm than good, as the cold chilled me through and left my limbs so stiff that I could scarcely stand, much less walk. I managed to drag my weary body back to the railroad, and just as I reached it, I saw a handcar coming down the track at a rapid rate. It was going toward the Merced River. To the section house at that point, 1 white man and 4 or 5 Chinamen were in the car. Hailing the man, he stopped. I asked for a ride. He told me to jump on, and I did so, and sat right among the Chinamen. I told the man that I was hunting work, but had been taken sick and was scarcely able to travel, that I was going to Modesto, where I had friends. He said I was welcome to a ride. I watched him narrowly and saw that he did not suspicion anything. I rode as far as the Merced River with him, and as he was going no farther, I was obliged to get off. He will probably be surprised to learn that that sick man hunting for a job was Granice, who at that time was being hunted down for his life, and for whom there were large imaginary rewards offered for his capture. I would advise him not to chide himself for his short-sightedness in not discovering whom I was, and thereby letting the reward slip through his hands. As I can assure him, had he captured me, he would have received not 1 dime for his pains. Sick, worn out, footsore, not knowing the fate of my poor mother, brother, and stepfather, I cautiously approached the saloon at Cressy Station, and peering through the window without being seen, I saw 6 or 7 men sitting around the stove. I recognized but one among the number. The rest were strangers to me. Knowing my enemies, I saw at a glance there were none among those men. Half frozen and famished, I walked fearlessly into the bar room and took a seat by the stove. Addressing the barkeeper, I asked for a glass of brandy. He evidently saw from my appearance that I was very sick and needed a strong stimulant. and filling a glass half full of brandy, he handed it to me. Taking it, I drained every drop. I then commenced to warm my half-frozen body, but during the operation I was very silent. In a few minutes I felt revived, and I told the men that I was on my way to Modesto afoot, but that I was sick, and did not think I could hardly make the trip. My acquaintance in the meantime said nothing, and did not even appear to recognize me. At last I succeeded in getting him to one side, and told him I wanted to get to Modesto by some means. He said he could not help me, but would not inform on me. He told me he knew the men present, and that they would help me, if anything, to get out of the clutches of the mob. I told him I wanted to be kept out of Meanie's hands, also that he was in with the mob, to my way of thinking. He said they all understood that they, the men, would see me safely through. Here I eat breakfast, after which I went and hid myself in a barn. Peeping through the cracks of the same, I saw Meanie and some of the mob, just as the afternoon train arrived, talking to one of the men I had seen in the saloon, and I thought I would be discovered sure. But in a few minutes, the sheriff and Posse Baitian left going up the river. I had guessed rightly. The men did not suspect me. If they did, they kept their own counsel. I learned during the afternoon that my mother was on that train on her way to Merced, and that someone had whispered in her ear, "Your son is thus far safe." This was a great relief to me, for I had feared for her safety. I knew that rumors must have reached her of my being hunted down, and of the uncertainty of my escape from the mob, and I knew that her agony must be terrible. I remained hid in the barn until nightfall, when I ventured forth and was guided by two friends to a good hiding place, their main object being to keep me out of the clutches of the mob. As I informed them that I did not wish to evade the law, but wanted to reach Modesto when I could do so with safety. I did not look upon Meanie as an officer, as he, to my knowledge, mixed with the mob, and deputized some of the ringleaders as his posse. I have his own word for this, because he told me while returning with me to Modesto from my examination at Merced, that there was not a half-dozen men out but what he had deputized. I laid hid in my new retreat, which was in a barn some 4 or 5 miles from Cressy Station. This barn was filled with hay, and I burrowed a hole, got into it, covered it up, and lay hid all day, venturing forth at night only to stretch my aching limbs and to get water. While hid in this barn, I suffered from cold, hunger, and thirst. While hid here, the mob was hunting for me everywhere, and whenever the cowardly crew came to a thicket of willows that they feared to inspect closely, or in which they thought I might be hid, they fired into the same. The firing was distinctly seen and heard by myself at one particular point on the Merced River. In the corral of the barn in which I lay hid there were a dozen or so of fine horses, out of which I could have taken my pick had I desired to effect my escape, but that was far from my intention. I was determined not to flee if I could possibly reach Modesto in safety. Had I have had no opportunity to have done so as a last resort, I would have armed myself, mounted a good horse, and leading another struck a beeline for Mexico. Knowing the country so well, and for other reasons which I will not mention here, I could have reached that country without fear of arrest, and after stopping there 6 months or a year, I would have returned and stood my trial. Luckily, I had an opportunity to reach Modesto, but not without incurring a great risk from the mob, whom I had to dodge on every hand in order to reach Cressy Station, where, under the protection of 5 friends, I took passage to Modesto on Saturday morning. Arriving there at 7 o'clock, I immediately went to the Ross house, eat my breakfast, and then sent a messenger in quest of the sheriff. He being out of town, his deputy, Chazal, came into the parlor. I was introduced to him and gave myself into his custody. That night the sheriff called out a large number of men to prevent a set of scoundrels from Merced from mobbing me. I have written a simple, uncolored, true statement of facts in justice to Nick Brain, as Mr. Fleming, the deputy sheriff, Told my mother that Mr. Meany had ordered Mr. Breen to take me to Modesto, and that he, Breen, had disobeyed orders. My mother went immediately to Mr. Breen and asked him if what Mr. Fleming said was true. "No," said Mr. B. "I wanted to take Harry to Modesto, but Meany's strict orders were the halfway house." The following beautiful poem was written after the authoress had spent several hours in jail with the prisoner in company with his mother, in which time they all dined together, the meal being furnished from a restaurant by his mother. Young Harry acted as host, calm and dignified, though pale from confinement and want of sun and air. The Fatal Slander, or Harry's Defense by Maris L. E. Drake. The sun was shining bright without, where happy faces smiled, but within the lonesome prison walls sat one so pale and mild. No sigh escaped his peaceful lips, no tear bedimmed his eye, though weary from the waiting to know if he must die. Kind stranger, do you wish to know what is the prisoner's crime? 'Twas because some cruel monster his mother did malign, which roused the sleeping passions of anger, hate, and strife, when in a time unguarded he took the offender's life. "Oh, now," said he, "I am ready to answer for this crime. You see, I've killed the villain my mother did malign, that mother who has cherished me through all my childhood days, and rocked me on her bosom when weary of my plays. That mother who in her early years her orphan boy has led, all weary wastes and craggy peaks, to earn our daily bread. Car over snow-capped mountains and through the sunny glens, to sell her own productions, her books to stranger men. That mother who at midnight hours, when daily toils were o'er, and millions on their downy beds inside their palace door were resting from all sorrow, while she, who forced to roam, Saturday writing by the campfire an authoress, with no home. How many, many were the days when I was but a child. I stood beside that mother and watched her pen the while, until her hand grew weary. Her mind would fain have rest, but the publisher was waiting, the book her child might bless. Thus months and years rolled onward. When childhood's days were done, I stood beside that mother, a faithful, happy son. For years we toiled together, with books and pen and type, in hopes the future had for us a home. Oh, happy sight! But stern fate, how cruel, when men who mock our laws and strive with unrelenting hand to find some legal cause to murder every cherished hope with slander's cruel knife, and drop by drop to steal away poor woman's helpless life. 'Twas slender, vile young Harry saw upon the printed page his mother dear, the victim which caused the fires to rage. His cheeks grew pale with anguish, his heart could know no fear. He only thought of days gone by and mother's name so dear. He only thought of years agone, when mother's face was young. Her arms were strong and willing then to guard her little son. But times have changed that youthful face, and age is creeping on, while he in early manhood now must be the stronger one. Shall he defend his mother's name? No duty is too great, though prison walls or gallows high for him will anxious wait. And now, within the lonely jail, young Harry waits his doom. Though it be liberty or death, the time must shortly come. All mothers dear, and fathers too, O women weak or strong, remember Harry's cause is yours. For you he suffered long. 'Twas not for gold or laurel wreath, 'twas not for praise or fame, 'twas not for love of honors great, but love of woman's name. End of Hunted Down, or 5 Days in the Fog by Harry Granice.
Nisida by Alexandre Dumas, 1825. Our readers, tempted by the Italian proverb about seeing Naples and then dying, were to ask us what is the most favorable moment for visiting the enchanted city. We should advise them to land at the Mole or at Mergellina on a fine summer day and at the hour when some solemn procession is moving out of the cathedral. Nothing can give an idea of the profound and simple-hearted emotion of this populace, which has enough poetry in its soul to believe in its own happiness. The whole town adorns herself and attires herself like a bride for her wedding. The dark facades of marble and granite disappear beneath hangings of silk and festoons of flowers. The wealthy display their dazzling luxury. The poor drape themselves proudly in their rags. Everything is light, harmony, and perfume. The sound is like the hum of an immense hive, interrupted by a thousandfold outcry of joy impossible to describe. The bells repeat their sonorous sequences in every key. The arcades echo afar with the triumphal marches of military bands. The sellers of sherbet and watermelons sing out their deafening flourish from throats of copper. People form into groups. They meet, question, gesticulate. There are gleaming looks, eloquent gestures, picturesque attitudes. There is a general animation, an unknown charm, an indefinable intoxication. Earth is very near to heaven, and it is easy to understand that if God were to banish death from this delightful spot, the Neapolitans would desire no other paradise. The story that we are about to tell opens with one of these magical pictures. It was the day of the Assumption in the year 1825. The sun had been up some 4 or 5 hours, and the long Via de Forcella, lighted from end to end by its slanting rays, cut the town in two, like a ribbon of watered silk. The lava pavement, carefully cleaned, shone like any mosaic, and the royal troops, with their proudly waving plumes, made a double living hedge on each side of the street. The balconies, windows, and terraces, the stands with their unsubstantial balustrades, and the wooden galleries set up during the night were loaded with spectators, and looked not unlike the boxes of a theatre. An immense crowd, forming a medley of the brightest colors, invaded the reserved space and broke through the military barriers, here and there, like an overflowing torrent. These intrepid sightseers, nailed to their places, would have waited half their lives without giving the least sign of impatience. At last, about noon, a cannon shot was heard, and a cry of general satisfaction followed it. It was the signal that the procession had crossed the threshold of the church. In the same moment, a charge of carabineers swept off the people who were obstructing the middle of the street. The regiments of the line opened floodgates for the overflowing crowd. And soon nothing remained on the causeway but some scared dog shouted at by the people, hunted off by the soldiers, and fleeing at full speed. The procession came out through the Via di Vescovato. First came the guilds of merchants and craftsmen, the hatters, weavers, bakers, butchers, cutlers, and goldsmiths. They wore the prescribed dress, black coats, knee breeches, low shoes, and silver buckles. As the countenances of these gentlemen offered nothing very interesting to the multitude, whisperings arose little by little among the spectators. Then some bold spirits ventured a jest or two upon the fattest or the baldest of the townsmen, and at last the boldest of the Lazzaroni slipped between the soldiers' legs to collect the wax that was running down from the lighted tapers. After the craftsmen, the religious orders marched past, from the Dominicans to the Carthusians, from the Carmelites to the Capuchins. They advanced slowly, their eyes cast down, their step austere, their hands on their hearts. Some faces were rubicund and shining, with large cheek-bones and rounded chins, Herculean heads upon bull-necks. Some thin and livid, with cheeks hollowed by suffering and penitence, and with the look of living ghosts. In short, here were the two sides of monastic life. At this moment Nunziata and Gelsomina, two charming damsels, taking advantage of an old corporal's politeness, pushed forward their pretty heads into the first rank. The break in the line was conspicuous, but the sly warrior seemed just a little lax in the matter of discipline. "Oh, there is Father Bruno," said Gelsomina suddenly. Good day, Father Bruno. Hush, cousin. People do not talk to the procession. How absurd! He is my confessor. May I not say good morning to my confessor? Silence. Chatterboxes. Who was that spoke? Oh, my dear, it was Brother Cucuzza, the begging friar. Where is he? Where is he? There he is, along there, laughing into his beard. How bold he is! Ah, God in heaven, if we were to dream of him! While the two cousins were pouring out endless comments upon the Capuchins and their beards, the capes of the canons and the surplices of the seminarists, the Ferozzi, came running across from the other side to re-establish order with the help of their gun stocks. By the blood of my patron saint, cried a stentorian voice, if I catch you between my finger and thumb, I will straighten your back for the rest of your days. Who are you falling out with, Gennaro? With this accursed hunchback, who has been worrying my back for the last hour, as though he could see through it. It is a shame, returned the hunchback in a tone of lamentation. I have been here since last night. I slept out of doors to keep my place, and here is this abominable giant comes to stick himself in front of me like an obelisk. The hunchback was lying like a Jew, but the crowd rose unanimously against the obelisk. He was, in one way, their superior, and majorities are always made up of pygmies. Hi, come down from your stand. Hi, get off your pedestal. Off with your hat. Down with your head. Sit down. Lie down. This revival of curiosity expressing itself in invectives evidently betokened the crisis of the show. And indeed, the chapters of canons, the clergy and bishops, the pages and chamberlains, the representatives of the city, and the gentlemen of the king's chamber now appeared, and finally, the king himself, who bareheaded and carrying a taper, followed the magnificent statue of the Virgin. The contrast was striking. After the grey-headed monks and pale novices came brilliant young captains, affronting heaven with the points of their moustaches, riddling the latticed windows with killing glances, following the procession in an absent-minded way, and interrupting the holy hymns with scraps of most unorthodox conversation. Did you notice, my dear Doria, how like a monkey the old Marchesa d'Acquasparta takes her raspberry ice? Her nose takes the colour of the ice. What fine bird is showing off to her? It is the Cyrenian. I beg your pardon. I have not seen that name in the Golden Book. He helps the poor Marquis to bear his cross. The officer's profane allusion was lost in the prolonged murmur of admiration that suddenly rose from the crowd, and every gaze was turned upon one of the young girls who was strewing flowers before the Holy Madonna. She was an exquisite creature, her head glowing in the sunshine, her feet hidden amid roses and broom blossom. She rose tall and fair from a pale cloud of incense like some seraphic apparition. Her hair, of velvet blackness, fell in curls halfway down her shoulders. Her brow, white as alabaster and polished as a mirror, reflected the rays of the sun. Her beautiful and finely arched black eyebrows melted into the opal of her temples. Her eyelids were fast down, and the curled black fringe of lashes veiled a glowing and liquid glance of divine emotion. The nose, straight, slender, and cut by two easy nostrils, gave to her profile that character of antique beauty which is vanishing day by day from the earth. A calm and serene smile, one of those smiles that have already left the soul and not yet reached the lips, lifted the corners of her mouth with a pure expression of infinite beatitude and gentleness. Nothing could be more perfect than the chin that completed the faultless oval of this radiant countenance. Her neck of a dead white joined her bosom in a delicious curve and supported her head gracefully like the stalk of a flower, moved by a gentle breeze. A bodice of crimson velvet spotted with gold outlined her delicate and finely curved figure, and held in by means of a handsome gold lace the countless folds of a full and flowing skirt that fell to her feet like those severe robes in which the Byzantine painters preferred to drape their angels. She was indeed a marvel, and so rare and modest of beauty had not been seen within the memory of man. Among those who had gazed most persistently at her was observed the young Prince of Brancaleone, one of the foremost nobles of the kingdom. Handsome, rich, and brave, he had at 25 outdone the lists of all known Don Juans. Fashionable young women spoke very ill of him and adored him in secret. The most virtuous made it their rule to fly from him, so impossible did resistance appear. All the young madcaps had chosen him for their model, for his triumphs robbed many a Miltiades of sleep, and with better cause. In short, to get an idea of this lucky individual, it will be enough to know that, as a seducer, he was the most perfect thing that the devil had succeeded in inventing in this progressive century. The prince was dressed out for the occasion in a sufficiently grotesque costume, which he wore with ironic gravity and cavalier ease. A black satin doublet, knee breeches, embroidered stockings, and shoes with gold buckles formed the main portions of his dress, over which trailed a long brocaded, open-sleeved robe lined with ermine and a magnificent diamond-hilted sword. On account of his rank, he enjoyed the rare distinction of carrying one of the 6 gilded staves that supported the plumed and embroidered canopy. As soon as the procession moved on again, Eligi of Brancaleone gave a side glance to a little man as red as a lobster, who was walking almost at his side, and carrying in his right hand, with all the solemnity that he could muster, His Excellency's hat. He was a footman in gold-laced livery, and we beg leave to give a brief sketch of his history. Trespolo was the child of poor but thieving parents, and on that account was early left an orphan. Being at leisure, he studied life from an eminently social aspect. If we are to believe a certain ancient sage, we are all in the world to solve a problem. As to Trespolo, he desired to live without doing anything. That was his problem. He was in turn a sacristan, a juggler, an apothecary's assistant, and a cicerone, and he got tired of all these callings. Begging was, to his mind, too hard work, and it was more trouble to be a thief than to be an honest man. Finally, he decided in favor of contemplative philosophy. He had a passionate preference for the horizontal position and found the greatest pleasure in the world in watching the shooting of stars. Unfortunately, in the course of his meditations, this deserving man came near to dying of hunger, which would have been a great pity, for he was beginning to accustom himself not to eat anything. But as he was predestined by nature to play a small part in our story, God showed him grace at that time and sent to his assistance not one of his angels. The rogue was not worthy of that, but one of Brancaleone's hunting dogs. The noble animal sniffed round the philosopher and uttered a little charitable growl that would have done credit to one of the brethren of Mount St. Bernard. The prince, who was returning in triumph from hunting, and who, by good luck, had that day killed a bear and ruined a countess, had an odd inclination to do a good deed. He approached the plebeian, who was about to pass into the condition of a corpse, stirred the thing with his foot, and seeing that there was still a little hope, bade his people bring him along. From that day onward, Trespolo saw the dream of his life nearly realized. Something rather above a footman and rather below a house steward, he became the confidant of his master, who found his talents most useful. For this Trespolo was as sharp as a demon and almost as artful as a woman. The prince, who, like an intelligent man as he was, had divined that genius is naturally indolent, asked nothing of him but advice. When tiresome people wanted thrashing, he saw to that matter himself, and indeed he was the equal of any two at such work. As nothing in this lower world, however, is complete, Trespolo had strange moments amid this life of delights. From time to time his happiness was disturbed by panics that greatly diverted his master. He would mutter incoherent words, stifle violent sighs, and lose his appetite. The root of the matter was that the poor fellow was afraid of going to hell. The matter was very simple. He was afraid of everything, and besides, it had often been preached to him that the devil never allowed a moment's rest to those who were ill-advised enough to fall into his clutches. Trespolo was in one of his good moods of repentance, when the prince, after gazing on the young girl with the fierce eagerness of a vulture about to swoop upon its prey, turned to speak to his intimate adviser. The poor servant understood his master's abominable design, and not wishing to share the guilt of a sacrilegious conversation, opened his eyes very wide and turned them up to heaven in ecstatic contemplation. The prince coughed, stamped his foot, moved his sword so as to hit Trespolo's legs, but could not get from him any sign of attention, so absorbed did he appear in celestial thoughts. Brancaleone would have liked to wring his neck, but both his hands were occupied by the staff of the canopy. And besides, the king was present. At last they were drawing nearer to the church of St. Clara, where the Neapolitan kings were buried, and where several princesses of the blood, exchanging the crown for the veil, have gone to bury themselves alive. The nuns, novices and abbess, hidden behind shutters, were throwing flowers upon the procession. A bunch fell at the feet of the Prince of Brancaleone. "Trespolo, pick up that nosegay," said the prince, so audibly that his servant had no further excuse. "It is from Sister Teresa," he added in a low voice. "Constancy is only to be found nowadays in a convent." Trespolo picked up the nosegay and came towards his master, looking like a man who was being strangled. "Who is that girl?" the latter asked him shortly. "Which one?" stammered the servant. "Forsooth, the one walking in front of us. I don't know her, my lord. You must find out something about her before this evening. I shall have to go rather far afield." "Then you do know her, you intolerable rascal. I have half a mind to have you hanged like a dog for pity's sake. My lord, think of the salvation of your soul, of your eternal life." "I advise you to think of your temporal life. What is her name?" "She is called Nisida, and is the prettiest girl in the island that she is named after. She is innocence itself. Her father is only a poor fisherman, but I can assure your excellency that in his island he is respected like a king." "Indeed," replied the prince with an ironical smile. "I must own to my great shame that I have never visited the little island of Nisida. You will have a boat ready for me tomorrow, and then we will see." He interrupted himself suddenly, for the king was looking at him, and calling up the most sonorous bass notes that he could find in the depths of his throat, he continued with an inspired air, "Genitori, genitoque, laus et jubilatio." "O men," replied the serving man in a ringing voice. "Nisida, the beloved daughter of Solomon the fisherman, was, as we have said, the loveliest flower of the island from which she derived her name. That island is the most charming spot, the most delicious nook with which we are acquainted. It is a basket of greenery set delicately amid the pure and transparent waters of the Gulf. A hill wooded with orange trees and oleanders, and crowned at the summit by a marble castle. All around extends the fairy-like prospect of that immense amphitheatre, one of the mightiest wonders of creation. There lies Naples, the voluptuous siren, reclining carelessly on the seashore. There Portici, Castellamare, and Sorrento, the very names of which awaken in the imagination 1,000 thoughts of poetry and love. There are Posillipo, Baiae, Puzzoli, and those vast plains where the ancients fancied their Elysium sacred solitudes, which one might suppose peopled by the men of former days, where the earth echoes underfoot like an empty grave, and the air has unknown sounds and strange melodies. Solomon's hut stood in that part of the island which, turning its back to the capital, beholds afar the blue crests of Capri. Nothing could be simpler or brighter. The brick walls were hung with ivy greener than emeralds, and enamelled with white bell flowers. On the ground floor was a fairly spacious apartment, in which the men slept and the family took their meals. On the floor above was Nisida's little maidenly room, full of coolness, shadows, and mystery, and lighted by a single casement that looked over the gulf. Above this room was a terrace of the Italian kind, the 4 pillars of which were wreathed with vine branches, while its vine-clad arbor and wide parapet were overgrown with moss and wild flowers. A little hedge of hawthorn, which had been respected for ages, made a kind of rampart around the fisherman's premises and defended his house better than deep moats and castellated walls could have done. The boldest roisterers of the place would have preferred to fight before the parsonage and in the precincts of the church rather than in front of Solomon's little enclosure. Otherwise, this was the meeting place of the whole island. Every evening, precisely at the same hour, the good women of the neighborhood came to knit their woolen caps and tell the news. Groups of little children, naked, brown, and as mischievous as little imps, sported about, rolling on the grass and throwing handfuls of sand into the other's eyes, heedless of the risk of blinding, while their mothers were engrossed in that grave gossip which marks the dwellers in villages. These gatherings occurred daily before the fisherman's house. They formed a tacit and almost involuntary homage, consecrated by custom and of which no one had ever taken special account. The envy that rules in small communities would soon have suppressed them. The influence which old Solomon had over his equals had grown so simply and naturally that no one found any fault with it, and it had only attracted notice when everyone was benefiting by it, like those fine trees whose growth is only observed when we profit by their shade. If any dispute arose in the island, the two opponents preferred to abide by the judgment of the fisherman instead of going before the court. He was fortunate enough or clever enough to send away both parties satisfied. He knew what remedies to prescribe better than any physician, for it seldom happened that he or his had not felt the same ailments, and his knowledge, founded on personal experience, produced the most excellent results. Moreover, he had no interest, as ordinary doctors have, in prolonging illnesses. For many years past, the only formality recognized as a guarantee for the inviolability of a contract had been the intervention of the fisherman. Each party shook hands with Solomon, and the thing was done. They would rather have thrown themselves into Vesuvius at the moment of its most violent eruption than have broken so solemn an agreement. At the period when our story opens, it was impossible to find any person in the island who had not felt the effects of the fisherman's generosity, and that without needing to confess to him any necessities. As it was the custom for the little populace of Nisida to spend its leisure hours before Solomon's cottage, the old man, while he walked slowly among the different groups, humming his favorite song, discovered moral and physical weaknesses as he passed, and the same evening he or his daughter would certainly be seen coming mysteriously to bestow a benefit upon every sufferer, to lay a balm upon every wound. In short, he united in his person all those occupations whose business is to help mankind. Lawyers, doctors, and the notary, all the vultures of civilization, had beaten the retreat before the patriarchal benevolence of the fisherman. Even the priest had capitulated. On the morrow of the Feast of the Assumption, Solomon was sitting, as his habit was, on a stone bench in front of his house, his legs crossed and his arms carelessly stretched out. At the first glance, you would have taken him for 60 at the outside, though he was really over 80. He had all his teeth, which were as white as pearls, and showed them proudly. His brow, calm and restful beneath its crown of abundant white hair, was as firm and polished as marble. Not a wrinkle ruffled the corner of his eye, and the gem-light luster of his blue orbs revealed a freshness of soul and an eternal youth, such as fable grants to the sea gods. He displayed his bare arms and muscular neck with an old man's vanity, never had a gloomy idea, an evil prepossession, or a keen remorse arisen to disturb his long and peaceful life. He had never seen a tear flow near him without hurrying to wipe it. Poor though he was, he had succeeded in pouring out benefits that all the kings of the earth could not have bought with their gold. Ignorant though he was, he had spoken to his fellows the only language that they could understand, the language of the heart. One single drop of bitterness had mingled with his inexhaustible stream of happiness. One grief only had clouded his sunny life, the death of his wife, and moreover he had forgotten that. All the affections of his soul were turned upon Nisida, whose birth had caused her mother's death. He loved her with that immoderate love that old people have for the youngest of their children. At the present moment he was gazing upon her with an air of profound rapture, and watching her come and go as she now joined the groups of children and scolded them for games too dangerous or too noisy. Now seated herself on the grass beside their mothers, and took part with grave and thoughtful interest in their talk. Nisida was more beautiful thus than she had been the day before. With the vaporous cloud of perfume that had folded her round from head to foot, had disappeared all that mystic poetry which put a sort of constraint upon her admirers, and obliged them to lower their glances. She had become a daughter of Eve again, without losing anything of her charm. Simply dressed, as she usually was on work days, she was distinguishable among her companions only by her amazing beauty and by the dazzling whiteness of her skin. Her beautiful black hair was twisted in plaits around the little dagger of chased silver that has lately been imported into Paris by that right of conquest which the pretty women of Paris have over the fashions of all countries, like the English over the sea. Nisida was adored by her young friends. All the mothers had adopted her with pride. She was the glory of the island. The opinion of her superiority was shared by everyone to such a degree that if some bold young man, forgetting the distance which divided him from the maiden, dared speak a little too loudly of his pretensions, he became the laughing-stock of his companions. Even the past masters of tarantella dancing were out of countenance before the daughter of Solomon, and did not dare to seek her as a partner. Only a few singers from Amalfi or Sorrento, attracted by the rare beauty of this angelic creature, ventured to sigh out their passion, carefully veiled beneath the most delicate allusions. But they seldom reached the last verse of their song. At every sound they stopped short, threw down their triangles and their mandolines, and took flight like scared nightingales. One only had courage enough or passion enough to brave the mockery. This was Bastiano, the most formidable diver of that coast. He also sang, but with a deep and hollow voice. His chant was mournful, and his melodies full of sadness. He never accompanied himself upon any instrument, and never retired without concluding his song. That day he was gloomier than usual. He was standing upright, as though by enchantment, upon a bare and slippery rock, and he cast scornful glances upon the women who were looking at him and laughing. The sun, which was plunging into the sea like a globe of fire, shed its light full upon his stern features, and the evening breeze, as it lightly rippled the billows, set the fluttering reeds waving at his feet. Absorbed by dark thoughts, he sang, in the musical language of his country, these sad words. O window, that wert used to shine in the night like an open eye, how dark thou art! Alas! Alas! My poor sister is ill. Her mother, all in tears, stoops towards me and says, Thy poor sister is dead and buried. Jesus, Jesus, have pity on me. You stab me to the heart. Tell me, good neighbors, how it happened. Repeat to me her last words. She had a burning thirst, and refused to drink because thou wast not there to give her water from thy hand. Oh, my sister, oh, my sister! She refused her mother's kiss because thou wast not there to embrace her. Oh, my sister, oh, my sister! She wept until her last breath because thou wast not there to dry her tears. Oh, my sister, oh, my sister! We placed on her brow her wreath of orange flowers. We covered her with a veil as white as snow. We laid her gently in her coffin. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. 2 angels came down from heaven and bore her away on their wings. Mary Magdalene came to meet her at the gate of heaven. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. There, she was seated in a place of glory. A chaplet of rubies was given to her, and she is singing her rosary with the Virgin. Thanks, good neighbors, I will go and be with her. As he finished the last words of his melancholy refrain, he flung himself from the top of his rock into the sea. as though he really desired to engulf himself. Nisida and the other women gave a cry of terror, for during some minutes the diver failed to reappear upon the surface. "Are you out of your senses?" cried a young man, who had suddenly appeared unobserved among the women. "Why, what are you afraid of? You know very well that Bastiano is always doing things of this sort, but do not be alarmed. All the fishes in the Mediterranean will be drowned before any harm comes to him. Water is his natural element. Good day, sister. Good day, father." The young fisherman kissed Nisida on the forehead, drew near to his father, and bowing his handsome head before him, took off his red cap and respectfully kissed the old man's hand. He came thus to ask his blessing every evening before putting out to sea, where he often spent the night fishing from his boat. "May God bless thee, my Gabriel," said the old man in a tone of emotion, as he slowly passed his hand over his son's black curls, and a tear came into his eye. Then, rising solemnly and addressing the groups around him, he added in a voice full of dignity and of gentleness, "Come, my children, it is time to separate. The young to work, the old to rest. There is the Angelus ringing." Everybody knelt, and after a short prayer, each went on his way. Nisida, after having given her father the last daily attentions, went up to her room, replenished the oil in the lamp that burned day and night before the Virgin, and leaning her elbow on the window ledge, divided the branches of jasmine which hung like perfumed curtains, began to gaze out at the sea, and seemed lost in a deep, sweet reverie. At this very time a little boat, rowed silently by two oarsmen, touched shore on the other side of the island. It had become quite dark. A little man first landed cautiously, and respectfully offered his hand to another individual, who, scorning that feeble support, leapt easily ashore. "Well, knave," he cried, "are my looks to your taste? Your lordship is perfect." "I flatter myself I am. It is true that, in order to make the transformation complete, I chose the very oldest coat that displayed its rags in a Jew's shop. Your lordship looks like a heathen god engaged in a love affair. Jupiter has sheathed his thunderbolts, and Apollo has pocketed his rays. A truce to your mythology. And to begin with, I forbid you to call me your lordship. Yes, your lordship. If my information that I have procured during the day is correct, the house must be on the other side of the island, in a most remote and lonely spot. Walk at a certain distance, and do not trouble yourself about me, for I know my part by heart." The young Prince of Brancaleone, whom, in spite of the darkness of the night, our readers will already have recognized, advanced towards the fisherman's house with as little noise as possible, walked up and down several times upon the shore, and, after having briefly reconnoitered the place that he wished to attack, waited quietly for the moon to rise and light up the scene that he had prepared. He was not obliged to exercise his patience very long, for the darkness gradually disappeared, and Solomon's little house was bathed in silvery light. Then he approached with timid steps, lifted towards the casement a look of entreaty, and began to sigh with all the power of his lungs. The young girl, called suddenly from her meditations by the appearance of this strange person, raised herself sharply and prepared to close the shutters. "Stay, charming Nisida," cried the prince, in the manner of a man overcome by irresistible passion. "What do you want with me, signor?" answered the maiden, amazed to hear herself called by name. "To adore you as a Madonna is adored, and to make you aware of my size." Nisida looked at him steadily, and after a moment or two of reflection asked suddenly, as though in response to some secret thought, "Do you belong to this country, or are you a foreigner?" "I arrived in this island," replied the prince without hesitation, "at the moment when the sun was writing his farewell to the earth, and dipping the rays that serves as his pen into the shadow that serves as his inkstand." "And who are you?" returned the young girl, not at all understanding these strange words. "Alas, I am but a poor student, but I may become a great poet like Tasso, whose verses you often hear sung by a departing fisherman, who sends his thrilling music as a last farewell that returns to die on the beach. I do not know whether I am doing wrong to speak to you, but at least I will be frank with you, said Nisida, blushing. I have the misfortune to be the richest girl on the island. Your father will not be inexorable, returned the prince ardently. One word from you, light of my eyes, goddess of my heart, and I will work night and day, never pausing nor slackening, and will render myself worthy to possess the treasure that God has revealed to my dazzled eyes. And, from being poor and obscure as you see me, I will become rich and powerful. I have stayed too long, listening to talk that a maiden should not hear. Permit me, Signor, to withdraw. Have pity on me, my cruel enemy. What have I done to you that you should thus leave me with death in my soul? You do not know that for months past I have been following you everywhere like a shadow, that I prowl round your home at night, stifling my sighs lest they should disturb your peaceful slumber. You are afraid, perhaps, to let yourself be touched at a first meeting by a poor wretch who adores you. Alas, Juliet was young and beautiful like you, and she did not need many entreaties to take pity on Romeo. Nisida suffered a sad and thoughtful look to fall upon this handsome young man, who spoke to her in so gentle a voice, and withdrew without further reply, that she might not humiliate his poverty. The prince made great efforts to suppress a strong inclination towards laughter, and, very well satisfied with this opening, turned his steps towards the spot where he had left his servant. Trespolo, after having emptied a bottle of lacrima with which he had provided himself for any emergency, had looked long around him to choose a spot where the grass was especially high and thick, and had laid himself down to a sound sleep, murmuring as he did so this sublime observation, "O laziness, but for the sin of Adam, you would be a virtue." The young girl could not close her eyes during the whole night after the conversation that she had held with the stranger. His sudden appearance, his strange dress and odd speech, had awakened in her an uncertain feeling that had been lying asleep in the bottom of her heart. She was at this time in all the vigor of her youth and of her resplendent beauty. Nisida was not one of the weak and timid natures that are broken by suffering or domineered over by tyranny. Far otherwise. Everything around her had contributed toward shaping for her a calm and serene destiny. Her simple, tender soul had unfolded in an atmosphere of peace and happiness. If she had not hitherto loved, it was the fault, not of her coldness, but of the extreme timidity shown by the inhabitants of her island. The blind depth of respect that surrounded the old fisherman had drawn around his daughter a barrier of esteem and submission that no one dared to cross. By means of thrift and labor, Solomon had succeeded in creating for himself a prosperity that put the poverty of the other fishermen to the blush. No one had asked for Nisida, because no one thought he deserved her. The only admirer who had dared to show his passion openly was Bastiano, the most devoted and dearest friend of Gabriel. But Bastiano did not please her. So, trusting in her beauty, upheld by the mysterious hope that never deserts youth, she had resigned herself to wait. Like some princess who knows that her betrothed will come from a far country. On the day of the Assumption, she had left her island for the first time in her life. Chance, having chosen her among the maidens of the kingdom, vowed by their mothers to the special protection of the Virgin. But, overwhelmed by the weight of a position so new to her, blushing and confused under the eyes of an immense crowd, she had scarcely dared to raise her wondering looks, and the splendors of the town had passed before her like a dream, leaving but a vague remembrance. When she perceived the presence of this handsome young man, so slenderly and elegantly built, whose noble and calm demeanor contrasted with the timidity and awkwardness of her other admirers, she felt herself inwardly disturbed, and no doubt she would have believed that her prince had come, if she had been unpleasantly struck by the poverty of his dress. She had nevertheless allowed herself to listen to him longer than she ought to have done, and she drew back with her bosom heavy, her cheek on fire, and her heart rent by an ache that was both dull and sharp. "If my father does not wish me to marry him," she said to herself, tormented by the first remorseful feeling of her life, "I shall have done wrong to speak to him. And yet he is so handsome." Then she knelt before the Virgin, who was her only confidant, the poor child having never known her mother, and tried to tell her the torments of her soul, but she could not achieve her prayer. The thoughts became entangled within her brain, and she surprised herself uttering strange words. But assuredly the Holy Virgin must have taken pity upon her lovely devotee, for she rose with the impression of a consoling thought, resolved to confide everything to her father. "I cannot have a moment's doubt," she said to herself, as she unlaced her bodice, "of my father's affection. Well then, if he forbids me to speak to him, it will be for my good. And indeed I have seen him but this once," she added, as she threw herself upon the bed. "And now I think of it, I consider him very bold to dare to speak to me. I am almost inclined to laugh at him. How confidently he brought out his nonsense, how absurdly he rolled his eyes. They are really very fine, those eyes of his, and so is his mouth and his forehead and his hair. He does not suspect that I noticed his hands, which are really very white, when he raised them to heaven, like a madman, as he walked up and down by the sea. Come, come, is he going to prevent my sleeping?" "I will not see him again," she cried, drawing the sheet over her head like an angry child. Then she began to laugh to herself over her lover's dress, and meditated long upon what her companions would say to it. Suddenly her brow contracted painfully. A frightful thought had stolen into her mind. She shuddered from head to foot. Suppose he were to think someone else prettier than me? Men are so foolish. Certainly it is too hot, and I shall not sleep tonight. Then she sat up in her bed and continued her monologue, which we will spare the reader till the morning. Scarcely had the first rays of light filtered through the interlacing branches of jasmine and wavered into the room when Nisida dressed herself hurriedly and went as usual to present her forehead to her father's kiss. The old man at once observed the depression and weariness left by a sleepless night upon his daughter's face, and, parting with an eager and anxious hand the beautiful black hair that fell over her cheeks, he asked her, "What is the matter, my child? Now hast not slept well?" "I have not slept at all," answered Nisida, smiling to reassure her father. "I am perfectly well, but I have something to confess to you." "Speak quickly, child. I am dying with impatience." "Perhaps I have done wrong, but I want you to promise beforehand not to scold me." "You know very well that I spoil you," said the old man with a caress. "I shall not begin to be stern today. A young man who does not belong to this island, and whose name I do not know, spoke to me yesterday evening when I was taking the air at my window. And what was he so eager to say to you, my dear Nisida? He begged me to speak to you in his favor. I am listening. What can I do for him? Order me to marry him. And should you obey willingly?" "I think so, father," the girl candidly replied. "As to other things, you yourself must judge in your wisdom, for I wanted to speak to you before coming to know him, so as not to go on with a conversation that you might not approve. But there is a hindrance. You know that I do not recognize any when it is a question of making my daughter happy. He is poor, father. Well, all the more reason for me to like him. There is work here for everybody, and my table can spare a place for another son. He is young, he has arms. No doubt he has some calling. He is a poet. No matter. Tell him to come and speak to me, and if he is an honest lad, I promise you, my child, that I will do anything in the world to promote your happiness." Nisida embraced her father effusively, and was beside herself with joy all day. waiting impatiently for the evening in order to give the young man such splendid news. Aligi Brancaleone was but moderately flattered, as you will easily believe, by the fisherman's magnanimous intentions towards him, but like the finished seducer that he was, he appeared enchanted at them. Recollecting his character as a fantastical student and an out-at-elbows poet, he fell upon his knees and shouted a thanksgiving to the planet Venus. Then, addressing the young girl, he added in a calmer voice that he was going to write immediately to his own father, who in a week's time would come to make his formal proposal. Until then, he begged as a favor that he might not present himself to Solomon, nor to any person at all in the island, and assigned as a pretext a certain degree of shame which he felt on account of his old clothes. Assuring his beloved that his father would bring him a complete outfit for the wedding day, while the ill-starred girl was thus walking in terrifying security at the edge of the precipice, Trespolo, following his master's wishes, had established himself in the island as a pilgrim from Jerusalem. Playing his part and sprinkling his conversation with biblical phrases which came to him readily, in his character of ex-sacristan, he distributed abundance of charms. Wood of the true cross and milk of the Blessed Virgin, and all those other inexhaustible treasures on which the eager devotion of worthy people daily feeds. His relics were the more evidently authentic in that he did not sell any of them, and, bearing his poverty in a holy manner, thanked the faithful and declined their alms. Only out of regard for the established virtue of Solomon, he had consented to break bread with the fisherman, and went to take meals with him with the regularity of a cenobite. His abstinence aroused universal surprise. A crust dipped in water, a few nuts or figs, sufficed to keep this holy man alive, to prevent him, that is to say, from dying. Furthermore, he entertained Nisida by his tales of his travels and by his mysterious predictions. Unfortunately, he only appeared towards evening, for he spent the rest of the day in austerities and in prayers, in other words, in drinking like a Turk and snoring like a buffalo. On the morning of the 7th day, after the promise given by the prince to the fisherman's daughter, Brancaleone came into his servant's room, and shaking Hint roughly, cried in his ear, "Up, odious marmot!" Trespolo, awakened suddenly, rubbed his eyes in alarm. The dead, sleeping peacefully at the bottom of their coffins, will be less annoyed at the last day when the trump of judgment comes to drag them from their slumbers. Fear having, however, immediately dispersed the dark clouds that overspread his countenance, he sat up and asked with an appearance of bewilderment, "What is the matter, Your Excellency?" "The matter is that I will have you flayed alive a little if you do not leave off that execrable habit of sleeping 20 hours in the day." "I was not asleep, Prince," cried the servant boldly as he sprang out of bed. "I was reflecting." "But listen to me," said the prince in a severe tone. "You were once employed, I believe, in a chemist's shop?" "Yes, my lord, and I left because my employer had the scandalous barbarity to make me pound drugs, which tired my arms horribly." "Here is a phial containing a solution of opium." "Mercy!" cried Trespolo, falling on his knees. "Get up, idiot, and pay great attention to what I am going to say to you. This little fool of the Nisida persists in wanting me to speak to her father. I made her believe that I was going away this evening to fetch my papers. There is no time to lose. I know you very well at the fisherman's. You will pour this liquid into their wine. Your life will answer for your not giving them a larger dose than enough to produce a deep sleep. You will take care to prepare me a good ladder for tonight, after which you will go and wait for me in my boat, where you will find Numa and Bonnaroo. They have my orders. I shall not want you in scaling the fortress. I have my campo, basso, dagger." "But, my lord," stammered Trespolo, astounded. "No difficulties," cried the prince, stamping his foot furiously, "or by my father's death I will cure you once for all of your scruples." And he turned on his heel with the air of a man who is certain that people will be very careful not to disobey his orders. The unhappy Trespolo fulfilled his master's injunctions punctually. With him, fear was the guiding principle. That evening, The fisherman's supper table was hopelessly dull, and the sham pilgrim tried in vain to enliven it by factitious cheerfulness. Nisida was preoccupied by her lover's departure, and Solomon, sharing unconsciously in his daughter's grief, swallowed but a drop or two of wine to avoid resisting the repeated urgency of his guest. Gabriel had set out in the morning for Sorrento and was not to return for 2 or 3 days. His absence tended to increase the old man's melancholy. As soon as Trespolo had retired, the fisherman yielded to his fatigue. Nisida, with her arms hanging by her sides, her head heavy, and her heart oppressed by a sad presentiment, had scarcely strength to go up to her room, and after having mechanically trimmed the lamp, sank on her bed as pale and stiff as a corpse. The storm was breaking out with violence, one of those terrible storms seen only in the south, when the congregated clouds, parting suddenly, shed torrents of rain and of hail, and threatened another deluge. The roar of the thunder drew nearer, and was like the noise of a cannonade. The gulf, lately so calm and smooth that the island was reflected as in a mirror, had suddenly darkened. The furiously leaping waves flung themselves together like wild horses. The island quaked, shaken by terrible shocks. Even the boldest fishermen had drawn their boats ashore and, shut within their cabins, encouraged as best they could their frightened wives and children. Amid the deep darkness that overspread the sea, Nisida's lamp could be seen gleaming clear and limpid as it burned before the Madonna. 2 boats, without rudders, sails, or oars, tossed by the waves, beaten by the winds, were whirling above the abyss. 2 men were in these 2 boats, their muscles tense, their breasts bare, their hair flying. They gazed haughtily on the sea and braved the tempest. "Once more, I beg you," cried one of these men, "fear not for me, Gabriel. I promise you that with my 2 broken oars and a little perseverance, I shall get to Torre before daybreak." "You are mad, Bastiano. We have not been able ever since the morning to get near Vico, and have been obliged to keep tacking about. Your skill and strength have been able to do nothing against this frightful hurricane which has driven us back to this point." "It is the first time you have ever refused to go with me," remarked the young man. "Well, yes, my dear Bastiano. I do not know how it is, but tonight I feel drawn to the island by an irresistible power. The winds have been unchained to bring me back to it in spite of myself, when I will own to you, even though it should make me seem like a madman in your eyes, that this simple and ordinary event appears to me like an order from heaven. Do you see that lamp shining over there?" "I know it," answered Bastiano, suppressing a sigh. "It was lighted before the Virgin One the day when my sister was born, and for 18 years it has never ceased to burn night and day. It was my mother's vow, you do not know. My dear Bastiano, you cannot know how many torturing thoughts that vow recalls to me. My poor mother called me to her deathbed and told me a frightful tale, a horrible secret which weighs on my soul like a cloak of lead, and of which I can only relieve myself by confiding it to a friend. When her painful story was ended, she asked to see and to embrace my sister, who is just born. Then, with her trembling hand, already chilled by the approach of death, she desired to light the lamp herself. Remember, these were her last words, remember, Gabriel, that your sister is vowed to the Madonna. As long as this light shines before the blessed image of the Virgin, your sister will be in no danger. You can understand now why, at night, when we are crossing the gulf, my eyes are always fixed on that lamp. I have a belief that nothing could shake, which is that, on the day that light goes out, my sister's soul will have taken flight to heaven." "Well," cried Bastiano in an abrupt tone that betrayed the emotion of his heart, "if you prefer to stay, I will go alone." "Farewell," said Gabriel, without turning aside his eyes from the window towards which he felt himself drawn by a fascination for which he could not account. Bastiano disappeared, and Nisida's brother, assisted by the waves, was drawing nearer and nearer to the shore, when, at all once, he uttered a terrible cry which sounded above the noise of the tempest. The star had just been extinguished. The lamp had been blown out. "My sister is dead," cried Gabriel, and leaping into the sea, he cleft the waves with the rapidity of lightning. The storm had redoubled its intensity. Long lines of lightning, rending the sides of the clouds, bathed everything in their tawny and intermittent light. The fisherman perceived a ladder leaning against the front of his home, seized it with a convulsive hand, and in 3 bounds flung himself into the room. The prince felt himself strangely moved on making his way into this pure and silent retreat, the calm and gentle gaze of the Virgin who seemed to be protecting the rest of the sleeping girl, that perfume of innocence shed around the maidenly couch, that lamp open-eyed amid the shadows like a soul in prayer, had inspired the seducer with an unknown distress. Irritated by what he called an absurd cowardice, he had extinguished the obtrusive light, and was advancing towards the bed and addressing unspoken reproaches to himself, when Gabriel swooped upon him with a wounded tiger's fierce gnashing of the teeth. Brancaleone, by a bold and rapid movement that showed no common degree of skill and bravery while struggling in the grasp of his powerful adversary, drew forth in his right hand a long dagger with a fine barbed blade. Gabriel smiled scornfully, snatched the weapon from him, and even as he stooped to break it across his knee, gave the prince a furious blow with his head that made him stagger and sent him rolling on the floor 3 paces away. Then, leaning over his poor sister and gazing on her with hungry eyes by the passing gleam of a flash, "Dead," he repeated, wringing his arms in despair. "Dead." In the fearful paroxysm that compressed his throat, he could find no other words to assuage his rage or to pour forth his woe. His hair, which the storm had flattened, rose on his head. The marrow of his bones was chilled, and he felt his tears rush back upon his heart. It was a terrible moment. He forgot that the murderer still lived. The prince, however, whose admirable composure did not for a moment desert him, had risen bruised and bleeding. Pale and trembling with rage, he sought everywhere for a weapon with which to avenge himself. Gabriel returned towards him gloomier and more ominous than ever, and grasping his neck with an iron hand, dragged him into the room where the old man was sleeping. "Father, father, father," he cried in a piercing voice. "Here is the bastard who has just murdered Nisida." The old man, who had drunk but a few drops of the narcotic potion, was awakened by this cry which echoed through his soul. He arose as though moved by a spring, flung off his coverings, and with that promptitude of action that God has bestowed upon mothers in moments of danger, went up to his daughter's room, found a light, knelt on the edge of the bed, and began to test his child's pulse and watch her breathing with mortal anxiety. All this had passed in less time than we have taken in telling it. Brancaleone, by an unheard-of effort, had freed himself from the hands of the young fisherman, and suddenly resuming his princely pride, said in a loud voice, "You shall not kill me without listening to me." Gabriel would have overwhelmed him with bitter reproaches, but, unable to utter a single word, he burst into tears. "Your sister is not dead," said the prince with cold dignity. "She is merely asleep. You can assure yourself of it. And meanwhile I undertake, upon my honor, not to move a single step away." These words were pronounced with such an accent of truth that the fisherman was struck by them. An unexpected gleam of hope suddenly dawned in his thoughts. He cast upon the stranger a glance of hate and distrust, and muttered, in a muffled voice, "Do not flatter yourself. In any case, the Jew will be able to escape me." Then he went up to his sister's room, and, approaching the old man, asked tremblingly, "Well, father?" Solomon thrust him gently aside with the solicitude of a mother removing some buzzing insect from her child's cradle, and making a sign to enjoin silence, added in a low voice, "She is neither dead nor poisoned. Some philtre has been given to her for a bad purpose. Her breathing is even, and she cannot fail to recover from her lethargy." Gabriel, reassured about Nisida's life, returned silently to the ground floor, where he had left the seducer. His manner was grave and gloomy. He was coming now not to rend the murderer of his sister with his hands, but to elucidate a treacherous and infamous mystery, and to avenge his honor, which had been basely attacked. He opened wide the double entrance door that admitted daylight to the apartment, in which, on the few nights that he spent at home, he was accustomed to sleep with his father. The rain had just stopped. A ray of moonlight pierced the clouds, and all at once made its way into the room. The fisherman adjusted his dripping garments, walked towards the stranger who awaited him without stirring, and after having gazed upon him haughtily, said, "Now you are going to explain your presence in our house." "I confess," said the prince, in an easy tone and with the most insolent assurance, "that appearances are against me. It is the fate of lovers to be treated as thieves. But although I have not the advantage of being known to you, I am betrothed to the fair Nisida, with your father's approval, of course. Now, as I have the misfortune to possess very hard-hearted parents, they have had the cruelty to refuse me their consent. Love led me astray, and I was about to be guilty of a fault for which a young man like you ought to have some indulgence. Furthermore, it was nothing but a mere attempt at an abduction. With the best intentions in the world, I swear, and I am ready to atone for everything if you will agree to give me your hand and call me your brother." "I will agree to call you a coward and a betrayer," replied Gabriel, whose face had begun to glow as he heard his sister spoken of with such impudent levity. "If it is thus that insults are avenged in towns, we fishers have a different plan. Ah, so you flattered yourself with the thought of bringing desolation, disgrace into our home, and of paying infamous assassins to come and share an old man's bread so as to poison his daughter, of stealing by night, like a brigand armed with a dagger, into my sister's room, and of being let off by marrying the most beautiful woman in the kingdom." The prince made a movement. "Listen," continued Gabriel, "I could break you as I broke your dagger just now, but I have pity on you. I see that you can do nothing with your hands, neither defend yourself nor work. Go. I begin to understand. You are a braggart, my fine sir. Your poverty is usurped. You have decked yourself in these poor clothes, but you are unworthy of them." He suffered a glance of crushing contempt to fall upon the prince. Then, going to a cupboard hidden in the wall, he drew out a rifle and an axe. "Here," said he, "are all the weapons in the house. Choose." A flash of joy illuminated the countenance of the prince, who had hitherto suppressed his rage. He seized the rifle eagerly, drew 3 steps backward, and, drawing himself up to his full height, said, "You would have done better to lend me this weapon at the beginning, for then I would have been spared from witnessing your silly vaporings and frantic convulsions. Thanks, young man. One of my servants will bring you back your gun. Farewell." And he threw him his purse, which fell heavily at the fisherman's feet. "I lent you that rifle to fight with me," cried Gabriel, whom surprise had rooted to the spot. "Move aside, my lad. You are out of your senses," said the prince, taking a step towards the door. "So you refuse to defend yourself?" asked Gabriel in a determined voice. "I have told you already that I cannot fight with you." "Why not?" "Because such is the will of God. Because you were born to crawl and I to trample you under my feet. Because all the blood that I could shed in this island would not purchase 1 drop of my blood. Because 1,000 lives of wretches like you are not equal to 1 hour of mine. Because you will kneel at my name, that I am now going to utter. Because, in short, you are but a poor fisherman, and my name is Prince of Brancaleone." At this dreaded name, which the young nobleman flung like a thunderbolt at his head, the fisherman bounded like a lion. He drew a deep breath as though he had lifted a weight that had long rested on his heart. "Ah," he cried, "you have given yourself into my hands, my lord. Between the poor fisherman and the all-powerful prince, there is a debt of blood. You shall pay for yourself and for your father. We are going to settle our accounts, your excellency," he added, rising his axe over the head of the prince, who was aiming at him. "Oh, you were in too great haste to choose. The rifle is not loaded." The prince turned pale. "Between our two families," Gabriel continued, "there exists a horrible secret which my mother confided to me on the brink of the grave, of which my father himself is unaware, and that no man in the world must learn. You are different. You are going to die." He dragged him into the space outside the house. "Do you know why my sister, whom you wish to dishonor, was vowed to the Madonna? Because your father, like you, wished to dishonor my mother. In your accursed house there is a tradition of infamy. You do not know what slow and terrible torments my poor mother endured. Torments that broke her strength and caused her to die in early youth, and that her angelic soul dared confide to none but her son in that supreme hour, and in order to bid me watch over my sister." The fisherman wiped away a burning tear. "One day before we were born, a fine lady, richly dressed, landed in our island from a splendid boat. She asked to see my mother, who was as young and beautiful as my Nisida is today. She could not cease from admiring her. She blamed the blindness of fate which had buried this lovely jewel in the bosom of an obscure island. She showered praises, caresses and gifts upon my mother, and after many indirect speeches, finally asked her parents for her, that she might make her her lady-in-waiting. The poor people, foreseeing in the protection of so great a lady a brilliant future for their daughter, were weak enough to yield. That lady was your mother. And do you know why she came thus to seek that poor innocent maiden? Because your mother had a lover, and because she wished to make sure in this infamous manner of the prince's indulgence. Silence, wretch. Oh, your excellency will hear me out. At the beginning, my poor mother found herself surrounded by the tenderest care. The princess could not be parted from her for a moment. The most flattering words, the finest clothes, the richest ornaments were hers. The servants paid her as much respect as though she were a daughter of the house. When her parents went to see her and to inquire whether she did not at all regret having left them, they found her so lovely and so happy that they blessed the princess as a good angel sent them from God. Then the prince conceived a remarkable affection for my mother. Little by little his manners became more familiar and affectionate. At last, the princess went away for a few days, regretting that she could not take with her her dear child, as she called her. Then the prince's brutality knew no further barriers. He no longer concealed his shameful plans of seduction. He spread before the poor girl's eyes pearl necklaces and caskets of diamonds. He passed from the most glowing passion to the blackest fury, from the humblest prayers to the most horrible threats. The poor child was shut up in a cellar where there was hardly a gleam of daylight, and every morning a frightful jailer came and threw her a bit of black bread, repeating with oaths that it only depended upon herself to alter all this by becoming the prince's mistress. This cruelty continued for 2 years. The princess had gone on a long journey, and my mother's poor parents believed that their daughter was still happy with her protectress. On her return, having no doubt fresh sins for which she needed forgiveness, she took my mother from her dungeon, assumed the liveliest indignation at this horrible treatment, about which she appeared to have known nothing, wiped her tears, and by an abominable refinement of perfidy received the thanks of the victim whom she was about to sacrifice. One evening, I have just finished, my lord the princess chose to sup alone with her lady-in-waiting. The rarest fruits, the most exquisite dishes, and the most delicate wines were served to my poor mother, whose prolonged privations had injured her health and weakened her reason. She gave way to a morbid gaiety. Diabolical philters were poured into her cup. That is another tradition in your family. My mother felt uplifted. Her eyes shone with feverish brilliance. Her cheeks were on fire. Then the prince came in. "Oh, Your Excellency will see that God protects the poor." My darling mother, like a frightened dove, sheltered herself in the bosom of the princess, who pushed her away, laughing. The poor, distraught girl, trembling, weeping, knelt down in the midst of that infamous room. It was St. Anne's Day. All at once the house shook, the walls cracked, cries of distress rang out in the streets. My mother was saved. It was the earthquake that destroyed half Naples. You know all about it, my lord, since your old palace is no longer habitable. What are you driving at?" cried Brancaleone in terrible agitation. "Oh, I merely wish to persuade you that you must fight with me," answered the fisherman coldly, as he offered him a cartridge. "And now," he added in an excited tone, "say your prayers, my lord, for I warn you, you will die by my hand. Justice must be done." The prince carefully examined the powder and shot, made sure that his rifle was in good condition, loaded it, and, eager to make an end, took aim at the fisherman. But either because he had been so much disturbed by his opponent's terrible tale, or because the grass was wet from the storm, at the moment when he put forward his left foot to steady his shot, he slipped, lost his balance, and fell on one knee. He fired into the air. "That does not count, my lord," cried Gabriel instantly, and handed him a second charge. At the noise of the report, Solomon had appeared at the window, and understanding what was going on, had lifted his hands to heaven in order to address to God a dumb and fervent prayer. Eligi uttered a frightful imprecation and hastily reloaded his rifle, but, struck by the calm confidence of the young man who stood motionless before him, and by the old man who, impassive and undisturbed, seemed to be conjuring God in the name of a father's authority, disconcerted by his fall, his knees shaking and his arm jarred, he felt the chills of death running in his veins. Attempting, nevertheless, to master his emotion, he took aim a second time. The bullet whistled by the fisherman's ear and buried itself in the stem of a poplar. The prince, with the energy of despair, seized the barrel of his weapon in both hands, but Gabriel was coming forward with his axe, a terrible foe, and his first stroke carried away the butt of the rifle. He was still hesitating, however, to kill a defenseless man when two armed servants appeared at the end of the pathway. Gabriel did not see them coming, but at the moment when they would have seized him by the shoulders, Solomon uttered a cry and rushed to his son's assistance. "Help, Numa, help! Bonaroo, death to the ruffians! They want to murder me!" "You lie, Prince of Brancaleone!" cried Gabriel, and with one blow of the axe he cleft his skull. The two bravos who were coming to their master's assistance when they saw him fall took flight. Solomon and his son went up to Nisida's room. The young girl had just shaken off her heavy slumber. A slight perspiration moistened her brow, and she opened her eyes slowly to the dawning day. "Why are you looking at me in that way, father?" she said, her mind still wandering a little, and she passed her hand over her forehead. The old man embraced her tenderly. "You have just passed through a great danger, my poor Nisida," said he. "Arise, and let us give thanks to the Madonna." Then all three, kneeling before the sacred image of the Virgin, began to recite litanies. But at that very instant a noise of arms sounded in the enclosure. The house was surrounded by soldiers, and a lieutenant of gendarmes, seizing Gabriel, said in a loud voice, "In the name of the law, I arrest you for the murder that you have just committed upon the person of His Excellency and illustrious Lordship, the Prince of Brancaleone." Nisida, struck by these words, remained pale and motionless like a marble statue kneeling on a tomb. Gabriel was already preparing to make an unreasoning resistance when a gesture from his father stopped him. "Signor Tenente," said the old man, addressing himself to the officer, "my son killed the prince in lawful defense, for the latter had scaled our house and made his way in at night and with arms in his hand. The proofs are before your eyes. Here is a ladder set up against the window. And here," he proceeded, picking up the 2 pieces of the broken blade, "is a dagger with the Brancaleone arms. However, we do not refuse to follow you." The last words of the fisherman were drowned by cries of "Down with the sbirri! Down with the gendarmes!" which were repeated in every direction. The whole island was up in arms, and the fisherfolk would have suffered themselves to be cut up to the last man before allowing a single hair of Solomon or of his son to be touched. But the old man appeared upon his threshold, and, stretching out his arm with a calm and grave movement that quieted the anger of the crowd, he said, "Thanks, my children. The law must be respected. I shall be able alone to defend the innocence of my son before the judges." Hardly 3 months have elapsed since the day upon which we first beheld the old fisherman of Nisida sitting before the door of his dwelling. Irradiated by all the happiness that he had succeeded in creating around him, reigning like a king on his throne of rock, and blessing his 2 children, the most beautiful creatures in the island. Now the whole existence of this man, who was once so happy and so much envied, is changed. The smiling cottage that hung over the gulf like a swan over a transparent lake is sad and desolate. The little enclosure with its hedges of lilac and hawthorn, where joyous groups used to come and sit at the close of day, is silent and deserted. No human sound dares to trouble the morning of this saddened solitude. Only towards evening the waves of the sea, compassionating such great misfortunes, come to murmur plaintive notes upon the beach. Gabriel has been condemned. The news of the high-born Prince of Brancaleone's death, so young, so handsome, and so universally adored, not only fluttered the aristocracy of Naples, but excited profound indignation in all classes of people. He was mourned by everybody, and a unanimous cry for vengeance was raised against the murderer. The authorities opened the inquiry with alarming promptness. The magistrates whom their office called to judge this deplorable affair displayed, however, the most irreproachable integrity. No consideration outside their duty, no deference due to so noble and powerful a family, could shake the convictions of their conscience. History has kept a record of this memorable trial, and has no reproach to make to men which does not apply equally to the imperfection of human laws. The appearance of things, that fatal contradiction which the genius of evil so often here on earth gives to truth, overwhelmed the poor fisherman with the most evident proofs. Trespolo, in whom fear had destroyed all scruples, being first examined as having been the young prince's confidant, declared with cool impudence that, his master having shown a wish to escape for a few days from the importunities of a young married lady whose passion was beginning to tire him, had followed him to the island with 3 or 4 of his most faithful servants, and that he himself had adopted the disguise of a pilgrim, not wishing to betray his Excellency's incognito to the fisher people, who would certainly have tormented so powerful a person by all sorts of petitions. 2 local watchmen, who had happened to be on the hillside at the moment of the crime, gave evidence that confirmed the valet's lengthy statement. Hidden by some underwood, they had seen Gabriel rush upon the prince, and had distinctly heard the last words of the dying man, calling, "Murder!" All the witnesses, even those summoned at the request of the prisoner, made his case worse by their statements, which they tried to make favorable. Thus the court, with its usual perspicacity and its infallible certainty, succeeded in establishing the fact that Prince Elige of Brancaleone, having taken a temporary dislike to town life, had retired to the little island of Nisida, there to give himself up peaceably to the pleasure of fishing, for which he had at all times had a particular predilection. A proof appeared among the documents of the case that the prince had regularly been present every other year at the tunny fishing on his property at Palermo. That when once he was thus hidden in the island, Gabriel might have recognized him, having gone with his sister to the procession a few days before, and had no doubt planned to murder him. On the day before the night of the crime, the absence of Gabriel and the discomposure of his father and sister had been remarked. Towards evening the prince had dismissed his servant and gone out alone, as his custom was, to walk by the seashore. Surprised by the storm and not knowing the byways of the island, he had wandered round the fisherman's house seeking a shelter. Then Gabriel, encouraged by the darkness and by the noise of the tempest, which seemed likely to cover the cries of his victim, had, after prolonged hesitation, resolved to commit his crime, and having fired 2 shots at the unfortunate young man, without succeeding in wounding him, had put an end to him by blows of the axe. Lastly, at the moment when, with Solomon's assistance, he was about to throw the body into the sea, the prince's servants having appeared, they had gone up to the girl's room, and, inventing their absurd tale, had cast themselves on their knees before the Virgin, in order to mislead the authorities. All the circumstances that poor Solomon cited in his son's favor turned against him. The ladder at Nisida's window belonged to the fisherman. The dagger, which young Brancaleone always carried upon him to defend himself, had evidently been taken from him after his death, and Gabriel had hastened to break it, so as to destroy to the best of his power the traces of his crime. Bastiano's evidence did not receive a minute's consideration. He, to destroy the idea of premeditation, declared that the young fisherman had left him only at the moment when the storm broke over the island. But in the first place, the young diver was known to be Gabriel's most devoted friend and his sister's warmest admirer, and in the second, he had been seen to land at Torre during the same hour in which he had affirmed that he was near to Nisida. As for the prince's passion for the poor peasant girl, the magistrates simply shrugged their shoulders at the ridiculous assertion of that, and especially at the young girl's alleged resistance and the extreme measures to which the prince was supposed to have resorted to conquer the virtue of Nisida. Elige of Brancaleone was so young, so handsome, so seductive, and at the same time so cool amid his successes, that he had never been suspected of violence, except in getting rid of his mistresses. Finally, an overwhelming and unanswerable proof overthrew all the arguments for the defense. Under the fisherman's bed had been found a purse with the Brancaleone arms, full of gold, the purse which, if our readers remember, the prince had flung as a last insult at Gabriel's feet. The old man did not lose heart at this fabric of lies. After the pleadings of the advocates, whose ruinous eloquence he had bought with heavy gold, he defended his son himself, and put so much truth, so much passion, and so many tears into his speech, that the whole audience was moved, and 3 of the judges voted for an acquittal. But the majority was against it, and the fatal verdict was pronounced. The news at once spread throughout the little island, and caused the deepest dejection there. The fishers who, at the first irruption of force, had risen as one man to defend their comrade's cause, bowed their heads without a murmur before the unquestioned authority of a legal judgment. Solomon received unflinchingly the stab that pierced his heart. No sigh escaped his breast, no tear came to his eyes. His wound did not bleed. Since his son's arrest, he had sold all he possessed in the world, even the little silver cross left by his wife at her death, even the pearl necklace that flattered his fatherly pride by losing its whiteness against his dear Nisida's throat. The pieces of gold gained by the sale of these things he had sewn into his coarse woolen cap, and had established himself in the city. He ate nothing but the bread thrown to him by the pity of passers-by, and slept on the steps of churches or at the magistrate's door. To estimate at its full value the heroic courage of this unhappy father, one must take a general view of the whole extent of his misfortune. Overwhelmed by age and grief, he looked forward with solemn calmness to the terrible moment which would bear his son, a few days before him, to the grave. His sharpest agony was the thought of the shame that would envelop his family. The first scaffold erected in that gently mannered island would arise for Gabriel, and that ignominious punishment tarnish the whole population and imprint upon it the first brand of disgrace. By a sad transition, which yet comes so easily in the destiny of man, the poor father grew to long for those moments of danger at which he had formerly trembled, those moments in which his son might have died nobly. And now all was lost. A long life of work, of abnegation, and of good deeds. A pure and stainless reputation that had extended beyond the gulf into distant countries, and the traditional admiration, rising almost to worship, of several generations. All these things only served to deepen the pit into which the fisherman had fallen at one blow from his kingly height. Good fame, that divine halo without which nothing here on earth is sacred, had disappeared. Men no longer dared to defend the poor wretch. They pitied him. His name would soon carry horror with it, and Nisida, poor orphan, would be nothing to anyone but the sister of a man who had been condemned to death. Even Bastiano turned away his face and wept. Thus, when every respite was over, when poor Solomon's every attempt had failed, people in the town who saw him smile strangely as though under the obsession of some fixed idea, said to one another that the old man had lost his reason. Gabriel saw his last day dawn, serenely and calmly. His sleep had been deep. He awoke full of unknown joy. A cheerful ray of sunlight, falling through the loophole, wavered over the fine golden straw in his cell. An autumn breeze playing around him brought an agreeable coolness to his brow and stirred in his long hair. The jailer, who, while he had had him in his charge, had always behaved humanely, struck by his happy looks, hesitated to announce the priest's visit, in fear of calling the poor prisoner from his dream. Gabriel received the news with pleasure. He conversed for 2 hours with the good priest and shed sweet tears on receiving the last absolution. The priest left the prison with tears in his eyes, declaring aloud that he had never in his life met with a more beautiful, pure, resigned, and courageous spirit. The fisherman was still under the influence of this consoling emotion when his sister entered. Since the day when she had been carried fainting from the room where her brother had just been arrested, the poor girl, sheltered under the roof of an aunt, and accusing herself of all the evil that had befallen, had done nothing but weep at the feet of her holy protectress. Bowed by grief like a young lily before the storm, she would spend whole hours, pale, motionless, detached from earthly things, her tears flowing silently upon her beautiful clasped hands. When the moment came to go and embrace her brother for the last time, Nisida arose with the courage of a saint. She wiped away the traces of her tears, smoothed her beautiful black hair, and put on her best white dress. Poor child! She tried to hide her grief by an angelic deception. She had the strength to smile. At the sight of her alarming pallor, Gabriel felt his heart wrung. A cloud passed over his eyes. He would have run to meet her, but, held back by the chain which fettered him to a pillar of his prison, stepped back sharply and stumbled. Nisida flew to her brother and upheld him in her arms. The young girl had understood him. She assured him that she was well. Fearing to remind him of his terrible position, she spoke volubly of all manner of things, her aunt, the weather, the Madonna. Then she stopped suddenly, frightened at her own words, frightened at her own silence. She fixed her burning gaze upon her brother's brow as though to fascinate him. Little by little animation returned to her. A faint colour tinted her hollowed cheeks, and Gabriel, deceived by the maiden's superhuman efforts, thought her still beautiful, and thanked God in his heart for having spared this tender creature. Nisida, as though she had followed her brother's secret thoughts, came close to him, pressed his hand with an air of understanding, and murmured low in his ear, "Fortunately, our father has been away for 2 days. He sent me word that he would be detained in town. For us, it is different. We are young, we have courage." The poor young girl was trembling like a leaf. "What will become of you, my poor Nisida?" "Bah! I will pray to the Madonna. Does she not watch over us?" The girl stopped, struck by the sound of her own words, which the circumstances so cruelly contradicted. But looking at her brother, she went on in a low tone. "Assuredly she does watch over us. She appeared to me last night in a dream. She held her child Jesus on her arm, and looked at me with a mother's tenderness. She wishes to make saints of us, for she loves us. And to be a saint, you see, Gabriel, one must suffer. Well, go and pray for me, my kind sister. Go away from the view of this sad place, which will eventually shake your firmness, and perhaps mine. Go. We shall see each other again in heaven above, where our mother is waiting for us, our mother whom you have not known, and to whom I shall often speak of you. Farewell, my sister, until we meet again. And he kissed her on the forehead. The young girl called up all her strength into her heart for this supreme moment. She walked with a firm step. Having reached the threshold, she turned round and waved him a farewell, preventing herself by a nervous contraction from bursting into tears. But as soon as she was in the corridor, a sob broke from her bosom, and Gabriel, who heard it echo from the vaulted roof, thought that his heart would break. Then he threw himself on his knees and, lifting his hands to heaven, cried, I have finished suffering. I have nothing more that holds me to life. I thank thee, my God, thou hast kept my father away, and hast been willing to spare the poor old man a grief that would have been beyond his strength. It was at the hour of noon, after having exhausted every possible means, poured out his gold to the last piece, and embraced the knees of the lowest serving man, that Solomon the fisherman took his way to his son's prison. His brow was so woebegone that the guards drew back, seized with pity, and the jailer wept as he closed the door of the cell upon him. The old man remained some moments without advancing a step, absorbed in contemplation of his son. By the tawny gleam of his eye might be divined that the soul of the man was moved at that instant by some dark project. He seemed nevertheless struck by the beauty of Gabriel's face. 3 months in prison had restored to his skin the whiteness that the sun had turned brown. His fine dark hair fell in curls around his neck. His eyes rested on his father with a liquid and brilliant gaze. Never had this head been so beautiful as now when it was to fall. Alas, my poor son, said the old man, there is no hope left. You must die. I know it, answered Gabriel in a tone of tender reproach, and it is not that which most afflicts me at this moment. But you too. Why do you wish to give me pain? At your age, why did you not stay in the town? In the town, the old man returned, they have no pity. I cast myself at the king's feet, at everybody's feet. There is no pardon, no mercy for us. Well, in God's name, what is death to me? I meet it daily on the sea. My greatest, my only torment is the pain that they are causing you. And do you think, my Gabriel, that I only suffer in seeing you die? Oh, it is but a parting for a few days. I shall soon go to join you, but a darker sorrow weighs upon me. I am strong. I am a man. He stopped, fearing that he had said too much. Then, drawing near to his son, he said, in a tearful voice, Forgive me, my Gabriel. I am the cause of your death. I ought to have killed the prince with my own hand. In our country, children and old men are not condemned to death. I am over 80 years old. I should have been pardoned. They told me that when with tears I asked pardon for you. Once more, forgive me, Gabriel. I thought my daughter was dead. I thought of nothing else, and besides, I did not know the law. Father, father, cried Gabriel, touched. What are you saying? I would have given my life 1,000 times over to purchase one day of yours, since you are strong enough to be present at my last hour. Fear not. You will not see me turn pale. Your son will be worthy of you. And he is to die. To die, cried Solomon, striking his forehead in despair, and casting on the walls of the dungeon a look of fire that would fain have pierced them. I am resigned, father, said Gabriel gently. Did not Christ ascend the cross? Yes, murmured the old man in a muffled voice, but he did not leave behind a sister, dishonored by his death. These words, which escaped the old fisherman in spite of himself, threw a sudden and terrible light into the soul of Gabriel. For the first time he perceived all the infamous manner of his death, the shameless populace crowding round the scaffold, the hateful hand of the executioner taking him by the hair, and the drops of his blood besprinkling the white raiment of his sister and covering her with shame. "Oh, if I could get a weapon!" cried Gabriel, his haggard eyes roaming around. "It is not the weapon that is lacking," answered Solomon, carrying his hand to the hilt of a dagger that he had hidden in his breast. "Then kill me, father," said Gabriel in a low tone, but with an irresistible accent of persuasion and entreaty. "Oh, yes, I confess it now. The executioner's hand frightens me. My Nisida, my poor Nisida. I have seen her. She was here just now, as beautiful and as pale as the Madonna Dolorosa. She smiled to hide from me her sufferings. She was happy, poor girl, because she believed you away. Oh, how sweet it will be to me to die by your hand. You gave me life. Take it back, Father, since God will have it so, and Nisida will be saved. Oh, do not hesitate. It would be a cowardice on the part of both of us. She is my sister. She is your daughter." And seeing that his powerful will had subjugated the old man, he said, "Help! Help, Father!" and offered his breast to the blow. The poor father lifted his hand to strike, but a mortal convulsion ran through all his limbs. He fell into his son's arms, and both burst into tears. "Poor father," said Gabriel, "I ought to have foreseen that. Give me that dagger and turn away. I am young and my arm will not tremble." "Oh, no," returned Solomon solemnly. "No, my son, for then you would be a suicide. Let your soul ascend to heaven pure. God will give me his strength. Moreover, we have time yet." And a last ray of hope shone in the eyes of the fisherman. Then there passed in that dungeon one of those scenes that words can never reproduce. The poor father sat down on the straw at his son's side and laid his head gently upon his knees. He smiled to him through his tears, as one smiles to a sick child. He passed his hand slowly through the silky curls of his hair and asked him countless questions, intermingled with caresses. In order to give him a distaste for this world, he kept on talking to him of the other. Then, with a sudden change, he questioned him minutely about all sorts of past matters. Sometimes he stopped in alarm and counted the beatings of his heart, which were hurriedly marking the passage of time. "Tell me everything, my child. Have you any desire, any wish that could be satisfied before you die? Are you leaving any woman whom you loved secretly? Everything we have left shall be her. I regret nothing on earth but you and my sister. You are the only persons whom I have loved since my mother's death. Well, be comforted. Your sister will be saved. Oh, yes, I shall die happy. Do you forgive our enemies with all the strength of my heart? I pray God to have mercy on the witnesses who accused me. May he forgive me my sins." "How old is it that you will soon be?" the old man asked suddenly, for his reason was beginning to totter and his memory had failed him. "I was 25 on All Hallows Day." "True. It was a sad day this year. You were in prison. Do you remember how 5 years ago on that same day I got the prize in the regatta at Venice? Tell me about that, my child." And he listened, his neck stretched forward, his mouth half open, his hands in his son's. A sound of steps came in from the corridor, and a dull knock was struck upon the door. It was the fatal hour. The poor father had forgotten it. The priests had already begun to sing the death hymn. The executioner was ready. The procession had set out, when Solomon the fisherman appeared suddenly on the threshold of the prison, his eyes aflame and his brow radiant with the halo of the patriarchs. The old man drew himself up to his full height, and, raising in one hand the reddened knife, said in a sublime voice, "The sacrifice is fulfilled. God did not send his angel to stay the hand of Abraham." The crowd carried him in triumph. The details of this case are recorded in the archives of the criminal court at Naples. We have changed nothing in the age or position of the persons who appear in this narrative. One of the most celebrated advocates at the Neapolitan bar secured the acquittal of the old man. End of Nisida by Alexandre Dumas. The Ivory God by J S Fletcher. At 6 o'clock, Thurston put down his pen, pushed his chair back from the table at which he had been writing, and rose to his feet with a series of gestures indicative of mental and physical fatigue. He glanced at the few sheets of manuscript which represented the result of a long day's labor, and he frowned, as if in anger or distaste. He had written, or tried to write, from 10 o'clock until 1, and again from 2 until 6, and his entire product after 7 hours' work was comparatively infinitesimal. He had felt no enthusiasm. He had been unable to concentrate his thoughts. The whole thing had been distasteful to him. As he glanced around him, he asked himself for the 1,000th time whether the game was worth the candle. More from force of habit than from genuine desire to do it, Thurston proceeded to make some sort of toilet for the evening. He shaved and washed carefully. He put on a clean linen shirt and a dark lounge suit. He was unduly particular about the fold of his tie. In several small ways he showed that he had a gentlemanlike love of cleanliness and orderly habits. He did everything very slowly. It would have been evident to anyone who might have had an opportunity of watching him that he had no engagement to keep. In point of fact, he had few friends with whom he could have kept any engagement. He was, as he now never cared to remind himself, one of the very loneliest men living. For a while he had reminded himself of this pertinent truth somewhat often. Then he wearied of the thought and put it from him. The fact of the loneliness, however, remained. Thurston lived in 2 rooms at the top of a house which stood in a quiet street near the British Museum, a street of an aspect so grey and pathetic that you wondered at first sight of it whether laughter or children's voices were ever heard there. The 2 rooms opened one into the other by means of a folding door. Thurston had furnished them himself when he first came to town. One room contained a camp bedstead, a chest of drawers, a dressing table, a washstand, a bath, and a hard-bottomed chair. The floor was stained and polished, and destitute of carpet, but there was a thick bearskin rug at the bedside. It was absolutely destitute of luxuries or of pictures, but it possessed a first-rate reading lamp attached to the wall at the head of the bed. The other room knew the luxury of books. Its walls were covered with them to half their height. The books related chiefly to philosophy, theology, history, metaphysics. There was little that was light, but a table was strewn with the reviews of several countries, all purchased second-hand, and, when a month old. A desk, littered with papers, stood in the window. An armchair was placed near the hearth. 2 other chairs, of an easy-ish sort, occurred, sometimes here, sometimes there. A small table, big enough for 1 person to eat at, was in the middle of the room, which, unlike the sleeping chamber, was softly carpeted and luxuriant in thick rugs. It also possessed some luxuries in the way of pictures, but these, to the English eye of ordinary knowledge, were of a strange taste, being Japanese. One skilled in such matters might have told you that they were all by the most celebrated Japanese artists. Even then you would have felt some uneasiness at the prospect of being continually shut up in a room whose decorations were so purely Eastern. In these 2 rooms Thurston had spent 5 years, every day corresponding to another day. He prepared his own breakfast when he wished for it. He read or wrote when he desired to do so. He lunched and dined out. He spent his evenings reading or thinking or dreaming. It was a strange life altogether, but it was his. But then, the few people who knew Thurston said he was a strange man, a man who spoke little, laughed never, smiled seldom, and who was quite young, in spite of everything. In point of fact, he was 27 years old. At 22, he had left Oxford with some reputation as a scholar and a mystic, and had come to town with the set purpose of following a literary career. Whether he had any ambitions at that time is a debatable question. It is quite certain that at 27 none of them had been carried out. He had a little money of his own, sufficient to pay his rent, his housekeeping expenses, his tailor's bills, and so on, and there was, therefore, no need to keep his nose to the grindstone. But he had made no name. He sometimes exhibited a rather heavy, rather pedantic, rather wearisome sort of article to one or other of the leading reviews. The sort of article which is spoken of with great respect by the critics, and read by only a few experts, but to the general public he was as unknown as an unborn babe. The people who had any dealings with him said that he was unsociable. He had no conversation. If by any chance he was induced to lunch or dine with you, his sole notion seemed to be to get away as quickly as possible. It was evident that he was one of those men who liked to be alone. There were times, however, when Thurston felt his loneliness, and one of them was hanging heavily about him on this particular evening. He had found it difficult to write during the day, and more than once he had caught himself wishing that a friend would come in to break the solitude. But he would have been hard put to it to say where such a friend was to be found. He never encouraged anyone to visit him at his rooms. One or two men, old college acquaintances, had tracked him down and called upon him, but quickly discovered that they were not wanted. It was not that Thurston wished to be rude. It was simply that a certain shyness and loneliness ran in his blood and his temperament, and made him incapable of entertaining his fellow creatures. He was essentially an anchorite. And yet there were times when his flesh called for something which it would have found it hard to define in words. As Thurston drew on his overcoat, a light tap came at his door, and he went across and opened it, not without some feeling of surprise that anyone should be there. In the faint light at the top of the landing, he saw a man whom he did not recognize, a tall, sloping-shouldered man whose back was somewhat bowed, whose knees bent in, a man who made a succession of angles in his clothes. Thurston could see that he was shabbily attired, that his hair was long, greasy, and unclean. He had a vague notion that an unwashed atmosphere hung heavily all round and about his visitor. He held the door half open, staring at the man. The man blinked at him. "Mr. Thurston?" he said inquiringly. "Well," replied Thurston. The man sighed heavily. "I was sent to you, sir, by Mr. Evanson. I have something to show you which he thought you would like to see. He thought you might not be indisposed to buy it from me. May I come in and show it to you, Mr. Thurston?" said the man, indicating a small parcel which he carried in the crook of one arm. "I am not disposed to buy anything," answered Thurston, keeping his place. "But this, sir, is something very uncommon. It is seldom that any collector has such a chance of securing such a valuable curiosity," urged the visitor. "At any rate, it will do you no harm to look at it, Mr. Thurston." "Well," said Thurston impassively and hesitatingly, "you may bring it in then, but I really don't want to see it, and I shan't buy it, whatever it may be." He turned away and made preparations for lighting a lamp. The man with the parcel lingered at the threshold until the lamp had been placed on the center table, and the apartment was bathed in a clear, powerful light. "Now then," said Thurston, still impassive as ever, "come forward, and let me see what it is. Mr. Evanson has no business to send you to me. I am merely an acquaintance of his, and I am certainly not a collector. What is it you have to show me?" The untidy and unwashed person took small notice of this impatient outburst. He advanced to the table, placed his parcel near the lamp, and proceeded to divest it of its wrappings. He kept himself between Thurston and the parcel while this was going on, and he did not speak until he suddenly turned round and said, with a note of pride and triumph in his voice, "There, Mr. Thurston, look at that." Thurston, during the unfolding of the parcel, had fallen into a sort of daydream. He came out of it with a start and looked at the object which his visitor had placed on the table in the full light of the lamp. A sudden gleam came into his rather dull eyes. A sudden exclamation burst from his lips. "Ah!" he said. The man smiled and rubbed his hands. He chuckled. "I thought that would move you, Mr. Thurston," he said. "It's a beauty, isn't it?" Thurston made no answer to this. He advanced to the table and stood at its edge, contemplating the thing which his visitor had been so anxious to exhibit. He found himself staring at an ivory statue of the god Ganesha, and wondering at the exquisite beauty of the workmanship, the subtle tints of the ivory, the atmosphere of the mystic East, which its mere dumb presence suggested and conveyed. It was not a thing of any great size. Its height was some 10 inches, its breadth 6. The cigar box would have held it. And to Thurston, steeped to the lips in the odor and color of the Orient, it represented a world of art and of dreams. He stared at the god. The god stared at him out of a pair of amethyst eyes cunningly set into the creamy white of the ivory. A strange intoxication stole into Thurston's soul. He heard himself presently talking in set fashion, calmly, methodically, as though he were in a shop buying something. He heard his visitor's replies. "You want to sell this?" "Yes, sir, I want to sell it. I'll tell you how I came by it too, Mr. Thurston. All's above board. And Mr. Evanson, he knows me well, and knew me before I fell on hard times. It was this way, sir. My father was in the army at the time of the mutiny, and he saw a good deal of fighting out in India, Delhi, and Lucknow, and elsewhere, and he brought home a good many curiosities, and that image amongst them. It's the image of some Hindu god, so I am told, and of course anybody can see that the workmanship is excellent. My father gave it to me on his deathbed, and charged me never to part with it because there is some legend about its bringing luck with it. But it's brought no luck to me," continued Thurston's visitor with a dismal laugh. "I've been down on my luck for some time. However, it will bring luck if you are agreeable to buy it, sir." "Perhaps that's where the luck comes in. What price do you set upon it?" asked Thurston mechanically. "Well, sir, I, of course, don't know anything about these matters. I was recommended to take the carving to Mr. Evanson," said the man, "and he advised me to see you. I should be quite satisfied to take what he said he thought it was worth." "What was that?" said Thurston. £20, sir." The man uttered these words with some anxiety, and his eyes fastened themselves on Thurston's face, as if to watch the effect. Thurston, however, was still fascinated by the ivory god, and neither eyes nor lips betrayed anything. He remained silent for some moments. At last he started as from a reverie. "I am quite prepared to accept Mr. Evanson's estimate of the carving's value," he said. "I will give you £20 for it." The man bowed his untidy head and sighed deeply. It was evident that the prospect of immediate possession of £20 was very grateful to him. "Thank you, sir," he said. Thurston went over to his desk, unlocked a drawer, and produced a cash box, which, on examination, proved to contain £22 notes and gold. He counted out 20 to his visitor, put £2 in his own pocket, restored the depleted cash box to its drawer, and locked it up again, and then, asking the vendor his name and address, wrote out a formal receipt. 5 minutes later, the unkempt person was descending the stairs, happy in the possession of a small fortune, and Thurston was left alone with the ivory god. The clanging of the street door far below plunged the house into a weird silence. In its midst, Thurston sighed deeply. There was a strange feeling within him that he had suddenly come into possession of something which he had been wanting all his life. It was akin to the feeling of the lover to whom the much-desired object of affection is at last given. When the stranger first unwrapped the ivory god and revealed its strange charms to his eyes, Thurston became aware of a sense of satisfaction. This sense was now increasing to a point of something like delight. He drew in his nether lip and began to utter a soft, sibilant sound, not unlike the purring of a cat. Not for many years had he experienced such a keen feeling of pleasure as that which now filled him. He began looking about him for a suitable place wherein to enshrine his new acquisition. He glanced at the chimney-piece, already ornamented profusely with carvings from China, Japan, and India, with stones and vases from Peru, and turned away dissatisfied. The Ivory God, he said to himself, must have a better setting than the chimney-piece offered. He wanted to have it near him while he wrote. There was something in the lines, in the dull white of the ivory, in the subtle purple tints of the amethyst eyes, which bade fair to soothe and to fascinate. He wished to have the Ivory God upon his desk. Looking about the room, he caught sight of a little triptych which he had bought years ago in Venice, admiring it more for the fineness of the wood and the carving than for the elementary art of the figure of Christ which was placed in the center niche. Its dark wood, he thought, would make an admirable setting to the pallid tint of the ivory, and without hesitation he took it down from the wall, wrenched away the crucifix from the middle compartment, and installed the figure of the Hindu god in its place. Then he placed the triptych on the ledge above his desk, and stood back from it, admiring the bizarre effect. The amethyst eyes of the Ivory God seemed to smile into his own. Thurston tore himself away from his treasure at last, and went out to dine. He walked through the gloom of the badly lighted London streets, until he came to the quiet restaurant wherein a certain corner had come to be almost sacred to him. He ate and drank mechanically and sparingly. A small quantity of plainly cooked food satisfied him at all times. He drank no wine or spirits or ale. After dinner he smoked a cigarette, to the accompaniment of a cup of coffee, and glanced over his evening newspaper, handed to him by a waiter who knew him for an old and regular customer. Altogether, he spent an hour at this restaurant, and on this particular evening there was an itching desire within him all the time to get back to his rooms. He wanted to examine the Ivory God again, to look at it, to wonder about it. It was with a feeling of relief and of anticipation of coming pleasure that he finally paid his bill and went quickly away. Thurston shut himself into his room with a great sense of satisfaction. He was alone in the midst of 5 millions of people, alone with the only things for which he cared, his books and his curiosities. Other men might dine and wine, go to theatres, balls, social functions. He cared for none of these things. He knew joys which were far deeper, far better worth having, and he could command their presence whenever he pleased to do so. So he fastened his outer door, drew a warm curtain over the inner one, turned up his lamp and stirred his fire, and looked round about him with a sense of comfort. He saw the Ivory God shining in the triptych above his desk, and caught the gleam of its amethyst eyes, and he was once more aware of the feeling that it, in some strange way, rounded off his life. He was glad to have it, and to see it there sitting above his altar, like a presiding deity. Thurston's next proceedings were significant and explanatory. He divested himself of his overcoat and of the smartish morning coat beneath it, and slipped into an old velvet jacket of undoubted antiquity. And that done, he exchanged his boots for a comfortable and well-worn pair of slippers. And then, having made sure of his preliminaries, he unlocked a cupboard and produced a small decanter of curious shape, half filled with a golden-brown liquid, which seemed to sparkle and coruscate in the lamplight. He set it on the table in the center of the room, placed a glass of singular beauty, a deep crystal bowl set in twisted columns at its side, and proceeded to heat water in a kettle. When the water was heated, he made a careful mixture of it and the golden-brown liquid in the glass, and after that he curled himself up in an easy-chair facing the Ivory God, with the glass and the decanter at his side. Thurston had become a slave to the opium habit. Beginning the use of that attractive and insidious drug as a cure for some slight complaint, he had increased his doses, until at 27 he made no excuses to himself for consuming it in large quantities. During the day he took it in the form of pills, each containing a few grains. At night, following the example of De Quincey, he indulged in laudanum negus, sometimes sitting up until the grey of the morning broke in upon his dreams and fantasies. He had long since relinquished all thought of giving up the habit. It had destroyed his moral courage once and for all, and had taken complete possession of him, mentally and physically. Under the influence of opium, he was indifferent to everything in the world, and it was rarely that its influence was not upon him. As the subtle charm of the drug stole through his brain, Thurston yielded himself up to the dreams which it induced. His eyes were fixed on the Ivory God. He began to speculate on its history, on the strange things which those amethyst eyes must have seen, on the deeds of blood, the mystic panorama of Eastern life with its gorgeous coloring, its strange suggestion, which they must have watched unmoved. The phantasmagoria of 100 worlds began to float, and finally to crystallize before him. In his estimation, the carving was hundreds upon hundreds of years old. It must certainly have had its original abiding place in temple or palace, and of itself formed some part of the gorgeous picture which was rapidly shaping itself in Thurston's imagination. Thurston's evenings were usually spent in a dream of bliss, which was itself a source of deep mental content. He was surprised on this occasion to find that contemplation of the Ivory God was leading him into a state of unusual unrest. A strange desire to sit down at his desk, literally at the feet of the god, and write, filled him with strenuous force. It was years since he had ever written anything at night, and the mere thought of doing so now made him almost afraid. But the fear vanished quickly, and he was presently conscious of nothing but that he was shortly going to sit down at his desk. It was as if the Ivory God had laid some command upon him. He turned up the flame of his spirit lamp, heated more water, and mixed himself more of the drug. A little later he found himself laying out paper on his blotting pad and examining the nib of a pen. And after a time, as if it had been the most natural thing in the world, he settled himself in his elbow chair, and after one long, searching look at the Ivory God, he dipped his pen in the ink and began to write. This is the story of the loves and hates of men and women that have long been dust. The story of a day when the red earth was young and the gods sat steadfast in their places, the story of a time and times, and behold, it has never been told to human ear till now. After that came a long night of work such as Thurston had never before done in his life. It was 10 o'clock when he wrote the first words on the top sheet of the pile of manuscript paper which he had laid ready to hand. As each successive hour struck on the silver-voiced clock on the chimney-piece, it did but interrupt the gentle scribbling of a rapidly moving pen. On Thurston's left hand stood the spirit lamp, the kettle, the decanter, the glass. Now and then he turned to these things and mixed the drug. On his right hand there gradually accumulated a pile of closely written manuscript. Above him the amethyst eyes grew purple in the lamplight. The Ivory God stared into the gloom beyond the writer's head. The grey light stole through the cracks and crannies of the shutters, and found Thurston still writing. Much later the old woman who acted as bedmaker and charwoman knocked loudly at the outer door. Thurston shouted to her to go away and leave him alone, and his pen travelled on and on as if it would never stop. It was about 3 days after this that a famous publisher with whom Thurston was acquainted in slight fashion was somewhat astonished to find the latter waiting for him in his private room. He stared at Thurston curiously, noting with the keen eye of a practical man of the world that his visitor wore a strange expression and seemed to be wrapped in an atmosphere of mystery. He was shaved and washed and wore his best garments, but there was a strange pallor on his face, a strange light in his eyes, and his voice was as unnaturally steady as the cold, almost lifeless hand which he placed within the publisher's palm. The publisher, who had never been able to understand Thurston's strangeness of manner, reverted to an earlier suspicion and wondered if his visitor had been drinking. But he failed to perceive either twitch or tremor in face or hand, and his visitor's voice was even and firm to the verge of monotony. "Some time ago," said Thurston, you were good enough to suggest to me that I should write a romance of Eastern life. It seemed to you that I possessed the necessary knowledge of the East to attempt such a book. Quite so, said the other. I don't know any man better fitted. You've been working in that direction all your life, haven't you? In fact, it's been a wonder to me that you never thought of the thing yourself. Thurston produced a parcel of manuscript. I have here, he said, a considerable portion of such a work. There is much that I might say to you about it, but at present I prefer not to say anything. Yes, it is not ordinary work, and I should like some assurance from you that it shall be read for you by someone competent to judge of its merits. I'll give it to Flintford to read, said the publisher. How does his name strike you? He's about the best man I can think of. I am quite prepared to accept Mr. Flintford's judgment, replied Thurston. Indeed, I intended suggesting his name to you. Then I will leave this portion of the manuscript with you. Do, answered the publisher. I'll send it on to Flintford by special messenger at once, and ask him to read it about the rest of the book now. The remaining portion, said Thurston, will be delivered to you when it is written. And with that, and a frigid shaking of the publisher's outstretched hand, he went away, walking through the outer office, as one of the clerks said, like a ghost. The next morning, Flintford walked into the publisher's office, looking very much excited. I say, he exclaimed, where did you get that manuscript which you sent me yesterday, and have you got the rest? Well, what of it? Asked the publisher, ignoring the second part of the question. Is it good stuff? Will it do? Would it sell? Good. My dear sir, it is the most wonderful piece of imaginative work I ever read in my life. It is amazing, stupendous, quite confusing in its brilliance. I began it last night. I went on reading it until breakfast time this morning, answered Flintford. I never read anything quite like it. Indeed, I wouldn't have believed that we had a brain amongst us that could have imagined such a work. Look here, you know I am by no means an enthusiastic person. Well, this book, if it keeps up that level all through, is the biggest find of the last half-century. For sheer imagination, the man beats Poe hollow. You think it will make a hit? Inquired the publisher. It is the greatest thing I ever had put before me, answered the critic. I cannot understand the power in it. Who is the man? How does he come to be able to recreate Hindu life as it must have been thousands of years ago? Where did he get such an overwhelming imagination? There is something that's almost unholy, unearthly about the whole thing. It is a great book, a rare book. I should like to see the author. I will try to get him here at 3 this afternoon, said the publisher. Come in after lunch. I may tell you that he is a strange person, never done anything but an occasional article in the heavy reviews, but I fancy cram full of the East. That, said the critic, is evident. I'll come at 3. At 3 o'clock, Thurston was shown into the publisher's private room and introduced to the great critic. Thurston, if possible, was more ghost-like than ever, more emotionless, more insensible to any outward influence. He sat with fixed, passionless eyes listening while the critic praised his work and asked questions. It was not until all this had been said that he spoke. I think I may take you both into my confidence, he said. I conclude, Mr. Maine, that you will publish this book, and therefore I see no reason why you and Mr. Flintford should be kept in ignorance as to its real history. I may tell you that the story is not mine at all. It is being dictated to me. The circumstances are peculiar, but I feel sure that Mr. Flintford, with his knowledge of the East, will quite understand. I recently came into possession of an image of the god Ganesha, wonderfully wrought in ivory and adorned with amethyst eyes. The story of which you have read some portion is being dictated to me by this image, or more probably, by this god represented by it. I think you will understand, he said, turning to Flintford with an air which had something appealing in it. Yes, said Flintford quietly, I quite understand. I felt the influence of the god, continued Thurston, as soon as I saw the image. It is a strange, a very fascinating influence. It impelled me to write against my will, and then I found that I was but a mouthpiece. Everything has been put into my lips, I should say, pen. Clearly, what I have written is the story of the image. And when? Asked Flintford kindly. When do you suppose the end of this story will be reached, Mr. Thurston? Thurston produced another packet of manuscript. He laid it on the publisher's desk. I believe, he said, I believe the end will come tonight. If, here, he glanced from one face to the other. If you would like to see the ivory statue and could call tomorrow morning about noon, I will show it to you. It is certain that it possesses a strange influence. When Thurston had gone away, the two men looked at each other. Mad as a hatter, said the publisher. The critic shook his head. It seems strange, he said, but really I don't think so. Does he drink? I used to think he did, replied the publisher. He has done work for me now and then, and he sometimes came here with all the symptoms of intoxication upon him, and yet he was always clear-headed and capable, if incoherent of speech. What I don't understand just now is the frightful deliberation with which he speaks, the sort of unearthly coldness and composure of his manner. But, I say, to tell us that the book is being dictated to him by an ivory statue. Surely that is an evidence of insanity. Oh, but then genius and insanity are closely allied, said Flintford. Well, let us call upon him tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll take the manuscript he left with you. I expect it will cost me another sleepless night. You can't get away from it when you once begin. It's a live thing. Mayne? Come round about noon tomorrow, said Mayne. It was 12:30 next day when they climbed the stairs to Thurston's rooms. They knocked for some time at the outer door and evoked no answer. Then Flintford climbed another flight of stairs and discovered the bedmaker woman, who resided nearer the sky and appeared from a feast wherein onions had played a principal part. Mr. Thurston, sir. And indeed I haven't set eyes on him this morning, sir, which his conduct have of late been most extraordinary. Me not being able to make no beds, nor nothink, said she. A literary gent, sir, which from long experience is very trying to anybody to deal with. You might knock again, sir, and if so, as he doesn't answer, why, I must open the door with my key and see if the poor gentleman isn't well, for never a word did he give me at 10 o'clock. When the door was opened at last, they found Thurston quite dead. His arms were crossed over the final page of his manuscript. His head was bowed upon them, as if, tired out with his long spell of labor, he had laid it down there and gone to sleep.
Above him, the Ivory God looked out of its amethyst eyes into the shadowy corner of the silent room. End of The Ivory God by J S Fletcher.